Andrew O'Neill, how you doing tonight? Thanks for checking out my stream. Cajun, how you doing? Here you go, Cajun. Stacking silver with thee. How you doing tonight? Give it just another minute or so and we'll get started. So how'd it go at the coin shop stacking silver? Hope everything went good for you. Hey, Cajun.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, bud?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I can't complain. You sound a little hoarse.
Um, got some rough sleep. Maybe that caused it.
Oh, okay. Andrew, mon ami, how you doing, man? How's it going, Andrew?
Yep, you said you were probably going to the coin shop. I was just curious if it went okay. I know you were anxious to pick a few things up.
Andrew, I didn't see an EVG stream tonight. I was wondering where you was at.
That's fine, Andrew. I know you got a lot of things going on. I've watched your stream and you on other chats quite a bit, so I understand. No problem.
Hey, Lincoln, how you doing, bud?
Lincoln.
Oh, okay, Andrew. Well, that's a good thing.
All righty, let's see here. Oh, fantastic, Seki. Nice when it's somebody who you can appreciate.
Night, Andrew.
Fantastic. If you need any help with pricing and stuff, just to make sure that you're paying fair prices, so you can send me an email or hop on one of my streams anytime. Night, Andrew. Good deal. Oh, that's great. It's always scary when you go to the coin shops and you haven't done a whole bunch with them. Sometimes these guys are very arrogant and not helpful at all. And when you're new to the coin collecting, makes it really tough. It's weird. I had a weird little feedback. I wonder what that was. Just a second, guys. Let me check to see what else I have opened here. Alrighty. Hector. How you doing, Hector? How was school today?
Hey, Hector.
One more day and you get a break. It's gotta be hard going back for the first week. I know for the kids, it's always the hardest one. I hated that first week of school. After that, it was okay because everything started getting back to normal. But around, thanks for showing up. Anybody got any questions or anything? Before I was gonna show a few things and see how it goes. I know, Lincoln. I normally sleep after my grandkids are here, so I just get about an hour or so. Today a little bit more because I'm on new medication and it makes a very unrestful sleep. It's very disturbing, and I'm probably gonna stop taking it because of it. But yeah, I'll hopefully I'll start. Well, even if I did it at 9, it's still hitting you at midnight. So I know that's a tough one. Hopefully I'll have a day or two during the week that I'll do streams around noon or so. I'm sure you do. But it'll all even out in the end. Just need to either get used to it or find something different. Or stop listening to my doctor and do the things I probably should have done to start with. I'm sure you understand that too. Sometimes they're helpful. Other times they just get in the way. However, always pay attention to the nurses and the pharmacist.
Hello, Rhonda.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping in.
I'm not gonna be far behind him. I'm a little tired. I'm gonna just go probably take a nap, and then because I ate earlier.
That always hits you.
Then I ate some ice cream, and then I ate a plum, which I love plums.
Yeah, me too.
And, I got a couple from the store, and because the plum trees here didn't make none this year. So anyway, and I'd have been out anyway, even if they would have made, I'd have been out already. But the first one I cut was a little stiff inside, hard, it wasn't soft like I like them. So I let the other one go for, I don't know, at least 2 weeks, something like that. A week on the table, a week in the refrigerator, and the skin just peeled right off of that thing. Uh, well, I cut it first in pieces, and the
Yep.
skin just peeled right off, and then I popped the middle in my mouth, and I just chewed the plum meat right off of the pit, right off of the stone, and it was perfect, nice and soft and juicy.
Yeah, I'm definitely a plum person. So a couple counties over is Santa Rosa, and they have a Santa Rosa plum. Oh my goodness, it's the best dark purple plum, and they're big. They're huge, a lot bigger than most plums.
Oh yeah, that's what this one was, a nice dark purple.
Yeah, I think those are the best. Thanks, Lincoln. Good night. I am a young pup at heart. Thank you, Rhonda. So I have a real hard time when I see my image in the mirror. It's like, no, I don't look that old. No, maybe I do. I know I don't look my age, but that still doesn't help when you get as old as I am. Looking and feeling 50 actually works for me, so most people wouldn't understand that.
Yeah, I feel 50, but sometimes I don't.
And my little grandkids wear me out sometimes. Boy, I just have so much fun with them. But my littlest ones at a year old are so heavy. It's just ridiculous. It's all I can do to, help them walk around and stuff like that because they're just 100% on the go. And I can barely keep up with the little peanuts. So, but it works. Yeah, he does.
You on a committee meeting, Rhonda? What, for your town or something? Hey,
Kendra?
Dallas. Wait, John Wolf lives in Texas, and Rhonda lives in Indiana. Okay, that's something else he's talking about.
Yeah, John Wolf used to live just in the next town from where I used to live.
Yeah,
I don't live there anymore.
I remember y'all was talking about that a while back.
Yeah, it's where my daughter lives. Hey, CCO, how you doing?
Oh yeah, the coin committee for the fundraiser stuff. Okay, I didn't know you was on that. I thought that was supposed to be a secret, actually. The people on the panel. I thought that's what Phil said. Beep beep. What's up, Roadrunner?
Hey, Roadrunner. Well, that's cool, Rhonda. Congrats. Not much, Roadrunner. Want to come up? Feel free.
All righty then. The mask.
It always cracks me up when I see his avatar. Had a 68 Coronet, looked very much like that Roadrunner. It was such a fast car. I had so much fun in that car.
Hey, VC. How's it going, buddy?
BC Coins, Nevada. Hello.
VC, your name got pulled on EBGs earlier for that big old silver 1 ounce round.
Nice.
For Lake House's that giveaway EBG did for to comment on Lake House's silent auction video. Your name got pulled.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. How you doing, Roadrunner?
It did, but
I'm just trying to clean up a little bit. I'm a little tired.
Had
I
to
think
be present to the win.
all of us are today. You know, that was one of the first things Cajun said.
I totally lost track. You say like I didn't say Wednesday.
What's that?
Today's Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
Okay.
Friday
Yeah.
now for me.
I thought it was Friday all day today.
Well, I still got 15 minutes in this day, so I'm glad I kind of didn't lose
at least-
some of it.
At least you became aware in time.
Yeah. Just trying to
Oh,
get all my coins back into the right boxes.
Oh, I have yet to do that from all the streaming I've been doing. Everything's a mess. And I've always been really careful with having everything where it belongs and boxes for everything. And yeah, it's
Spoiler alert. you got into where it's gonna even probably get worse. I don't know. I still once I like get my head together as far as my workstation, it'll be a lot easier. But right now, I just don't have a functioning workstation.
yeah, and that definitely is a big help. My desk is my bed, and I'm down to just enough room for me. So
Yeah, this is one of those old folding tables. You can I took a leaf off of that one because I was kind of like had a corner. This is like the outside corner of my apartment, and I was just pretty much throwing furniture up on that end for a little while until I figured out what I want to do. But I opened it up and put my big screen. Like see my big screen right there.
nice. Is that one of the tables that the center section stays up and the two sides fold down?
Yeah, totally.
I built-
But I'm trying to figure out what kind of desk I want. I'm going to get a modular one because I want to be able to change it in case I need to. At will, and one of those ones where I can stand up to, and where it comes out where this keyboard or the works, part of your like your keyboard and other stuff can raise up towards you. You could stand up because I want to be able to be able to move around, and get keep my circulation going. Because when I sit and do these coins, I forget about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen those new type of desks already. Yeah, those are neat.
I've seen several different versions of it. They're ergonomic modular workstations, and so that way you could stand up or sit down, do whatever. And do different
heights, all that. Yeah.
Now I got a decent office chair, and I could lower it and raise it up so I can at least keep my elevation different levels too. But I need to get one of the chairs also that go with the desk. You can kind of like sit stand too. I want to be able to be in different positions where I can keep my circulation or at least keep my move things around easily.
Yeah, they've got a lot of options now.
What was that?
They got a lot of options now.
Oh yeah, which is cool. I think I need to make a couple little
this
tracks.
desk he's talking about is awesome, man. I bet you they're expensive though. Cool.
Yeah, they are.
So I finally got some research done on my coin that's still at Wexler.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because I found some other graded versions that I've been looking and getting close to look at. So I'm pretty much I'm even more confident that I'm right because number one, I was afraid that it might have been counterfeit, but there's been several but already graded in pretty much exact same die. So I'm pretty confident now about that particular because I was having issues with this 42/1D. There's kind of a spike coming off the left side of the bottom bar or bottom vertical bar of the 4, and that was kind of giving me a problem as far as what was going, I didn't think, I was like, wait a second, it's a little bit different. And then I looked at another one, and it's still different. And mine is anyway, but it's the same. And all those dial markers and everything else on the outside of the 4 was the same. And then I finally realized they recut it
Oh, interesting.
and polished it down. What happened was they did kind of you know, they didn't do the same thing that the Philadelphia Mint did, of course. I'm sure of it. But they did recut of some sort, or did a reworking of the die situation, and they moved the 4 or tilted the 4 differently and the 2, and got rid of the 1, or it was best they could, that was in between the 4 and the 2. And what happened, what it looks like, that I think is that like I have an earlier die stage as far as that goes. You know, everything you see now with the spike coming out next to the 4, or I mean underneath the 4, it's that's a later die stage because they recut it a couple of times. They had to have, you know, because it got deeper and deeper as far as the fields go around the date.
Cool. Is this a dime?
I believe so. You know, what happened was, the going story is when they hubbed the dies for the year 1942, they accidentally sent Denver, and they kept the double dies. Basically, they hubbed it over a 1941 master, I guess. I think that's the going story. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but I know that it's basically 42 over 1. They hubbed it over, and they sent it to Denver, and of course the mint master punched in by hand. So either way, it's a I don't know if they punched him in Philadelphia and sent him or what. I didn't talk to the guy who messed with it. But then basically what I was thinking was, when I figured out that when I first started looking at these coins, I'm like, okay, well then everybody the going story is they're all different. Between the Philadelphia and the Denver, so they're obviously different. For Philadelphia, you can actually see the 1 without any magnification, but with the Denver, you got to look at it because it's basically recut, or reworked somehow. But I think they recut it. They just put it under scope and did the best they could and polished it out. That's what I can see being done. That's with that kind of back in that day. So long story short, I found some other dies that I found other coins that were attributed and they're high grade, like I believe mine is. And I got a real close look at them. They started looking more and more like mine. And the higher the grade, the more they look like mine. I'm like, wait a second, this is confusing me. And so I went, I basically got closer and closer picks of both mine, and then I kept a record of my picks, make sure that I did, and I compared them, and I was like, wait a second, everything fits except for a couple little things here, right? And I know how people are like, okay, you gotta have everything right. No, you don't, because it changes. But everything about the 4 and the 2 if I started to reverse engineer or reverse, set myself back, and I was looking at it and I was like, God, the underlying doubling is where they cut it. They basically recut it. There's no doubt in my mind about that now. It was hubbed as a double die, but they recut it to fit. As far as the design goes, they wanted it to fit right. Look okay, and because the way it was originally, it was just kind of off. And I have an early die state, and it does look off.
Huh. Well, cool. I'm anxious to see it when you finally start sharing.
I'm really, really happy, so. All right. Let's see here. I got some room. I could get, and then make another mess, huh? So what have you been up to today? You been sleeping all day, or you just been?
Not too bad. Just a couple hours.
It's more late.
I just put that link in the chat for that desk that goes up and down and all that. If y'all want to check it out.
Yeah, Veridesk. I know they were one of the main ones.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're familiar with them then.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was trying to get one for my spare room so I could do some of this in there, but I just don't stand well enough long enough to utilize it for the prices.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like I see everything now. I went into the desktop site. That's why I jumped out real quick.
No problem. I'll always pop you back in if yeah.
Yeah, I know that's cool. You know, there's no, you know, if I get if something happens, it's easy to get back in. So, you know.
Yeah, when we first started doing the stream, the people on phones would drop out. Not
Yeah.
often, but a lot more than not. And yeah, they'd have to restart and come back in and be back in a minute or so. So that's cool.
Do they still do that, or has it you know, stopped for the most part?
It's starting to even out. I'm not noticing it as much with them, so that's good. They said they were taking when people dropped out, there was a option to give a comment of what happened, so they could, you know, realize it and take care of it. So
I don't think it's a software or hardware problem. I think more either it's their service or the phone's dying, because it does suck up a lot of battery power real quick.
Yeah, I'm sure it had to do with coverage and phone or power. So
no, I'm sitting under one of the main hubs for wireless networking, so I rarely ever drop out. It depends on the phone too. That phone that I got, the temporary phone that I got, piece of crap, and it was on Sprint network, so it wasn't doing too good. But once I like fiddle with it, it kind of just worked for a while, you know. But I'm glad I'm back on my network, you know, because I pay out for unlimited everything, and you know, including data, so no problem there. Since I got that network, I had hardly any trouble.
what's your upload?
I can't really remember right this second, you know, but it keeps up with, you know, live stuff. So that's, you know, as long as it could do that, I'm good with it. I'd have to check my signal thing. I haven't checked it yet because it's a new phone. You know, it's a different phone. So I haven't checked it. But the uploads, I imagine it's, you know, couldn't be more than half a second from real time.
Yeah. Oh, got a question. Stacking Silver with D's asking how much you should be paying for 2 MS70s. Got to see the slabs, but it just really depends on what year. Some of the years have more value.
Yeah, that's subjective. What coin? That would be nice to know. And MS70, are you talking about
$1.50?
There's hardly any MS70s out there. Maybe Proof 70. That's for Proof.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I figured that's what he meant. He was buying Eagles, so
yeah,
I would imagine it's Eagles.
you know what? Proof 70 Eagles are, as far as I'm concerned, aren't worth it unless they're low mintage.
Yeah, and I agree. Even the low mintage ones, I personally wouldn't be collecting, just because I have such a hard time with that, because the Eagles were made for us coin collectors to be able to pick up silver at spot price. And it's frustrating to see our bullion being used for getting higher values, because the intentions was at melt. That's what they were supposed to be.
Well, I also don't like people melting our mints, you know, ASCs, you know, stuff like that, because I don't care what they do with other countries, silver or whatnot, or like really old tall stuff or whatever, but you know, that just pushes it, you know, for me, because you know, that stuff's set aside for emergencies in the long run.
Yeah.
And You want something you can trade to the next person.
And you're talking about melting. If they're melting it,
Yeah, well, I mean, to a certain extent. I mean, I don't care. I mean, if they're doing it, not they're not doing a bunch of them. That doesn't really matter to me. But if they're just grabbing a bunch of ASCs and throwing them in, just to do it, that's a little, messed up, because I'd rather call somebody else's or some other country's silver, to tell you the truth. Because either way, you're not going to be able to trade that stuff anyway. So you keep your ASCs and call, and melt everything else.
Hey, Stacking D, you say you got Franklin halves? I mean, you can buy Franklin halves, MS70?
no, there's some
I
MS70s.
doubt that.
I
doubt that. I doubt
There's
that.
no. I don't think there's any proof any proof Franklin's out there. That's
okay. He says it's in a slab, but that might be ICG saying that. And like I said, that's a basement grading company that grades their own coins. They don't grade for nobody.
ICG is still credible graders as far as like a fourth party.
Yeah, to give you an idea, there's a 63D, which is one of our last, or is our last one minted. They only have one that hit MS67. So that tells you, there's 66 at 66. That's kind of funny. And only 4 at 66 plus.
My rule of thumb with ICG is that, it's off by at least 2 points, give or take a, half point there. But I mean, yeah, they're off.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of their coins come close to what they're saying, but most are.
Actually, their newer stuff has gotten a little bit better as far as consistency.
Yeah, and personally, I won't buy them.
Me neither.
Stacking D, yeah. When you see the slabs, personally, when you see a PCGS slab with MS70, then that's the time to ask the question, because I've never seen a PCGS slab with a Franklin MS70 in it myself.
It doesn't exist. I could probably look it up right now. I may be wrong, but as far as I'm concerned, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, me neither. I've never seen one.
Now, I don't even think they have a proof 70, for the proof. So, but yeah, I would question that definitely. I may be wrong, but
well, look, okay, you were here a little while last night, Roadrunner. Stacking D was telling us about, he was in the panel telling us about this guy he knows. He's buying a lot of stuff from him. He's an older guy, and this older gentleman told him that he MS is, which he might be mistaken. The old gentleman might be mistaken. So
that's what
he's buying a lot of stuff from this man.
Well, as long as you think,
and everything's just about in slabs,
That's cool. Anything in slabs is always good. Just like the rule of home. You're buying the coin, not the slab. Yeah, that's what you.
Well, if it's old coins in a PCGS slab, you pay for what it's worth. You don't pay twice as much as it's worth at auction or market value. No.
Well, it depends on the coin, but really, if the coin is questionable, or you're looking at you're not dealing with somebody you don't know. You make sure you buy that coin, not that slab. And that's a negotiable thing. That's why the dealers go with the gray sheet, because it's a universal system. And
that's exactly what I was saying. Buy fair market value. Yes. Don't pay over. I mean, now Stacking D is getting a real good deal from this man on a lot of stuff, mint sets, proof sets, all that stuff.
Yeah. I remember with some of the prices he mentioned, but the the product itself, a couple of products itself, that one proof set, but if he's getting something, 2 things out of 3 really good, and he's got the same price, then I think it's still worth it. Having one proof set, that's a little bit milky, and so have two other really nice ones, and he's still paying that price. Hey, that's fine by me, because you're gonna end up paying a lot more to try to find those coins.
So now there is definitely coins in auction that have sold for a lot more than their values listed. And that happens when you have an extremely gorgeous toned coin, something with a CAC sticker that's really close to being at the top of its grade,
Exactly.
or just an extreme eye appeal. I've seen some that have a goldish luster that just shines, absolutely glows. Those coins always get more. So gray sheets is a start price for most your coins, 95% of them. That 5%, and it truly is about 5%. We'll see a little bit more and sometimes quite a bit more, but that's about it.
Yeah, I do see some sales, that it's obviously just some dude that's got deep pockets, and wants the points for his little bragging rights at the registry shows.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
if you get
It's,
two of those
you look at
guys,
that coin and people see what sold for. I'm all, I'm like, oh my God, no way, So it was like, oh my God, it happens all the time.
yeah, sometimes you get two of those guys in the same auction and they just bidding it up because they absolutely want that coin. Top of
Y'all should have seen.
Jeez.
Y'all should have seen the bidding that was going on yesterday in Heritage Auctions.
I didn't watch it.
Especially on the 1 cent coins. We see. Okay. I'm registered with Heritage Auctions. Okay, and I can get inside the bidding rooms and all that and watch the bidding live. So anyway, I was there yesterday watching it because a friend of mine had a coin in there.
Oh, okay.
And it went for some good money too, big time. But they had some coins, some pennies in there yesterday that was going for 158,000, 160,000.
Are we talking like
7,000,
colonial stuff?
58,000. Some Indian head pins, some eagles. There's some beautiful coins in there.
Yeah, I have a list that I watch list that I have, and it notifies me when there's different bids on the coins that I watch. But I haven't checked it yet. I turned off my notifications because I wanted to chill out today. Would you see anything interesting?
Who, me? Yesterday?
Yeah,
well, I mean, a lot of nice stuff.
Anything notable?
A lot of nice stuff in there.
That hit you core like.
Yeah, there was an 1877 in there that didn't go for as much as it should have went for.
Well, we're winding down. I mean, this season, went way far ahead of expected goal. I mean, as far as usually the season ends in like what, middle of May, or like really slows down in the middle of May, late May, and and people start winding down in the beginning of June. It's gone all the way through July and now up to now in August. So it's been quite a pickup over the last few years.
Yeah, well, this once all the kids are back in school, all over the place, around
well, there's a
October. October is going to be picked up even more.
No, it's going to start earlier than that, dude. I mean, by the end of this month, it's going to pick up again. Usually they have their break before, a month before around now, and and do everything. But it seems like everybody's just gone coin crazy. And now's the time. And there's a show at the end of August, I think, Long Beach, or it starts to happen soon. I forgot when. And you got the tour. They're going to tour, do the A tour again and whatnot. It's just I was actually really surprised that there, people were actually. It's what it is. I think also is the new design, the quarter things. The West Point thing out to everybody.
You went robot. You went robot on that Roadrunner on my
Okay,
end.
guys, if you can hear me, hold on a minute.
I was looking around my
just had someone go by with an extremely big Hammer CB radio thing.
I wasn't putting my can you hear me okay?
You're still breaking up just a little. Give it just 1 second. I got somebody driving by with some kind of ridiculous mobile radio thing. Did you guys hear him?
Oh,
I heard something.
Yeah. Oh man, he blasted through. I've got my stereo with the volume down, and he came over on that really loud.
Wow.
wow.
I've never had that happen, and he's a security guy, so I'm gonna get on them for that because that's ridiculous. He's got to be running a major power to cause that.
Was he, is he a security vehicle?
Yeah, driving by. Wow, that was really weird because both of you guys, the picture totally went out and it started to show you're trying to reload. And then my connection came up saying my connection is having interference. And I'm all hardwired, so.
He might be using, do you have any like Bluetooth or any all remote signals?
Nope, everything is hardwired.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Huh.
I do that on purpose because there's a lot of.
There must be one outside somewhere then, because there might, because he might have remote stuff that's interfering with something out there. Shouldn't interfere with the hard stuff at all, the hardwired stuff at all.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
Yeah, no, I was kind of twisting around in my office chair looking for my cigarette tobacco, and that's when you said I was acting like a robot or just talking like a robot. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, you were. And
Yeah, you
that was the
definitely
reason,
were.
I guess.
Because
Yeah,
I
that
set up
was really strange.
my little station here to where my sound bounces back towards the mic, on my phone basically.
Well, I
Keeps
think
all-
my signal went down to about 2%. So that was really weird. Wow. And those guys drive by here all the time. I just have never had an issue before. So,
That's interesting.
well, something new every day. How wonderful.
Yeah, usually if I usually when I have a computer, I usually have an application that'll record that kind of stuff. It'll keylog any anomalies, and I can go back and check it out later.
Yeah, I wish I did.
Yeah, makes for an interesting computer. Yeah, I'm kind of paranoid about computers. Somebody offered me one or something, and I'm like, no. It's got to be completely stripped, and I got to put it together myself. As far as that's concerned, I'll get like a regular new model, out of the box. That's fine. But my when I set up a new system, it's going to be completely done by me. I want every single circuit accounted for.
Yeah, you should really start with the bottom up and just build your own and not even worry about doing
Well, I want to be able to do a little bit more as far as now. I mean, I'm doing everything with a smartphone for the last year and a half or so, and it's really frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun doing builds. I build all my kids' computers, my grandkids. I got to build 2 of them for them, and all my family. I do all the computers for all the family and friends nearby, so it's a lot of fun.
The big issue is software. If you can find a decent, supplier of software without having to pay, retail, which is, which shouldn't be that hard. But I mean, God, the operating system and all the applications and everything, that costs money. And usually, the software companies, they make deals with the computer manufacturers, and that's how you get those bundles all for real cheap. You build your own system, you got to have your own operating system, and then all your peripherals and all applications.
Yeah, luckily for me, Windows 10 has been free, and they're not squawking about it. I have probably 20 different.
Starting to get it to where it's working somewhat right, but I mean, they're scrapping Windows 7 in 2021, I think.
Yeah. And I love Windows 7. It was the best I had for a long time for
Well,
my.
I had no problems with, it was great, and I always had, and the updates and the patches worked fine usually for the most part. Yeah, I tried when I first beta tested Windows 10. It was working pretty good, and then I don't know, for some reason. I think it was the fact that they let the certain people either the beta testers. They're letting some of the beta testers into the system, and they were screwing it up, or they were letting them screw it up, and it just got worse.
Yeah, well, whenever there's a new Windows out, it always takes a year or two before everybody figures out what you should be shutting off and keeping Microsoft from snooping into.
Well, I don't have much of an issue with Microsoft. I prefer to at least try to have one other operating systems just in case I need to, redo something or do something else in case Microsoft screws up, because that's happened to me before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's some softwares they just aren't
Yeah. Totally.
running. So
Linux has been pretty cool sometimes.
yeah, there's been a few good ones.
And I kind of like the Mozilla browser as like a backup too.
Yeah,
You got to set you got to partition all that, so you got to have the memory for that too. So it's like having a different computer system basically. But no, I like I like to have that set aside, so in case something else goes on, I can just switch it, and just start up again, and bam, you're ready to go.
I almost always have Mozilla, and there's actually a couple others that I use too, that I just play around on when I just don't want anybody to know where I'm going and snooping around.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, yes, lighters. Oh,
and it cracks me up, some of the ones they have where they say that you can go private, and well, normally they're still tracking you, so
Yeah. God dang it. Lighter's going dead. There we go.
Hey, Cajun, BC Coins is asking you a question.
Hold on there, VC, one sec. Oh yeah,
VC.
hold on. Okay, yeah, I sure can. Rhonda, Earth Radio, we all know him. Well, most of us.
Terry Mercer just did a. Yeah, hernia. I had one of those ones.
One for surgery. Oh, hernia. Yeah. Okay, VC. Let me. Wait a minute. I think I got your email. Let me check.
Hats off to them. They're painful.
Yeah, my sister and I, one of my sisters and I ended up in the hospital the day we moved up from LA in the Bay Area. She broke her nose. She fell down and broke her nose or cracked her face open too. And I ended up with a hernia on my birthday.
Happy birthday.
No, that's not my birthday. It was when I moved up here in April on my birthday with my whole family. We came up here. She broke her face when we were getting ready to leave, and I don't know. I guess I ended up with a hernia because I was moving. We were moving in, and I just strained myself. And we're both in the hospital.
Man,
it was cool though. It was pouring down rain, man. I thought the lake was gonna flood us out too. Moved next to a lake, and it's like the first time I've been to that kind of water. I mean, I used to live right next to the beach in LA. It's in Manhattan Beach, but I saw the water creeping up, and I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? I never seen it like that.
Yeah, I've been next to rivers a lot, and yeah, you got to really pay attention. Flash floods and stuff do you in.
I got used to it real quick, yeah. Seemed like my mom liked to live next to water, so anywhere we moved, it was always next to water, usually the lake.
I was always part of the four-wheel club, and we had quite a few vehicles that were up pretty high, and whenever there were flood issues in our areas, we'd go rescue people and
I used to
really
have a Scottsdale with 38-inch tires. That thing was bad.
nice. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a deep water Rover.
It had the 402 Interceptor in it. It was automatic.
Yeah.
Thing was a beast, but the brakes on those things were scary. I let my friend drive one time, and he basically put it sideways on Highway 17 and took up both lanes. I don't know how we didn't flip over, but the tires gave, and we were just sliding sideways. I'm like, dude, oh man, thought we were gonna die.
Yeah, you gotta be careful when you're up high.
I wasn't driving. I thought he knew how to, but I guess not. Yeah. Plus, Highway 17, man, you're risking it going on. You got to be careful going over that. Highway with a 4x4, especially lifted that high. Jeez.
Rhonda or Cajun, sorry, I shouldn't have put that one up.
Do you guys watch Q&A?
No. Anything good?
Yeah, a couple things came up. I found one of my vintage Lincoln wheats. It was an 1918S. It's a pretty much red brown, but I mean it looks more red than anything. It had a lamination issue going on, and I didn't realize it was a Woody. I never really looked at it that much until I took some pictures of it, and they're like Frank was getting a wood himself. He was checking it out because he likes those.
Oh, Frank loves those Woody pennies. He does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, this is like Mint State. I could see that one being at least a MS63 or 4 as far as Mint State goes. It's starting to like peel from the front of the bust. His nose and his chest and neck. It's like that's where it's coming off of. Where the lines are.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a couple other examples that have like die cracks, or I thought they were scratches at first, but they're bisecting die cracks that go all the way down the front of his face and then down to the down over his lapel and then down the other side of the coin, the bottom of the coin. Pretty trippy.
Yeah, some of them are pretty neat. I like hearing about ones that have a lot of other things going on. That's great.
I was messing with Dave Carlisle towards the end of the show. It was everybody; they were all done. It was after 10 o'clock. Yeah, and he was telling some dude, if you want to join the big dogs, you gotta do something. And I'm like, dude, quit licking yourself and get off the couch. They're jumping. I don't start it; I just stir it.
Normally a fun show.
Yeah, I've been. I was like, why? I was looking at some of the coins that they're putting on in the comments. They're putting in the YouTuber community. I think they are going to be the last ones that I'm going to join, and then I'm probably not going to join anymore after that. Once I've gotten some things done. I don't know if I'm going to stick with them. It's nothing personal, but it's just at this point right now, I'm feeling that my personal issues and goals are conflict of interest.
Yeah, you're better off not getting too thin.
It's a matter. It's the coin community. The big one that everybody that goes to or comes up on. When you like go into your you type in something and it goes through the big coin community system, and they're okay. I'll probably stay with them. As ancillary or just if I have any questions or posts I need to deal with, but yeah, they have a way bigger system. I mean, they're just they got it going on. So yeah, but I'll probably be able to communicate with everybody that way. Because when I jump out of these other communities, I'm not coming back.
Oh, let's see here. I had a couple of things I was gonna talk about, but I have misplaced.
Did I distract you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out, man.
No issues.
I'm just giving you guys forewarning. You know, if you find me gone, you'll be able to find me through the Bitcoin community website.
Yeah, no problems.
What's going on? Is who's in chat right now? Is there?
Not a whole bunch. They're still talking about the one person having issues. Hasn't gone too far past that. Only have a few people in here right now, so there's
Okay.
not a whole lot going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to reset this chat setup here.
I was trying to find my notes. I had made a bunch of notes, but I don't even remember what I wrote. I always keep them on one of my two clipboards, so it's easy to find, but I'm not finding either of them today. So it cracked me up the other day. I went looking and I went downstairs and my grandson had hid it downstairs, found it in his toy drawer. It's like, oh, okay. So now I have a new place that I have to look for stuff.
What am I doing here?
Uh,
Oh, here we go. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. I was just playing around with my settings.
So Cajun, what coin was that went for over 100 grand?
I forget which one that went for over 100. There were several. I was trying to look up the history from yesterday and I didn't see it. I know I can get to it in the Heritage Auction site, but I went in my email where they sent me the one I was following, the one I was tracking for the
Right.
last day or so, and then that went for 22,000. It was a
Nice.
1969 S double dot. A Lincoln cent.
Lincoln cent. Nice.
That went cheap. They had two more. The only thing bad about that one, they had two more. Both went a grade higher. This one was MS62. The other ones were MS63. They went for one of them went for one went for 32. The other one went for 38.
What was it?
Thousand.
What day were they?
69S double dice.
Oh yeah, I did see those myself. Yeah, they were last bid I saw was around 27,000.
Well, cool.
Yeah, but just that once ended at 22. That was it. It never went above the pre-bid, the internet bid. It never went above that. No phone bids, no floor bids, nothing.
Yeah, I've noticed.
MS62.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Cajun.
Oh, Rhonda said what shape it was in, and I answered her MS62.
Okay.
I was finished. Go ahead.
Okay. No, what I was noticing is that there's more 69 double dice popping up than the 70s, the S's. You know, the 70 FS101. There's more 69 FS101s coming up than the 70s lately. Yeah,
this one was found row hunting last March, last March, and there was another one last year that was found. There's a couple popping up, but it's not like one a month, you know.
Yeah, no, I've seen the 70s show up, but I'm seeing like, like 2 or 3 to 1 ratio as far as that goes, as far as sales, at the auctions.
Yeah,
And most of the 70s found are a little bit higher grade, but there's only really, it's like 3 to 1. Yeah, well, they already pretty much figured that the 70s were more rare, and which they are.
right.
I'd found one a few years ago, and that was my screw up because I didn't know what I had at that time, so it ended up getting damaged.
This
That's
this
too bad.
coin, that was the first time it had been sold. The other two, I know one of them had been sold like 3 times already. So somebody sold it, somebody bought it, sold it to make extra money, make a couple thousand, and then
The redheaded
they got
stepchild
sucked.
coin, huh? It keeps getting
Yeah,
passed on.
yeah. Well, the 69S's, they keep going up. So, yeah, if you get a chance to make
Not to like. Well, I mean, as
four or
far as I,
five thousand, because
well, I mean, the last
there's
big
way
sale
less there's
was
way less 69s than the 70s.
But 69S, the last big one sold was a 64S red, and I think that came actually out of a coin roll. That was 126,000. That was the last biggest one, and everyone's been found lately has been pretty much low grade red, brown, or brown.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
strange, Cajun, but the ones that are red brown for MS62, one sold for 32 grand, one sold for 41. Strange that the red brown's getting more money, just less of
So
them.
yeah. Well, this was red brown for 22.
Oh,
It
okay.
was more red than brown, but it looked like they had a little fingerprint on it. But I don't know. Yeah, it looked like a fingerprint, old fingerprint.
usually
But
people have
it was more
check-
red than red brown. That was just a label, red brown, from PCGS. Yeah,
yeah,
22,000 is not bad for a penny, especially a penny investment. That's all it cost him was a penny because he was looking through some penny rolls.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
He opened a few
That's
penny
gonna be a
rolls,
case forever, man. It's gonna
and
be a
boom, it was there, and it was a nice one. In fact, he sent the picture to a buddy of mine, and I saw the pictures, and so
like no way, dude.
I answered him back. I said, "Man, you got something there, bro. You got something. That's the real McCoy, the real deal. You got a reason to be excited. You know, you don't live that far from PCGS. You know." I said, "Just drive over there." But he did live a little ways from PCGS, but he sent it in, and he got it back. It wasn't long. It wasn't long at all. He got it back. Maybe a week, and which that's amazing.
Yeah, I think they'd
And
have one of their staff take you to lunch or dinner for that one.
yeah, right, right. And I told him that too. I said I could just about imagine uh, they would grade that for free, just to have the honor to grade it. You know.
So Roadrunner, that 70S, is that a small or large?
Oh no, the FS 101s is always a large date. There's no variety like that in small. Well, I don't know. I'm not absolutely sure about that, but there's nothing that I know of that's a small date that brings that kind of market. I mean, there's a bunch of 70S varieties, but I mean the 70S FS 101 is clearly set aside from everything else. It's like the 69's brother, or whatever. It's the next one that everybody looks for as far as rarity. I mean, you could find a 72 or even a 55 easier than you could a 70. Which happens all the time. I see 55s going for sale all the time.
The 55 double die, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, they cheap too.
relatively, yeah. Except for the higher grade ones, they're starting. I mean, geez. But yeah, the 72. I mean, the 72. I saw. There's, I think one was a MS68 or even a 69, and it went for. It didn't really go for as much as I thought it would. To tell you the truth, I figure if you're going up a point, you're jumping. You're gonna at least jump 3 to 7 times, depending on the rarity of it.
Right.
That's usually that's usually what happens with the high mint state stuff. You know, you got something that's been stagnant, sitting at like MS66 or 66 plus, and somebody pops up with the next point. They get like 3 times the what the last big one sold for.
Right.
That's why I'm trying to get on this some of these 60s series denominations as quickly as I can, because these rolls have been, people have been selling. They're coming out with really, really high grade stuff, and I've been noticing people have been getting them and attributing them, getting the top pop grades and selling them for that much, selling for a lot of money. So, like Rich was saying, when he wanted to go after the 63, that's going to be a hard one. You're probably better off going for one of the other ones, but you got a lot of good stuff though. I don't have hardly I don't have hardly any 63s that would come close to top hopper material.
Hey, yesterday they had a Indian head penny, 1869, 9/9, auctioned off, and it was like MS67. It went for something like 95 grand, 95,000.
Let's see if my
Okay.
browser will let me.
I thought that was going to go for more than that. Okay, here's the next penny, the next lot. The next one is a 1869 regular, no 9/9. Same grade, 67, MS67. And I'll mean some beautiful coins too. Now, let me tell you something. Guess how much that went for?
How much?
Not sure. I couldn't fathom it, dude, because they go either way.
50 grand more than the era coin. I couldn't
I'm not
believe it.
surprised.
I'm like, there was a 9/9 that went for like 80 grand. Here's this one going for 130, 140 grand. Wow.
Well, it's just it's personal preference, probably. I mean, plus it seems like when higher grade coin, especially really high like that, you're going to end up getting the premium either way.
Well, wait a minute. They were both the same grade.
Right.
It doesn't matter. Like I said, it's personal preference. That's what it probably was, because certain people.
Well,
who knows? Maybe the same person bought both of them. And got a deal. That's it's you never know unless somebody actually you're on the inside of that situation.
Yeah, or it's a top top pup collectors. They want one of each at the high grade.
Yeah.
So they're gonna take the best of whatever price it is.
Yeah.
When you see two up against each other like that, I mean two like two of the same series and their variety, and one's just a regular coin, and most likely somebody's going to grab both of them while they have the chance.
Hey, they had some snow variety, Flying Eagle cents, that were going for 50, 60 grand. Snow varieties and MS 63, 64. And they wasn't going for that much.
Damn this! I hate
like
this.
The snow number 3, which I think that was I forget what that one was.
It's probably one of the clashes. Usually, those first ones are the major clashes involved with other denominations.
Well, Snow has all the varieties though, even the overdate and stuff like that. It's still cataloged in his book.
Yeah.
Well,
I
bless you.
hate this freaking. I hate these little virtual keyboards, man. Bugging me.
Wow.
All right, forget it. I'm not
Sirens
even
out
bother.
there.
All right. I was gonna look. I can go on a browser. It seems like while I'm talking to you guys, but it just. I don't know. I just can't keep it stable right
Hey,
this second.
Butchie. How you doing this morning, Butchie?
Butchie Harding, how you doing?
Yeah, apparently, CJ wanted to do some giveaways while we're going to have our auction next Wednesday. So I'm trying to put together. So he wanted to do one every hour, and there's I think 4 or 5 of us. So probably
Wow.
can end up doing one every half hour, real quick, maybe. Because I got plenty of stuff that's willing to go. Yeah, even a couple of silver coins I can get rid of. I think I'll start off with a 65 Rosie BU blunt 9. I know it's got some sort of variety on here.
A 1/25th ounce AU for $50.
One AU for 1/25th ounce what?
Well, AU is gold,
It's great.
ain't it?
No, it's grade. You're talking grade, I think. Unless, yeah,
Oh.
I mean, usually you have there's a.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about gold.
Yeah, well, usually I mean 1/25th. That's a metric. That's not.
1/25th of an ounce.
Yeah, we go by tenths.
Oh, they have the 1/25th. Now,
Maybe he meant quarter ounce. One of the quarter eagles or whatever.
All right, Butchie, can you update us? Let us know what it was.
I scored a couple of 42 Philadelphia.
okay,
Jefferson.
that's a gold proof 1/25th ounce. See the way he spelled AU with a capital A.
I don't
and a small
understand the
U,
1/25th ounce thing though.
That's the symbol. That's the symbol for gold. 1/25th ounce is common out there.
Conversion from USD is the way to go. I don't understand what you're saying though. 1/25th ounce or 1/4 ounce.
Well, he didn't get a quarter ounce for $50. I know that.
Well, exactly what was it? I'm still not confused. All I heard was AU 1/25th ounce. It's a
yeah.
Oh yeah, it is foreign.
It's a gold proof 1/25th ounce, and the 1/25th ounce are common.
There are no US
very,
coins like
very small coin. It's a kabadi.
it's a foreign coin.
Yeah.
That makes sense. The 1/25th ounce is not. Like I said earlier, it's we go by tenths of an ounce. Then unless it's we go by points.
Oh well, I wasn't saying who, what where
I
it
know
came
you were.
from.
I know you were. He was
That it was
confusing
a
me. It wasn't you.
1/25th.
He was confusing me. It wasn't you. It was we go by dimes, quarters, and nickels and cents. We don't go by 1/25ths. We go by tenths, at the very least.
I don't know what we go by now. All kind of new bull butter coming out.
See anything, most everything else that's not United States. They go by metric, the metric system. Well, if they sell them in all sizes, and then it's just I don't believe it's currency. They don't usually do that. Other countries, except for like the United Kingdom. Yeah.
The Perth Mint makes them. The Manila Mint makes them.
Yeah, but that falls into with
Royal Mint.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Royal
saying.
Mint
British.
makes them.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. British or Royal. Anybody who's affiliated with our currency, they usually do that, but you don't see it. Everybody else does metric or basically. The Chinese system's a little bit different too sometimes. I remember Cheapskate Lewis was explaining that too. The numeric system's a little bit different. Hey, Rich.
Yeah.
What have you gone over? Just the regular Type 1 42 Jeffersons. You found anything unusual?
No, I got some nicer ones, but nothing too high, nothing worth any money.
Yeah, I got a really really nice Type 1 D. It's the non-variety, of course, but it's extreme high grade. That's one of my. I'm definitely gonna have graded. I know it'll easily get 67 plus. It's I got that one from Robert too. I paid for it though. It's $20.
Yeah, my early Jeffersons, I'm lacking several. I do pretty good once you hit the 50s, but
yeah, I have a couple of them that I found at a pawn shop. They're an odd kind of color, and they don't sound like the regular nickel. And I'm gonna have them tested. I gotta find a friend of mine. He'll know exactly what they are. But the way the reflection comes off of it, it's grainy like silver. But those a lot of the planters from that area, from that they were experimenting on. So they might have got in, just a little bit of the dust, silver dust, might have got into the presses. So. But it doesn't sound like silver. It weighs the same as the other coins, but it got this weird toning to it, like rainbow. See if I can pull it up for you here. Maybe I can use this light here, my microscope.
yeah, I like that microscope. I was telling Rhonda about it. What's the brand on it again? I'm sorry, I know I've asked you a bunch of times.
Depth Tech. It's just a generic, just a generic Chinese product. Let's see.
I just like the way that.
Look at the way that thing shines off. That's barely. That's like an XF8, and it's got a weird toning to it. It's hard to see with this one. Let me see here if I can get there. Look at it. Let's see if I'll just put it on my other phone and do directly through the camera. But yeah, I got two of them like that. I'm gonna give one of them away probably. Yeah, here's the other one.
It's a 42.
Yeah, it's a 42 Type 1. It's the non-silver one. They're pretty good shape. I got them at just found them at, in a pawn shop. They got like a bowls of like coins, a different series, and every now and then they'll switch them up. Yeah, but these two I grabbed, and they're an XFAU, no stretch. But yeah, they get the weird toning to them, like, and the grain looks like it's precious metal, which is weird. Get that. Where's that phone? But they're definitely the same composition. So I'm gonna give one of them away. I don't care. Like I said, I don't like holding on to stuff. It was just a pain in the butt. I end up either destroying it accidentally or losing it. Maybe this one.
Hey, Confusion Coins.
No, that's not it. Say what? Who's there?
Just saying hi to a new person in chat.
Oh.
Confusion Coins. You beat me to it. Doing good. Thanks for joining in.
Of course, every time oh, there it is. You go to clean something up, you lose it. You lose something else. Yeah, I got it. There we go. Pick that sucker up. Get this out of the way now. Another crazy outside somewhere.
Coin collecting and more. How you doing?
Hey, coin collection and more.
Well, as a kid, I was into chemistry really hard. And my dad was actually one of the top guys at one of the local oil refineries. And unfortunately for both of us, he brought me home a whole bunch of chemicals that kids shouldn't have. And I played with a lot of things I shouldn't have played with. Unfortunately, one of them was raw mercury.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had big vials of the stuff, and it's kept in special extra thick glass because of its density. And I used to put that stuff in my hand and
Oh,
yeah.
me too. Me
Yeah.
too. My mama and my
That
nanny
explains
used
a
to
lot.
bring it to me from the hospital from work when the thermometer would break. They pick it up and put it in a little vial, and I used to play with that stuff, roll it around, all that stuff. They
That's
always say
highly poisonous.
They always say don't put your fingers in your mouth when you play with that though.
You shouldn't even
Which I
handle
did
it
not.
with their bare hands. I mean, it can get
Yeah,
it
but
does get through your pores.
mercury wasn't known as a real bad substance
Well, it was.
back
It just
then,
wasn't.
and you know.
no, not like they know now, but yeah, because it goes right through
Right.
you.
But I'm not having any ill effects from it. Yeah, well, I didn't play with it all day, every day,
See,
because we ended up losing it somewhere, and we
Well,
wouldn't get
the
some more
stuff's so
for another
slippery.
2 days.
It's hard to keep control of unless it's in a contained area.
Well,
yeah,
we
well,
always put it in a bowl and played with it, a glass bowl,
I blame it for my
and
bone
played with it.
cancer. I think that's probably what caused my bone cancer. So
That's a possibility because that stuff has really screwed up a lot of people's systems,
yeah.
one way or the other. I gotta pull this thing out of the flip. Okay, where's that?
Yeah, one of the things I did with it is I stuck some of my coins from my coin collection and didn't get back to them for 20 plus years. The penny, it just made it dull, but the Franklin half, it gave it a extremely porous, smooth but porous look.
No, you didn't miss nothing, Rhonda.
And
You only gone a couple of minutes.
And I ended up getting rid of that coin so nobody could get their hands on it. But yeah.
No, as far as I know, real short term, exposure to it, over a topical exposure is not a huge issue as long as you're not handling this stuff all the time, or it's that you don't let it get into your pores and handle it all for more than a few minutes. But if you're playing with that stuff all the time, you might as well just you might as well just figure you're gonna have issues later down the line.
Yeah, I handled it every day for a couple of years.
Wow. Then that's probably why you got cancer, dude. I can almost guarantee that. That stuff's one of the most poisonous things that to life there is.
So, and unfortunately, my dad was still alive when I ended up with it. So he mentioned it right away when I got diagnosed.
Sorry to hear about that, man. That's just, yeah, that stuff really messed people up. I just can't express the how poisonous that stuff it can be to anybody, anything that's
Yeah.
alive.
I had caustic acids. I had all kinds of stuff. I was only like 10, 11 years old. I should have never been given that.
You didn't. The oil guys. I don't know about the science. I don't know about the. I know about the scientists. They knew better than to mess with that stuff without protecting. But the workers or they may have not been told or they didn't know.
Yeah, he was a computer guy. That's when computers were just starting in. So
Yeah, this has even got a weird look to it under the microscope.
I think he had said that they had these big, I believe they were tape-fed drives, and they were like 50 megabytes, and they were like the size of a large Xerox machine. They had several offices filled with them. Starving. Go eat, Confusion.
Yeah, I could go for another burger myself here. A little bit.
Well, somebody mentioned ice cream earlier, and I went, "Oh, I was going to have it."
I had a dark chocolate cake earlier. I'm good on the sugar and the ice cream thing.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I was going to eat one before I started my stream.
Now this it's supposed to have a double die, like the face thing or near the nose or something like that. I guess it's in the cherry picker's guide. I didn't look at it though. Like the eye too. Yeah, I see something there. Looks like right under the primary eye, like right on the side of the nose. Yeah, it kind of looks like there's an eye there. I think that might be it. See above the top of the cheek? And it looks like there's some extra metal there. Looks like an extra eye. I think that might be it.
Huh.
I've never looked at this coin before. Now I'm going to check it out. I'm going to find my cherry picker guy here somewhere.
10 pounds of mercury. Actually, that ain't that. People would imagine that that's a whole bunch, but
it's
not.
not.
Yeah,
It's not. Very
very
little.
Quicksilver. That's what they used to call it.
Yeah, Quicksilver.
And you can find it naturally in the creeks and rivers around here.
Yeah, if you did, it's
not probably not naturally, but
no, yeah,
there's a bunch.
It would be one from somebody that shouldn't be having it,
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing up valley from here, but
if they kept finding that stuff around, that would have killed the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, well,
it has killed a lot. It has killed or damaged. There's places still recovering from that stuff.
What's up, Bigfoot?
They used to extract gold too. Okay, here it is. 1942.
I didn't see him, Lake House.
Lake House. I'm sorry.
I didn't see him. I'm looking up. Rhonda said, "Go up and
check.
Scroll up and look up," and I'm looking up. I don't know why. I don't see nothing out of the ordinary. I don't see a question.
It's saying the nostril.
I didn't say hi to Lake House.
Saying the nostril.
I told Rhonda to, keep me aware when I don't say hello to people, so that's why.
Well, I can't see the chat.
Scroll up to what comment though, scroll up and comment. I'm like, okay, I'm at a loss, so I'm doing it. Scrolling up, and then all of a sudden the troll comes in.
Yeah, I think it might be it. Yeah. Sure.
Well, Rhonda, can you retype it?
And VC Coins, what do you do? Why are you handling?
Or copy it and paste it?
Yeah, I think this
Yeah,
is it.
BC knows how to handle it. He separates goals, so he's
Yeah, he
gone
does pours, but
around the
like
block with it a few times.
I see him do pours and stuff. Like he's got a pretty good setup. Or didn't he get a new Crucible just recently, or last month or so, or something like that?
Michael Kittle Rare Coins. Hello. Sorry, another one I think.
Okay, here, yeah, I think this might be the one, the variety that's in the cherry pickers guide, because it's talking about
Top
the
secret.
nose here. Let's see the DD003 around the rim of the nose and underneath the nose on the other side, on the far side of it. Yeah, there's doubling. That's
Good
got
deal,
that. It's
Michael.
definitely got doubling right there. It's got the doubling right here. I can't see it. There it is. Yep, this is the one. Let me check the diagnostic. The one in the date.
I'm glad you like it, Michael.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. One.
The left side of the serif. I mean, right side of the serif. It's got that basically a little broken looking one on the. So this is the variety. I'm keeping that one.
Cool.
Sweet. Well, so it's most definitely It's just probably a really high grade alloy. I'd imagine, because it's saying that these are the copper ones. I mean the nickel ones. Let me see if this other one's gonna. Where did I put it?
Oh yeah, you got a lot of lamination problems on the silver nickels.
Thanks, Rhonda.
I got a few myself with lamination problems.
It doesn't have a lamination problem. It's just I think it might be a higher grade alloy or something. Maybe they're messing with the alloys before they switched over to the silver. I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna have it tested. I have a friend of mine knows how that does metallurgy. And he can let me know. He has one of those. He has access to one of those electron microscopes. Let's see here.
What mint is it?
What?
What mint was that?
It's Philadelphia.
Okay, that was a silver nickel.
No, it's not.
Oh, it wasn't a silver one.
They're not silver. When they first, the first part of the year in 1942, they were all struck in nickel, and when they transitioned over to the silver, then that's when they started doing putting the P mark on the back, on the reverse.
Oh, I
with the
thought you
Monticello.
said earlier that was a silver nickel.
No, I didn't say. I never said. Silver.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, I was talking about a Roosevelt dime. I said that I was going to give away. That's the only thing I said it was silver.
Oh, I thought you said 1942 Type 2 nickel.
No, I said Type 1. No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Yeah. Michael, next time I get some over $800 coins, I'll send you a list. See if you're interested.
This one's even better. It's the same. Yeah, it is a variety. It's even better. Oh my God. So it must be that particular planchet or type of planchet. It has to be, because these are, I didn't get these nickels at the same time. See, it's number one. That's going to tell me right there. Yep. It's got that broken serif on the right-hand side of the one. Yeah, this one's a little bit way better grade. Struck much better. And let's see, put it here. Get back to focus. Here we go. Yeah, you can see where the serif is kind of broken on the side, and the star is doubled.
Yep, I see it.
The serif on the one and the star is doubled totally. That's it. So I ended up getting two of the what they're called, the DD003s.
Bigfoot, how you doing?
Sweet. I didn't even know that. This is the first time I actually looked at these things.
Well,
Hey,
thanks for
Sheldon.
sharing.
Aloha.
All right. Well, I'll probably give the lower grade one away during the auction. So
Perfect. That's a good one.
they're both nice, but it's not like I really care about keeping these things. I'll keep the better one and just give this other one away.
Nice.
Yep. Okay. This one is going to be a 44 5 cent for the Philippines. This one's nice. Let's see here. I haven't looked at this one either.
Yeah, I do have a whole bunch of war nickels. If someone's interested, you
Yeah,
can.
I don't have very many of those.
Yeah, I've got probably 7, 8 or more rolls.
This is definitely
Rich has got them in PCGS slabs. He's got them raw. He got them mint state 64,
he got him fat.
65.
He got him all.
I think Butch is wanting a higher grade war nickel, wanting to buy one.
They're pretty easy to get. There's not very many war nickels that are rare anymore, except for maybe some of the varieties.
Yeah, most of them were all very well struck. Lots of high ones to be found.
And plus, people weren't spending a lot of money back then either. It was all ration books.
Yep. Well, and knowing it was silver, they knew their silver. They put it away and spent the other nickels.
So 1944 estimate.
I think Butch wants to look at some of your slab war nickels, Rich.
Okay.
Wait a second. I think this is the one where Robert was messing with. I'll show you guys here in a second. On the S here, on the mint mark, you see it right underneath it. Looks like there's on the right hand side of it too. There looks like some sort of clash.
I can't. There's a comment that came up on the monitor. Now it's going now. Okay.
Robert Lawson was looking at a Filipino coin. I don't remember what year or mint mark it was. I think it was a San Francisco mint, but I remember something about the mint mark. It was like either double or close or repunched, and it had something to it had something to do with being detached.
It was double or repunched. Yeah, something like that. I think it was double.
It was detached. That's what I do know. It was detached. That's what he was looking at, like a detached doubling of some sort.
It was a 25-cent Filipino coin, I think.
Okay, well, this is a nickel.
It was an old one.
Yeah, I know it was World War II or something like that, or even older than that. But I'm looking at something like that too, something similar. That's probably just a chip or a cut right there. It looks like, but right underneath the bottom of the S there, this looks like it's a repunch though. Double definitely. And right underneath it looks like a S buried into the rim. It's kind of that's just probably a chip or cut.
What is that on?
It's a nickel. It's on a war nickel for the Philippines, 1944. Oh, yours? Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, see, 1944. And it's got doubling right there, right on the serif of the 9, the curve of the 9. One to double a little. Yeah, 4 definitely. It's not machine doubling. Oh, what's that? Check that out. America. Maybe some doo-doo. No, maybe not. Look at that. Between the M and the E. You gotta get a closer look at that. Looks like a buy area, except it's gonna be a my area, I guess. My error. Yeah, see this one. Here, where the heck's my loop?
Yeah, I think we're all guilty of that confusion.
Great.
Yep, everybody's admitting it.
And maybe
Looking at their change and running into things.
liar, liar. I gotta find this thing. Where the hell's my stupid loop? I had it hanging here for a second. It must have fell.
But Rich, I'm gonna jump out of here for a little while, like I told you earlier when I first
Yeah,
came
hey.
on.
Do what you need to do.
but
Thanks for jumping
I'm
in.
gonna be back on later.
Don't
All
threaten
right.
me like that.
We're gonna take a nap.
You know, all the things that I'm going to lose, you know, in the future, I'm definitely not going to miss my mind. That's for sure.
Yeah, I loved always seeing that saying, of all the things I've lost in life, I'll miss my mind the most.
No, I won't miss mine. Because you won't. You won't. You lose it, you won't miss it.
Nope, that's quite true. Even if you watch videos showing you once had it, still won't help.
No, it's just an optical illusion. It was just some dirt or something that's not raised. Darn. Oh well. Yeah.
Confusion, you got videos on your channel?
Oh yeah, I do. There, you know, I wouldn't take them too seriously. I don't because I wasn't going to start making some serious videos until I get at least where I can do some presentation on the screen, because I can't do anything like that with a phone. It's just too difficult to deal with it all at once. Yeah. When I get a computer, you know, at least at the very least, some sort of laptop, you know, I could do all that stuff like everybody else. You know, you can do, you know, do the little arrows and highlights and all that good stuff. It's, you know, so you know, some of the videos I did aren't really, you know, that serious. You know, there are some like, you know, like I thought, you know, maybe I discovered something or I talk about a certain series, you know, but yeah.
Well, Roadrunner, keep in mind, I told you the other night that Adobe Premiere has a mobile app.
Yeah, but the thing about it is I don't like dealing with these freaking phones. You know, it's just too much for me. You know, it takes too much time, and I don't have the time to sit down and do that all the time. So, you know, and I just don't want to be putting out mediocre, half-assed videos anymore. You know, if I'm going to put something out, I'll put it out. You know, otherwise, but you know, I like I told Ken, you know, if I do, you know, he's like, just go ahead and do it, you know, whatever anyway, you know, and I'm like, dude, I can't do a serious video without, you know, without upgrading my system or, you know, to a computer. And he's like, yeah, you can. I don't know, I can't, because it's, you know, I'm doing it half-assed. It's still half-assed, and I don't like to do, you know, half-assed it. That's just how I am, you know. You know, doing, you know, whenever I put out a video, I'm considered half-assed.
Well,
But I know I could do way better and get, you know, and it'll be, you know, the way I wanted it to begin with. You know?
a lot of people won't know that difference, but I understand.
True, but I will. That's you know, that's just personal preference. That's all.
Well, and here's the funny thing about me. I wouldn't call myself a professional editor, but I'm a semi-pro editor, and I could do some pretty crazy things, and I have yet to do any of my videos with any real editing at all. So
Yeah, I understand that. You know, I'm not trying to go for perfection or anything like that. I just want to be accurate, and you know, I've told people my number one law is assumption and mother all fuck ups, and I'm not gonna put, you know, and I don't compromise that unless I absolutely have to, or I feel that, you know, it doesn't make a difference, you know, as far as personal you know, view, you know, my point of view.
Yeah.
But when I'm serious about something, I won't compromise that for that number one law in my life. It's all, you know, you mix an acid, you mean, no, mother all. That's all there is to it. Okay, I can give away this nickel too. This Filipino nickel. Give away a Canadian dime too. Silver one. See what this one's about. All right. See, I think you should be able to see it on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, I'll give you the screen again.
Yeah, this thing works pretty good.
Yeah, it's real clear.
Yeah, it works off the USB or the Wi-Fi. As far as I don't have a computer, so I don't know if it works off how it works with a regular computer. Up. Something happened. Still there?
Yep.
Okay. My screen timed out for a second here.
Yeah, you're still showing.
No, my main screen went dead for a second. I just timed out real quick. Yeah, it's the 63, I think. Yeah, it's a silver. Look at the plastic right now. And no need to go that close on these times. What's going on here? Can't see the jewel. What's going on? There it is. It's just a little glare.
Yeah, Michael, you put us in awe with those coins. So anytime.
Something turned the jewel black.
Huh.
That's odd. I've never seen it like that before. Just a carbon spot, probably. Surprised with silver. Might just be a tarnish. Something got on there. I don't know of any 63 Canadian varieties at all, really, as far as silver goes.
Yeah, I don't know on the.
I mean, at least with this 63 anyway. I have seen common stuff that looks like, I mean, I've seen like one coin at one point, and then I'll see the same coin or the same date, and I'll see the same kind of issue with it. Like there is a variety of some sort. This isn't the 63, 68. I wonder why it's got something on it. I don't know. These are supposed to be, some of them are supposed to be silver too. There's supposed to be a way you can find out. All right, next. No, not that one. Oh. Where's that? Where's it at? The lamination, I think this one. Oh, it's just a repunch. That's right. I thought this one was dramatic. No, it's just tilted. Looks like the bars are getting out.
Pretty thin on that top of the D.
It's kind of, I haven't gotten it straight there.
Oh, okay.
I think it maybe double die a little bit. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe. I don't know too many varieties about this with this date. Kind of gave up on messing around with the 56 and 57. It was just too much of a headache. I thought, I'll get back to them, but yeah, it's double. All right, just another V-punch mint mark. Okay, here's the silver dime. Here's one I'm gonna give away too. This will be given away in the auction. Wednesday.
Well, I didn't realize there was that many people involved. That's great.
That's assuming it's as far as I know, it's a go. So that's what he was saying. Let's get the blunt
Cool.
9 on here. Yeah, it's blunt 9 on. It's a mosquito. Damn it. I may have to sign off here for a second because I don't let crap like that fly around me. I don't let it live for long. Normally, you know, I don't mess with anything like that. You know, it's not that big of a deal as far as the critters go. But mosquitoes, anything that's coming after me and wanting to stab me, it's got a death wish.
Yeah. What was that large prehistoric thing that flew into the screen?
It was a little mosquito, you know, common mosquito, but you know, I just don't like those things. You know, they're out to suck my blood. Yeah, you know, not before I get his. A little doubled, nothing serious there. Minor, blunt 9, little cutties around there, little something there. This is AU, BU, yeah, something like that. Some of these rosies get the ear varieties too sometimes. Yeah, no big deal. I don't care. They got so many different varieties on these things. It's just not something I collect or care about really. Nope, no full bands, barely. Yeah, it's not too great on the reverse here.
Hey, Roadrunner, you're on a dark screen.
No. Yeah, my power might be going out because I'm using it for the scope. Hold on a second.
All right.
Yeah, it's going dead. It's going dead. I'm out of here.
All righty. Hey, well, thanks a lot.
All right. Later.
Showing them off. Nice seeing some of your stuff that you hadn't seen before. And
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah, I actually cleaned up now, so yeah, a little bit. So this is stuff I'm gonna. I was putting it aside for the giveaway for the auction. So I'll catch you later.
okay. Hey, have fun. Good luck on your auction.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
There goes Roadrunner. Beep beep.
Bye bye.
It's not a dramatic ending if you take this long, Roadrunner. All right, Roadrunner is out of the stream. So, is there anybody else like to come up and chat coins with us? Feel free. I'll put the link in the chat. And keep in mind, you can do it with your phones. It is pretty hard on them. It uses a lot of power, so make sure that you're up there on your power or have your plug close. Yeah, Butchie, me too. I know a lot of the guys tell me that I've got a heck of a lot more coins than the little shops that they go to, but well, you are in a share alike relationship. That's what happens. No, I didn't see it. I'll look right now. Yeah, when you guys see something questionable, oh, Yeah, and I went back to get rid of him, but I didn't show up in my chat, so I thought that Rhonda got rid of it. Let me go back up and look here again. If you guys ever have issues, just say something, and we'll make sure it gets out of there. There, he should be gone. But thank you. Just tell Rhonda, guys. She's in here on her own, so sometimes it goes a little fast. Yeah, it was harmless, but kind of obvious. Timed out on confusion. Rhonda, email me what you're talking about so I can understand. And just send me an email when you have issue like that so I can, sometimes I have a hard time finding it. Paint your deck. Oh, I've got to deal with that soon. Luckily, I got a lot of young kids in the neighborhood. Well, young kids, 18 to 20-year-olds. I'm really bad at doing that. Kiwi Adventures, hey, New Zealand, all right. I got a pretty fair New Zealand coin collection. It'd be fun to have a bunch of my international viewers in here to go through a whole bunch of stuff and get their opinions on some of my coins. Most of my stuff is from the 40s to the 60s. Welcome to the stream. Well, Butchie, I had a furniture shop for a lot of years, so dealt with a lot of contractors and stuff. Did a lot of that work myself when I was younger, so I just get somebody that has good common sense and tell them what I expect and don't, and set them up so they'll succeed. Normally turns out pretty good. So anybody want to come up? It's okay. In a minute here, I'll start showing something else and get you guys watching some coins rolling through here. So should we take a vote for what you guys want to see? Why don't you guys comment? Yeah, painting your kids' room is a whole nother thing because that's not painting. That's normally excitement with all the new decorations you're going to put up and color coordinating everything. I always loved that. I had two girls, so they were always extreme on their colors. Hot pinks and hot purples, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. And they were going through their color hairs. It was pretty funny. Little blondes that could get some pretty high colors, really rich colors. It was pretty funny. Yeah, New Zealand has some pretty cool coins. It's a lot of animals. Some just found there, which is cool. Hawaiian blue, yeah, that is a good one. I always gave my girls a hard time for doing the pinks because everybody does pinks. It's like you can have any color you want. You sure you want to do pink? They always did a pink phase. My granddaughters haven't yet. Thousands of them? Nice. Oh, the boys go through that phase too. I I'm old school. I mean, really old school, and I always had blacks but I also did a lot of growing up through the early '60s, and I had special colors that would only show up when my black lights were on. I had about 8 strobe lights and had revolving lights that put things on the walls that were constantly spinning around the room. Definitely a hippie hangout. Bunch of large cent coppers. I wish I had a bunch of large cent coppers. I have probably a dozen of them, but they're not that great. I can show a few of them off though, if that's what you guys want to see. Here, let me show a real nice foreign coin that I have been showing lately. It's actually a really nice coin. I don't know how valuable they are. I don't really go by that with my coins. I always go by what I like. Some of my cheapest coins have real nice tones on them. They're really high in the on my list. Yeah, that's pretty common, Butchie. Anybody want to guess a date on this one? Yeah, you know, a lot of them. What date you think, Kiwi? I'm going to call you Kiwi because I'm so sure I'm not going to say the first one right. 1940. Nice. Anybody else? Come on, guys. Just give a guess. Be fun to see who comes closest. Okay, Butchie. That's a pretty wide spread. 1940 to 1895. 1875. Good. Anybody else before I turn it over? Oops. 1887. Yeah, it's a 1 penny. Yeah, it's a really great coin. It's got tons of detail. Let's see if I can show you guys a little more detail on this coin. There we go. See, the fields are pretty clean. There's a little bit of fuzz in there from those stupid foam. The older foams, this one I did a long time ago. The first of the airtight foams had, when you pulled the center out, it left a lot of fuzz. I now know to use my little negative blower to keep it clean. Yeah, you know, a lot of people never really know what these actually look like because so much of it's worn, but they're awesome. I think I have one that's a little older, but it's in worse condition. This is certainly my nicer one. And I love the color. If you guys could see the color, it looks pretty good on the screen, but it's just a really rich chocolate with a lot of highlights. It's really cool. Yeah, I imagine the big coppers never survived the ground too long. Do the dates last, Kiwi, or are the dates normally gone too? Because they do have that overhead bar that sometimes saves the date a little bit. And it's a thicker date, but green. Huh. Guess it depends on what you've got in the ground, the minerals and stuff over there. Alrighty. And I've been showing this one off. And it's actually in very poor condition, but I just love the flowing hairs. No date, but I'm pretty sure it's 1800. But for those of you that don't know, normally when you can see this much face and hair detail, this is several $100s. Yeah, I was curious about that, Kiwi. Well, that's cool. At least you get the dates. What's the oldest one you've gotten? Because I don't know how far back those ones go. Yeah, flowing hairs. Oh, I just love them. The silver flowing hairs are my favorite coins. That was it 1865 or 6, or excuse me, 1796, 95, I think, something like that. Those flowing hairs. Oh, I saw one $50, and they had one that was like MS63, and it was neat. It was okay, but oh my goodness, the one that was the MS61 had the richest tones to it and just made the face and the hair just jump. Oh, I would have never traded that one. Oh, the reals are awesome. I have a few, but my good ones are my grandkids, because when the pirate stuff was going on with Johnny Depp and all that stuff, my grandkids really got into realizing that I had coins that went back to pirates. So, if I even had some cut ones. Okay, I'll show the back of that one just so you guys can see what the back looked like. The backs of these coins normally took a pretty hard beating as far as their details. You see this one's pretty bad. It's got the full rim, or mostly full rim, but a lot of that's worn off. So this is a half cent. 1/200th of a dollar. Yeah, kids love them pirates. Even my granddaughters. In fact, my oldest daughter, she's got so many darn pictures of herself with the Johnny Depp lookalike pirates from all their trips to the different places. It's hilarious. The family all knows, and she's got a big family, 5 kids. They all know when there's a pirate there to have pictures taken that looks like Johnny, and they might as well go get lunch. Mom's going to be a while. Oh, nice. Yeah, this one's in pretty good condition considering its grade. So, and let's see, I thought I had one more half set here that I could show. Yeah, this one's a nice one. It's worn, but there's so many collectors out there that already have the top of everything and have real nice coins, and then they start doing these collections with the um, extremely worn coins that have a lot of beauty. I've seen some amazing uh, about good threes, good fours, and it's important that they have like Liberty still showing, and the date's important, but the rest of the coin can have some pretty heavy wear. But what they're after is really clean coins, so higher grade coins that just wore down with natural wear, but didn't get all the dings and dents. I've seen some really amazing collections, and people pay big bucks for these when they're really, really pretty. And this one has too much detail on it for most of those guys. Standing Liberties. It's 1940. Now, most of my New Zealand coins are probably right around that. And I have a lot more recent ones too, I believe. So that one's pretty cool. And let me move this stuff out of the way. I have all my raw seeded coins. It'll take me just a minute to pull them up. Let me give you a real nice one to look at. Come on. There we go. Give me just a minute, guys and gals. Sorry, I don't do that on purpose. And my granddaughters always give me heck about it. So I will become more aware. Hey. So it's fun handling all these smaller coins. I love the little half dimes and the trimes, the silver trimes. I can't imagine having this in normal days for actual currency use. My goodness, that would be so difficult. Alrighty. Huh. Sorry, I guess I can put up what I'm reading. Yeah, I think that's goes for a lot of countries. Oh my goodness. Is it on your website, Michael? I'd love to take a look at that one. That's crazy. Well, if you got a couple mule coins, that's pretty amazing. Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, that is definitely something I could show. I've got some fantastic ones. Awesome. Yeah, I'll check it out. I go through your site quite a bit. Look at those coins. I wish I could afford or find in local collections, and then let them know who they can sell them to. So I've been pretty lucky on my coin collection. You guys got to understand that it's all by the luck of the draw here. If you're in the right place at the right time, sometimes you get lucky and you fall into something like I did actually many times. My main coin collection, the biggest one I purchased was from family friends. And their parents actually, when I was 13, are the ones that got me collecting some of the, because I was always collecting the bankrolls and stuff, pennies, nickels, even the dimes, but they were showing me the seeded coins and all the fractionals. And yeah, I just didn't even know those were around. We didn't have that much information. You got a coin book that showed some of those coins. It was like they were just foreign coins. That was in the 60s. So what do you guys think the date on this one is? Yeah, oh, I hear you there, Michael. And I know the profit margin for that is pretty slim at times and even slimmer at others. But at least you got to put them up on your site and under your channel. That's pretty cool. 1930, 1901, 35, 26. Oh, good. Lots of people guessing. Come on, Confusion. Throw a guess out there. You too, Rhonda. Coin Collector Ohio. Hey, how you doing? I had some really neat ones that I sold when I got the big collection because I knew I couldn't afford to keep them, and they're what paid off my $15,000 tab. All right, here we go. Rhonda, you gonna guess? Oh, good. And the winner is 1927. I keep forgetting they don't turn like our coins. Okay. Three pence. Let me off this. Here we go. Pretty nice looking coin, actually. And small like our half dimes. I've got quite a few of these. I really like these ones. Here's another one. And because you guys have already guessed on this type, I'll just go ahead and show you the date. Unfortunately, they wear really bad. Normally, the little coins, they sometimes don't wear quite as bad, but the Canadian 5 cent and 3 pence ones seem to. 1907. Yeah, I bet you do, Kiwi. Yep, you were close. Yeah, I have fun doing the guessing grades, guessing dates. I'm not that good at the foreign coins, though. I have a bunch of them. Okay, let me show my Buffalo nickels while I dig for the rest. Oh, Buffalo nickel. Oh, nickels. Here we go. Oh, I see what the problem is. This camera is really touchy if it's not level. Or sometimes even when it is. There we go. These are both 1913, type 1 and 2. Oh, nice. 3-leg buffaloes for trade. A couple of coins, lightly cleaned, but looks great. Oh my goodness, how nice. Nice to see it in high grade. Nice, Michael. Okay, guys. Those of you that aren't subscribed, if you want to subscribe to a channel that shows some of the most amazing coins on our channels or on our community, check out Michael Kittle's Rare Coins. And hope that you're already subscribed, but if you're not, fantastic channel. You bet, Michael. Oh, okay, I'll put this up too. He has something planned for the 1,000, of course. Hopefully, he can get other channels involved, still working it out. But we'll be emailing. Yep, please let me know. I'll gladly chip in or participate, whatever you want to do. Yeah, that's great. So somebody, oh, here we go. I saw Michael's comment. I thought somebody had one. Yeah, they're awesome. I would love to have one of those. Okay, give me just 1 second, guys. I need to get a box out of the other room. So I think I'll show you guys something that I just found recently. A lot of people aren't aware of these. And I know a lot of you see a lot of Canadian coins. So I know it doesn't look like it's in great shape, but it actually is probably a little better than extra fine. This is a magnetic coin. They did a couple of steel type coins for their nickels, 1853 and 55. This one is known as an NSF. It is a far leaf variety. They have a near leaf variety as well. But the key thing that you have to look for to have it be a valuable coin, because this one at extra fine 40 is over 400 bucks. And you see the leaves there. There's a little bit of space from the rim to the leaf. The other coin will have, oops, the leaf touching the rim. That's a near leaf. Unfortunately, that one has no value. Here, I thought I had 4 valuable ones, but there's one more key thing you have to watch for. Let me start my other camera so I can show you guys that. And then I'll get on to showing some other coins, but this is a neat one that anybody can come across. I was telling Rhonda the other day, if you go to your local coin shops and rummage through their world coins, it's something to keep open or to keep looking for. Let's see if I grab the right one because I put them both on my table. Oh yeah. So look at the Roman numerals. It needs to be flared at the bottom like that. I forget what they call that on the serifs, but the flared bottoms and most of the letters have flares. Yeah, I'm sure too, Michael. There's some of these guys have the world coins and they're not coin collectors at all. They're running a jewelry shop and gold and silver place to get stuff and have no clue on most of the coins. My 1837 half dime was found in a world coin bin. I paid a couple dollars for it, but ended up taking it back and offering more to the guy because he was a local coin collector dealer shop that I deal with. So as soon as I get there you go. Flared just a little tiny bit, mostly straight on the Roman numerals. And this is, again, look here and you'll see the shoulder folds. The N in the beginning of the NFS that I said is what this, or NSF is what this coin is described as, is for no shoulder folds. So that one you can see the shoulder folds. This one has none. So pretty cool coin, not bad for a Canadian nickel. I found this one in my Canadian nickel folder that I have that was part of that big collection I bought. So they had tons. I've got large cent, small cent, nickel, dime, quarter, half dollars. I had almost completely full books. It was great. It's a lot of fun going through that. But that's a good one to keep your eyes on. Let me go back to my other camera. Yeah, I wish I had my the channel that I was using for those Canadian errors. It was a fantastic channel. Let's see. No, it didn't put it up. It was like CanadianCoins.com or CanadasCoins.com. I forget which one, but oh, what a great site. It had wonderful information, photos of everything. There's actually another variety of that coin, and it's a no chrome, and it's like double the values. So if you find that with no chrome or chromanium, whatever it is, then you have a coin that's, even the ones that are the shoulder folds are worth money. So pretty neat. Not bad for nickels from Canada. So I'll just start in on some of my world larger coins first. You know, confusion. I have an iPhone 5. I've been too cheap to upgrade my phone because I don't hardly go anywhere. So I just see no reason for updating my phone right now. But the thing that's probably going to get me to change that is that program, because the coin, is it CoinScope or CoinOscope? I know that it does the foreign coin identifications, and everybody's really praising it right now. Well, Rhonda, you might ask a few people, because everybody that I've seen talk about it have had really good luck with it. So, and I don't know if it was Lemonhead or Roadrunner that had said CoinScope. Okay. That it was just a fantastic program that they were utilizing as well. So these are really beautiful. The Mexican money is really neat. The only issue is there's very little rhyme. Well, I'm sure there's some kind of rhyme and reason for it, but their silver values jump all over the place. As a kid, I got all excited when I came across a whole bunch of these at a garage sale. Not this particular coin, but a Mexican silver. And so I packed them all up and took them to the coin shop, and he offered me $2 or something like that for all these coins. He must have had 40 coins. And he laughed and said, well, you got to pay attention to the number on there. That shows that it has 10% silver. Yeah. Okay, let me raise this up a little bit more. I must be right at the breaking point for this. There we go. Oh, okay. So it is CoinScope. Okay, what's the CoinScope? Confusion. Because if it's something that'll benefit people on the community, I wouldn't mind knowing. It might be one I can run. iPhone 5s can't run the CoinOscope. And I have so many that have foreign languages on them, and you just can't. I can't tell what they are. Maybe you can. I had a very multilingual. I actually have a couple of those ones. I'll go ahead and show this one. It's probably in a little better condition. Had Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, and French being spoken at our family reunions. Now, unfortunately, I have a couple nice ones, but they just don't show up too well. Oh, that one actually shows up fairly good. This one's really a pretty coin. It's not flat like that. It has high luster, so those colors are really rich. And the other side is so toned that it normally doesn't show up at all. But it's showing up a little better today. All right. 1963 Canadian dollar. Yep. Definitely has an O in the middle. Or, well, that's what I had thought. But I'll be the first one that always say that I am never 100% positive about anything I do. Sometimes I come close to about 90% though. So this one's in really good condition, but the toning has started to turn bad. Whenever you get that dark toning, the black part of it, you don't want that. It ruins the values normally. Oh, and I see I'm turning US coins. Gotta remember I'm doing Canada. Everything's upside down. 66 Canadian dollar. I really like this design. And I really like these ones. In fact, I'll see if I can find my copper Mexican coin. I had just shown Rhonda the other day. Oh, cool. Here it is. So I have about 300 coins in this bag of airtight coins. So I don't always find things I'm looking for. Yeah, I even with the black toning confusion, I still think it's gorgeous. I don't have problems with the black tonings. I just realized that the values aren't there because of it. So this one's really cool, 1948. So 90% silver, which is great. Anything over 80 is good. Well, silver is silver, but if you're trying to mass silver in your collection, you should try to stick with 80% or higher. Yeah, you know, it's pretty neat that so much. I love seeing everybody doing coin hunts and ending up with the silvers coming or the coins coming from our nearby countries. Yeah, it's a great looking coin. This one's in pretty good shape. I have about 3 or 4 of them. And then the one I was just talking about, this one, oh, you can almost, I should leave it there. Now, if you see that color in the highlight over the end of this, the ADOS and the NOS and Mexicanos, that color is throughout the entire coin. This coin, if you rotate it, looks like the oil slicks do with all the neon colors. It's just gorgeous. And it's a fairly high grade coin. Let's see if it'll do it. Yeah, see, as I turn it, that all stays open. Now you get to see some of the hot pinks and reds in the middle of the coin. It's just beautiful. What I see most is when you have higher grade coins that have just been, put in a drawer or whatever, they get these gorgeous colors. Normally it's going to be because of the other coins that are in the drawer with it. Nickel and copper and silver tends to cause a lot of this to start toning and oxidizing, because of course that's what all of this is oxidation. There we go. 1966, 20 centavos. An absolute gorgeous coin. And this whole series is beautiful. The 66 series, I'm not sure how many years it is, but I offered to him. So we know people that do the high value coins are very busy people. So I'm glad that he's here at all. But maybe someday we can get Michael to come up and share some fun stuff with us. And I don't even care if this stuff is high value when it's really cool coins. I'm fine with that. But the high value ones are fun to watch too. Alrighty. Now I'm going to show some odd coppers and other metals just so you guys can see some of this stuff in higher grades. There we go. Sierra Leone. Yeah, it's really easy. Most people don't have to watch any videos or nothing because it's that simple. It uses the browsers, so there's no software to download. It's really neat. Next week, I'll go ahead and pay for this one, and you'll see my my icons, my avatars, and stuff being presented on it instead of powered by StreamYard. It gives you the option for all kinds of branding options. You can do logos, overlays, you can do video backgrounds. It's pretty crazy. It's got a lot of options. So there's options for all kinds of stuff. So makes it really neat. Yep, and if you're on the phone, they've actually gotten better in the last couple weeks. But they were saying that they were experimental on the phones. And every once in a while we'd have somebody drop off, but they'd be back up in just a minute. So, and yeah, you got camera choices. It gives you a stock camera so you can have your camera not showing. You have a settings option that allows you to change your mic input or your camera input. So if you've got more cameras, you can switch through them all. The nice thing about this one is if you put your invite link on the chat and somebody who shouldn't be going up tries to come up, they get put on a waiting bar. So you pick who you want to come into the stream. They don't automatically show up, which is great. I really like that. So I highly recommend this. So, and if you've got a big channel and you tell people to use the link for getting a discount on this if they pay for it, they send you like a $10 credit, and that's per invite that starts a. Hey, all right, Michael is going to join. Michael, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Okay, there's
I
an
think I gotta
echo.
mute my
Yep, that's all you have to do. I forgot to
computer for
mention
this
that
to work,
one.
right? I don't know.
No
I
problem.
can hear you.
So,
Let's see.
here, I'll mute you for just a second until you can hit that. You just need to go to the YouTube that was playing my stream and just click on mute on the volume. Or phone.
So what am I supposed? How do I do this? Do I gotta mute my computer to hear? I don't know how I can hear you if I mute my computer because I just keep hearing myself.
Yeah, it should just be muting the YouTube video that you had running, because you'll be on stream now, so you'll hear through that. So just click on the video that you were watching just now and mute that, and that should solve the issue.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, I just closed the whole YouTube window, which was probably a mistake, but
Nope, but I don't think you can see the chat that way.
yeah,
But
let me open it back up and I'll mute it like you said.
yeah.
There we go. Cool.
Well, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, I figured if I'm avoiding enough work there, I'll just pop in and say hello at least and check it out.
Well, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have too much to show here. Just got some things on my desk. I was doing some videos of some Philippines coins the other day, which was kind of fun.
Nice.
Yeah. So I got one of those there. That's 1 centavo, 1909s.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, these are fun because it's a key date, just like the 1909 San Francisco's are of the regular U.S. coins. And it's just fun to think that these were minted, same time, same place as like the SVDB and the 1909S Indians. And yeah, just kind of a fun coin.
Yeah, and a good time to have a higher grade one because the values are going way up.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, pretty much all I don't know why I got so much glare on my, maybe turn one of my lights off. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, the big coin collection I bought, the family went to the Philippines over and over. I have tons of them. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, just something fun. Let's see. I'm trying to get both windows open at the same time, but I'm having trouble with that. Let's see if I can. There we go. I think I figured it out.
I don't know the phone one. I've never used my phone, so normally people figure it out fairly quick.
Yeah, it took me a while to even figure out how to use that OBS software to do a stream, but this webcam that I got, usually like when I first turn it on like that, it's super bright and so much glare I can't even stand it. But like in the OBS software, there's some settings to adjust that. But like I said, I just plugged this in and started the StreamYard, and I don't see any real settings for that, so I just shut one of my lights off.
Yeah.
But when I'm sitting here, it looks really dark. It's kind of weird.
No, it actually looks just fine.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, here's a couple other Philippines ones that I got there with it too. I was doing the whole set of the 1909s. This one's the 20 centavos. It's the AU58. It's kind of fun. And the designs on these are just awesome. It's got Lady Liberty there.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
I have a lot of the 1908, 1907 ones, the big dollars.
And there's one of the 50 centavos there. Yeah, I pulled out my Philippines coins for my set because one of my friends bugged me enough to finally, because I had all the different ones from 1909, and he finally bugged me enough to sell, for me to sell my 10 centavos to him because he's been putting a whole set together, and I had the one he needed. So
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's been fun.
And keep in mind, you don't have to have something to show to come on up on the channel.
No, I understand that, but I figured I'm sitting here and I got some stuff sitting here, so why not? Got to have something under the camera while it's on.
You bet.
And
And
I just did a trade with Gold Washington too. I got to send that out tomorrow. That's kind of fun.
cool. Yeah, this community's really turned out some really a lot of people showing up for the benefits and stuff. I think it's so great.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Now, are the deminted coins from Denver, or did they have their own mint for the Philippines? Because
most of the Philippines coins were done in Philadelphia, San Francisco, and some from Denver as well. And then 1920, they opened up the Manila Mint in the Philippines, which is a branch of the U.S. Mint. So some of the coins have M mint mark.
Interesting. I wondered about that.
Yeah, they did a really cool metal when they opened up the mint in the Philippines. It's called the Wilson dollar. It's in the so-called dollar series. So it's got Wilson on one side, and on the other side, it's like the Lady Liberty showing a baby like how to mint coins, which a baby's supposed to be the Philippines, and it's a really popular so-called dollar and real low mintage.
Wow, that sounds interesting.
Yeah. And when you try to find them, a lot of them have real bad saltwater damage because, like a lot of the later Philippines coins, especially when the Japanese came in and took over the Philippines during World War II, the people at the mint threw all the silver coins into the Manila Bay, so the Japanese couldn't get them. And then after the war, all that was recovered, but it all has saltwater damage. So a lot of Philippines coins you'll see have saltwater damage from that.
I'll be darned. Some interesting history. That's great.
Yeah.
So how long ago did you start collecting?
Oh, I've collected coins ever since I remember, just when I was a kid. Like my parents, they each ran businesses, and I'd go through their change, just finding wheat pennies and whatever I could find to fill up my albums pretty much, and been pretty much hooked ever since. I mean, I didn't really collect much when I was a teenager and in college, and just because of other interests and lack of money, but came back to it.
That's great. As so many are, it's neat seeing all these 40, 50-year-olds coming back in saying, had a nice collection as a kid and kept seeing the coins and kept intriguing me, and finally dug out the few I had and started collecting again. Pretty cool.
Yeah, fun stuff.
So for those of you that don't know, I know there's just a few people here, but check out his website. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I need to update that a little bit more often. I just don't really. I do it all myself, and it's using 20-year-old HTML technology pretty much, just so which is about the limit of how I know how to do it. So it seems to work okay, but it's just sometimes to update it a lot takes a while.
Yeah.
But the advantage of that using the old technology is it runs real fast on even slow connections, because all it is one page of code instead of all this fancy stuff people do on their sites now.
Yeah. Normally those are just the gamer kids, and they don't check out our coins that often. So
yeah, not too often.
That's great. So what's been your favorite coin to sell? Do you have a favorite?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say. I don't know if I really have any favorites that I've. I got a lot of cool ones that I have sold in the past. I mean, like I was just mentioning in chat, I had that 1937 Proof 67 Cameo Buffalo nickel. That was a real fun one.
Yeah,
I don't see Buffalo nickels with Cameo too often. I think there's only like a handful of them that have ever been graded with that.
Yeah,
I just got real lucky in an auction with that. It's something I would never really buy for myself or inventory, because you know, it just goes for so much, and I don't like to have too much tied up in the one coin if I can avoid it. But when that one came up for bidding, it was just starting so low, and I just threw a bid in, and no one else bid, and
Wow.
taking it home.
I'm shocked. That's strange.
Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy. So I mean, it just, you know, it's one of those things, like you go to an auction and you just got to prepare to, you know, you do your research ahead of time and price things out and just be ready to bid on everything, because you don't know what they're going to open up at. And yeah, that one, for example, I mean, I bought that coin for $6,000 in the auction and then sold it probably 3 or 4 weeks later for 11,500.
Oh, good for you.
So I mean, that was just, but I mean, I didn't really plan on buying that. It's just that when I saw it was going that low, I just knew it was way undervalued, and you just have to put that bid in.
Yeah.
But so I mean, yeah. So like when I go through an auction catalog, I go to the lot viewing and look through everything I can and write down the ones that I like or ones I think that I would like to have on my website or that I could sell, and price out what I'm willing to pay on most of them. And you know, in a lot auction of 1,000 lots, I might write down and do the research on 200 or 250 of them. But you know, when the live bidding comes up, I might only win 3 or 4 or 5 coins. I don't know. So it's a lot of work just to win a few coins, because you never know. But sometimes I win none. Sometimes I win a dozen. You just never know. But you got to be ready for it.
Yeah, your 1909 typeset. I just love that one. I love the years that have double coins for the same denomination. And
Oh yeah, that's great. I mean, that's one of the reasons I started with that year, because I started when I really got back in the coins. I just started doing one of those Dansko 7070 typeset albums, and you know, in a lot of those transitional years, I'd like to buy, you know, buy the Indian cent from 1909 and the Lincoln cent from 1909, and the same for all the others that have transitional years, just because it was fun. And then I just, as I was putting that together, I just found out that I liked a lot of the coins from 1909. I really liked the Barber types. And I mean, I liked all the gold coins from 1909 too, the different Indian ones and the St. Gaudens. And so and then I started looking in the registries, and no one had put together the full set of 1909s, at least not in the registry or not in really high grade. So.
And I'm shocked. I would have thought that would have been something that a lot of the bigger collectors would have really pushed for.
Oh yeah, I mean Eliasberg did it because he had one of everything. But I mean, you know, just in the registry, it was just one of those things that people hadn't really done. And I mean, but I didn't really, you know, ever let it get to my head too much and say, oh wow, I got the #1 set, even though I had it for, I think 9 years. It was #1, because I knew just at any time any of these, you know, high dollar collectors could have just swooped in and, you know, taken that #1 spot just by spending a couple $100,000 at an auction if they really wanted to take it. And so I mean, it was fun while I had it, and but you know, but after I'd put it all together, it just pretty much sat in the safe deposit box. And sometimes at the Long Beach shows, I'd, you know, have it in my case as on display. And at some point, it was just like it was a lot of money tied up, and you know, I was always wanting to put other stuff together, so you can't. It's hard to keep them forever, at least at my budget and the high grade stuff I like.
Yeah. I tried to show the younger collectors or the new collectors some of the coins that they just don't see in the higher grades, and they're so beautiful when they're in high grade, and you don't have any clue when you see these semi-slick coins.
Oh sure. Yeah.
So do you have a preference on auction house that you buy from?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, I like a couple of the different ones. I mean, I really like the way Heritage puts their stuff out, but it's just, I mean, so many people buy from Heritage, it's hard to get real good deals, so at least for buying stuff for resale. But I mean, I pretty much buy from all of them. I mean, I'll go to the Goldbergs auctions because I mean they're right down the road from me, not too far, so it's real easy to get to it, easy to do lot viewing. I mean, great collections. It's all online, but they have some good stuff there. Yeah, great collections. I just bought this off their website this weekend. Actually, it's one of the so-called dollars. It's a Bryan dollar. So it's got all the information on there saying that how much silver this contains, and it's the size of a government silver dollar, but its value is only 48 cents in gold at the time. So it's just showing the difference between gold and silver values. and this is like a real high grade, example, MS63 proof like. So I hadn't seen one this high of a grade before, so just had to buy it.
Hard to think that that is that low of value for the times being gold.
Oh yeah, well, and here's another example. Actually, I got to in a different one. That's this is the larger version. This is the opposite. So it shows you this was the size of the silver dollar, but this is how much silver you'd need to match up a gold dollar, because there was a difference in between the silver and the gold values.
That's great. What do you think about that extra large holders? Do you like those or?
I mean, it's a little bit crazy how big this one is for given how the size of it is, but I mean, I can understand the companies, they need to have their standard, sizes and to accommodate a bunch of different stuff, but I really don't like them because as a dealer, if I'm paying a lot of money to have stuff in a showcase, I mean, I can only put, eight of these in there. So, and the whole case is filled. So it just doesn't work out too well.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Fun stuff. I have a lot of fun doing the collecting. The bank rolls that I have such great coins because they're rolls I collected as a kid. Like I told you in the email, but I've got so many rolls that are key for the errors, and I do them on special occasions, or when I'm really bored, I'll pull out one of them and see if I can go through the roll and possibly find a high grade error. But
oh sure,
has not happened yet. Still looking.
Oh yeah.
69S, I've got about 10 of those rolls left. Still haven't gone all the way through them.
See, I don't mind looking through stuff like that, like 69S's and things like that, where I know that, yeah, if I do find that big variety, there's a lot of value there, but I just can't really get into looking at rolls and rolls and rolls of the same coin over and over for some minor variety that, I mean, I would guess most collectors don't even know about or care about. I just can't do it. I just get impatient, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and see, what I'm mostly looking for is that higher grade that's going to pay me, 800.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
So if I find the error, it's just a big bonus.
But I mean, I see people looking at some of these varieties that's even hard to see under their microscopes, or collectors will come to me at the shows and ask, like, if I think this is a certain variety, and they say, oh, you got to look at it with a 20 power loop or something. It's like, if I can't see it with my 10 power loop and see it clearly, then I'm just not interested in it.
Yeah, I tell the new collectors that all the time. 10 power is all you need.
Pretty much, yeah. It's all I've ever used, and even that's probably a lot more than a lot of graders would use.
Yep. I've got old eyes, so I definitely need the 10.
Well, yeah. Now, that's one fun thing about Long Beach, too, is I saw confusion saying Mrs. Long Beach or whatever. And yeah, PCGS has done that grading competition there the last few shows, which is kind of fun. So they'll hand you 20 coins that don't have grades on the labels, and you can quickly go through them and grade them and see how you do against everybody else. So.
Yeah, that's fun. Neat stuff. So, and for me, I tell people pick the coins you like the most or that you have the most of, and learn the top couple grades of that one. Try not to spread yourself thin, and it's more important to concentrate on just a couple grades.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So,
or just for one series or two, or sort of what you're really. I mean, it's hard to learn everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, once you get a good handle of grading one or two series, I mean, even if you look at something you've never seen before, like I got a couple of these later on. This here's a German Notgeld piece that I just bought. It's from 1922, 500 marks piece, real high grade, MS67. I mean, it's just real cool. And but even if you've never graded these before, you can look at this coin and probably know if you see it in hand, especially. You'd know this is a MS66, 67 or so, and if you saw it in XF, you'd probably know it's an XF once you learn to grade enough different types. So,
well, I think it's kind of a little bit of a cheat for 66 and 67 because it's so close to flawless. That helps a lot.
Well, yeah, and part of it's just you get the kind of gut feeling after a while too. Like if you look at it and you say, wow, that's from 1922 and it looks pretty much perfect, that you're not going to grade it an MS69. You're going to probably start at 67 and work your way down. It's going to be real hard to get, anything above that unless, I don't know, unless you had like 5 or 6 of them in front of you and they were all perfect, maybe you'd pick one as a 68 and the rest as a 67. But yeah, Rhonda, at coin shows about error coins. It depends. Usually they won't though, because a lot of the error coins they have to have looked at by certain error experts. So you can drop them off at the shows, but usually they have to wait until one of their error guys looks at them just to be able to tell exactly what type of error and all that stuff. It's not mostly about the grade; it's just about what they write on the label, and that's why as PCGS especially, I think their error service it's like $55 or $60 a coin now. It's just crazy because they got to have their people come in to look at that. They don't have like in-house people that do that.
Now, do they have like a jack of all trades when it comes to the errors, or do they have lots of different people that specialize in their own fields?
I think it's as far as I know, like it's usually like 1 or 2 different guys are the people they call, and sometimes it's one guy that flies in and will look at it, and that's why it takes months and months to grade some of that stuff sometimes too. It's not that your coin, it's not that they have that many error coins, and it's not that it takes that long to go through. It's mostly that maybe the guy that looks at errors only comes in once a month, so your coin sits there until he has a chance to come in and look at it. That's the way I understand it for stuff like that. And same thing for certain varieties. It's like, yeah, for stuff that major stuff that's maybe in the cherry pickers guide and stuff, they'll be able to figure it out because you've already written on the form what you think that is. But for some of like the other ones, like the Morgan Dollar VAMs and stuff like that, I think they have certain people that they have that really check that stuff.
Yeah, I've got that encyclopedia for the Morgan VAMs, and it's a great book. And I can't imagine having all that knowledge in my head. I wish I was that kind of person, but.
Well, not only that, but it's fun to be able to look through. You see a lot of the major ones that are cool and they're fun to look through, but so many of that, especially when you look at them on the VAM World website and things like that too. In addition, it's like some of that stuff is just so minor. It's like you can't even tell, but or I can't at least.
Me neither.
But
so yeah, I bought
some
that.
people. Yeah, they make a lot of money cherry picking different ones, and more power to them. That's for sure.
Yeah, and you see that a lot. People with just certain years that they're really good at the shows, digging through. So, for me, when I got over 300 of the Morgans and I started getting into the VAMs, I bought that encyclopedia and I just put it down and decided, well, I'll just pick a couple years and start spending a month or so going through these. Too much, man. There's so much to some of those.
Looks like Confusion's leaving us. Have a good night.
Hey, thanks for stopping Confusion.
It's not getting late. It's getting early. Wow. Uh-oh.
Almost 3 a.m. California.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
fun.
So much fun. I love listening to the excitement in some of these new collectors or young collectors when they think they've found something good and their ideas and stuff. You can tell that they've really, done their homework and pretty cool.
Oh yeah, some of them absolutely.
In fact, there was a 12-year-old kid in New York, and this was like 6 years ago that I was subbed to him. Currency, the old U.S. currency. Oh my gosh, this kid knew his notes. He actually had people flying out to him to go over their collections. And
wow.
The kid was 12 years old, but his parents were very wealthy, and he had a huge collection. And he had personally gone to the shows and bought this stuff after learning and, and then had a huge collection. And that was really cool. He's probably 18 now. Yeah. I haven't seen him around. He's probably got his own business and is very busy.
We're busy with college and stuff and just not in the coins for a little bit. And we'll be back once he's done with that. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing. Like I learned right away. It's like, when you're a dealer at these shows, especially, it's like you can't judge any books by their cover. I mean, you get a 13-year-old coming to your table wanting to look at a $5,000 coin. You can't, brush it aside because you never know what people have or what they're interested in, and it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's got to be a big eye opener for a lot of new dealers coming into it, because I know that would be. I always let the kids, get my advice and stuff anyway. So I would have helped the kid anyway. But there's so many out there that they're just not kid friendly, or they just don't worried that they're gonna
Sure.
waste their time. Or
I just remember even before I became a dealer, just when I first started getting back in the coins, and I'd be just walking around the shows with my backpack and stuff, and I'd ask to look at a real nice Indian cent that might be, priced at $1,000 or so, and you get an occasional dealer would be like, "Oh, you realize how much that costs?" or something. It's like, yeah, I kind of do, but it's like, most people they've been there. At least the ones here in Southern California, they realize that sometimes the kids are buying for their parents, or they just got the money anyway. But yeah, I had one kid, he's probably 14, 15 years old. It was probably about 5 years ago at Long Beach. I had a NGC MS69 Morgan dollar in my case. It was on consignment from a guy, which is like, there's only a few Morgan dollars that have graded MS69, so it's like a pretty big deal. And he asked to look at it. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'll let you look at it. And takes a look at it, and he makes no real comments. He goes, okay, thanks. And then the next day it's like him and his dad are wanting to buy it. So it's kind of crazy.
that's great. Wow, MS69. That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. It was like, it was basically perfect. I mean, it looked like, one of those proof, deep cameo Morgans with like the cheek real frosty and not a mark on it, but it was a 1880S, so it definitely wasn't approved.
Wow, that's fantastic. So we were just talking about this tonight. One of the viewers was saying that somebody had offered him an MS70 Franklin. And we were trying to explain to him that, as far as most of us knew, nothing's ever made it that far up the grades, not for Franklins. What's the highest Franklin you've heard of for the Mint State ones?
I mean, I've seen like real nice like NGC tone ones, like 68 stars and maybe even like a 68 plus star. And I think it was one at Goldberg auction a couple years ago that I think the reserve was like $20,000 on a Franklin half just because of the toning and the color. And it's possible it was an MS69, but I want to say it was an MS68, and it didn't sell because it was just way too high. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's maybe one or two that are graded 69 at either NGC or PCGS, but definitely no 70s. I mean, I know PCGS just was really scared to grade anything too old a 70 anymore because they had to pay out so much under their grading guarantees over the years, especially on Lincoln cents.
Yeah, and the only thing I could figure is if maybe when the grading had first started that somebody had a really good 63 that, had been tucked away really well.
But, I mean, I guess that's possible, yeah. But I mean, I've never heard of one being a 70 for sure.
Yeah. Well, neat that you got to have that 69 Morgan. That had to be just gorgeous.
What it was is, I mean, I had saw that in lot viewing. It was at a Stax Bowers auction, and I was just flipping through the boxes of coins. And when you're flipping through the boxes of coins at an auction, for anybody listening that hasn't done it before, it's like you'll be flipping through and there'll be, like a $500 coin and then like a $1,200 coin and then all of a sudden a $40,000 coin and then all of a sudden a $500 coin. And some auction houses, they don't really separate them. It's just one after another, and it's kind of fun. But so I was just flipping through the Morgan dollars, just looking for anything special. And all of a sudden I didn't even look in the catalog to see that they were selling this. And all of a sudden it's like, holy cow, an MS69. And I started looking at it and like, wow, that is cool. That would be awesome to have that. And so I started doing some price research and realized that, yeah, it's not something that I could really afford to have just for inventory. But I made a couple phone calls to people that I knew that might be interested and found a guy that wanted to put a couple bids in, and he won it, at the, low enough price to like I recommended he should buy it. And then right away he says, yeah, put it in your case a few times. Let's see if we can make some money. And so it's kind of fun.
So how much of your business is like that? You already know that you have somebody form before you're purchasing a coin. Is that a pretty big percentage of your?
I wouldn't say it's too big. I mean, I'd say like I said, if I'm looking at a bunch of stuff in an auction and I just know it's something that's a little out of my wheelhouse, or I can't afford it, or it's just something I really wouldn't want, but I kind of know a person that might. I mean, yeah, I'll make a phone call or do it, and if they want me to buy it for them, like represent them in the auction, I'll make a couple percent, I guess, or work out some kind of a deal. But sometimes it's just, I'll make the call or let somebody know, and sometimes I don't even make anything on it, and then if that person later sells it, then they might kick me a little bit of a bonus. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that's a huge part of business. I don't know. I mean, I'd say a lot of it's just me buying and selling my own stuff, and then there's another chunk of it that's where people will come to me at at the Long Beach shows I set up in particular. Somebody will come up to me with a box of coins and want me to buy them all, and it's like $10,000 worth of stuff, and maybe I just don't want to spend the $10,000. So I said, hey, let's just take that on consignment, and I'll try to sell it for even more, and then I'll just make a few percent. So I can do a good amount of consignment stuff that way, which I like doing because then I don't have to lay out the cash for it, and and then I can try to sell it for more for people.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's taking care of people important in this business. I can imagine the reputations come and go pretty quick.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're, I mean, it's pretty much any business where you're dealing with a lot of trust on one side of the transaction or a lot of cash involved, and the coin business has both of that. It's reputation's huge, and if you start screwing people over, word spreads pretty fast, and you won't be in business very long. At least you won't have the repeat business, but because there are a lot of dealers that set up that basically have the pawn shop model. I mean, I don't want to throw all pawn shops under the bus, but you go into places like that and they might offer you 25% of what it's worth, but every now and then someone actually sells instead of just walking out upset, so I mean, they make a lot of money on on the transactions they do. And there's a lot of dealers that do that too. And some of them pay extra money to be right up at the front of the shows, just so when people come in with the collections, it's the first stop. And if somebody hears a number they like, it's sold, even though it might be worth twice that, so.
Yeah. I didn't
even the auction companies kind of do that. If you read like the terms of service for a big auction house, not only do they charge the buyers like a 20% premium now, but they also charge the sellers a big premium too for sometimes. And, so someone comes in with an estate worth a couple $100,000 worth of coins and never done it before, they're going to be way overpaying. But anybody that does repeat business with these auction houses knows you can negotiate all those numbers, and you almost never have to pay the seller's fee. And usually you can get a chunk of the buyer's fee too as part of your proceeds if you have good enough stuff. But they know people coming in with an estate worth of stuff, that they've inherited are probably not repeat customers. It's a one-time thing, and they kind of get taken advantage of, unfortunately.
Now, do you have a certain grader you go with more, or do you kind of split up between them?
Depends on what it is, but I mean, most U.S. coins, I just take the PCGS. Maybe a lot of it's because they're here in Southern California, so it's just a lot faster through the mail, and it's just easier. And I mean, I can drop them off. I mean, if I have enough stuff, I can just drive down there and drop them off. It's not that, stuff like that, and then pick them up. So I don't have to deal with the mail at all. And I just, especially on higher grade U.S. coins, I just think that their stuff, sells better and got more customers wanting it. It's not really just my preference. It's just what the customers want. But I mean, for world coins, tokens, metals, so-called dollars, a lot of that stuff, NGC, more customers probably want NGC for that kind of stuff. So I use both. And I even use ANEX for a lot of stuff too. I mean, that you can get coins like under $200, under $150. I mean, it's almost not worth getting graded at PCGS or NGC given their fees, but you go somewhere like ANEX where you can get coins graded for sometimes, $10 or so, and it makes sense. And they'll do the variety attribution and all that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way. I've got a lot of $100, $200 coins that I just put aside No,
Well, not only that, I mean, it's not just the value. It's like ANAX actually does pretty good at grading. I mean, like if it's especially for circulated stuff, if you have a bunch of Lincoln cents or Indian cents that are all VFs, XFs, AUs, I mean, pretty much any graders worth half a darn are going to be able to get those grades right. I mean, the differences between all the different companies are once you get into like the MS 66 Reds or 67 Reds and where that line is, and that's why there's big differences. But for those but for circulated coins, I mean, the grades are going to be pretty much the same no matter what company you send it to. So
yeah, the pennies that I get graded and sell, they sell for about $800 to $1,000. And the dealers that I use, I have a couple of dealers that help me the most here. That they won't even do NGC unless it's key date or semi key.
oh yeah.
Yeah, it's really something I've learned to not deal with any of the NGC stuff with them.
Yeah.
Do you get that from any of the other dealers?
I wouldn't say too much. I mean, at least when dealers are buying from me, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm one of the when dealers come to my table, they know I'm not gonna like be selling things super cheap anyway. So they're usually looking at my stuff, trying to grade the coins on their own and find stuff that's undergraded that they can just crack out and regrade. Or maybe it's something they need for a customer. They're usually not buying from me just for their inventory because they know I kind of already have done my research and I've already priced it, where it should be for the most part. But so yeah, they don't really care what holder the stuff's in because most likely if they're buying from me, at least the ones I do most business with, they're just gonna crack it out 5 minutes later and send it back in for grading to try to get an upgrade.
Cool. So I didn't realize there was that much cherry picking going on the upper coins. That's cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, that's where a lot of it is because I mean, for example, if you got a nice MS66 red Indian cent that's worth $1,000 and a 66 plus is worth 2,500 and a 67 is worth 10 grand, I mean, there's a lot to gain just by a half point or a full point. So if you go around the bourse floor and you're pretty good at spotting out nice 66 reds versus the bad ones, and you buy five of them for $5,000 total, and only one of them gets an upgrade, you've made a bunch of money.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So, but yeah, to do that on lower graded stuff or cheaper stuff, I mean, you'd have to have a lot of hits to make it worthwhile. But yeah, you just need one big hit for the show, and you've made a bunch. I mean, there's dealers that's what they do for a living, basically, is they just, crack out and regrade them and just wait for that 1 point upgrade, and they've made a bunch of money, especially if it ends up being like a top pop or close to it.
That's pretty cool. And it's funny. A lot of that stuff that you're talking about is stuff that, most of us have never had the opportunity to think about. So it's neat to hear and find out how some of these guys are making a living.
Well, not only that, it's like, I mean, a lot of people, I know when I first started, I figured, well, there's a book, what the grading standards are, and it's a 70-point scale. And, a professional grader should be able to tell that there's between a 63 and a 64. And a lot of people just think it's more of an exact science and that there's not as much, opinion involved, and it's not as much of an art. They think it's more of a science, I guess, so that if, one grader looks at it and says it's a 63, you could crack it out and send it to another one. It should be a 63. A lot of people think that the grade is the grade, but, most people are surprised when you tell them you can send in the same coin 4 different times and get 4 different grades. It's like,
very frustrating.
And a lot of buyers are not only frustrated with it, they get a little scared about it because it's like, wow, it's like, well, what am I really buying here? And what are you really paying the grading company for if it can go that much? But coin grading's not easy.
And something that PCGS actually puts on a scale or a percentage is their, eye appeal, luster, and
Oh,
I
sure.
feel that they're so low on what they're saying. Those really rate in for their grading because I find
Oh,
eye
sure.
appeal and luster are their biggest things.
Especially at the very high end of the grading scale, and even more so on silver coins. If you just go look right now, like on CoinFacts, the PCGS CoinFacts website, and look at the Silver Classic commemoratives. Almost every one of them on the first page of every one you look at, it's going to be a monster tone, beautiful coin. And they're all going to be 68s or 68 pluses or even some MS69s. They're just crazy high grades. And they're all going to be rainbow toned. You're not going to have any of them at the highest grade that are just a regular, nice white coin. It's not at some point, it's, eye appeal definitely makes a big difference.
So is tone coin something that you look for too? Is that something that falls into your fancy?
Oh, yeah, I love tone coins. And that's one thing, like when I'm flipping, and that's why I don't even usually look at the auction catalogs a lot before I go to a lot viewing. I'll just start flipping through the boxes of coins, looking at stuff, because every now and then you'll just be flipping through and then a coin will like jump out at you and like, wow, that's pretty. And then you'll look at the catalog and it might not even have a picture at all, or the picture that the auction house took might have been at a different angle that shows nothing. So right then and there, that you're not going to be competing against anybody looking from home. You're only going to be competing against a handful of people that actually went to lot viewing and saw it in person. So you can get some real good deals that buying tone coins sometimes, just depending on how good. Now it's harder nowadays because all the auction houses have gotten better at taking good photos of tone coins. But even 5 years ago, I mean, the photography was a lot different, and it was easy to find some nice coins that the auction houses didn't capture very well.
Now, when you do get a monster tone, are you doing your own photography, or do you have somebody you choose for?
Yeah, usually I do it myself. And I mean, I've just learned how to do it to where I can get it, and I mean, eventually. But I mean, the ones I have trouble with are like silver, like proof coins that are toned. That's real hard to get a good photo of because to get the color to reveal itself, you really got to shine the coin right into a light, and then basically you're looking at a reflection of your light bulb. And when it's a slabbed coin, then you're also getting a reflection off the plastic too. So it's real hard to get a good picture of a toned proof coin, I found, at least. But that's one of the reasons I started even doing YouTube. I mean, if you look at my YouTube channel, I started it. It says I started it in 2007, but I started really posting videos in like 2012, maybe. So what's that, 7 years ago? And the only reason I did that is for coins that I had trouble taking photos of. I'd do a quick YouTube video, pop it up there, and then I'd be able to add that video to my eBay listing or onto my website. And I never cared about subscribers or the YouTube community or any of that stuff. I never even thought of even looking for people doing live streams or anything. But I mean, I just used it basically as a place to host my my short videos. So, but then earlier this year, I started getting more involved and looking at it as a way to maybe learn more about coins, share coins with others, and started actually growing the channel and caring a little bit in the last few months.
Yeah, and when things have changed, it matters a lot more now. So with them limiting you on things, it's really frustrating. I wish they wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, like I mean, I used to be able to. eBay's done it. I used to put like all the videos in my eBay listings. Now you can't do that anymore for eBay, so that's kind of a bummer. And I mean, YouTube was cool because I mean, even back, I think I only had like 125 subscribers or something, but my channel was monetized and I'd get like $4 or $5 a month. I thought that was awesome. But now, yeah, they changed all those rules. So I'm not going to get anything for a long time, probably, because I don't have anywhere close to the watch time they need.
Now, can you share with us what you have found works best when you're doing the monster toned, or even just the higher luster proof coins? Because that sure is a question I get asked a lot.
You mean for the photography?
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's a lot of it's the half of it's the, what do you call it, the camera you use, and the other half of it's like learning how to use it. So I mean, you got to have a good camera and a good lens, and then the rest of it's how to use it and the lighting. And what I do is, I mean, I got a real good macro lens, and the lighting I like to use is I just use compact fluorescence, and as long as you set your white balance on your camera and everything right, it doesn't matter like what kind of light you use, and because it should all even out as long as you have set your camera to the right kind of lighting. And I like to have it. take my camera and have it tethered right to my computer so I can see my camera live on my screen. So that's what I do. I mean, it's before I even take the picture, I'm moving the lights around. I move the coin around until it's just right, and then you click your mouse button to take the picture. So,
Yeah.
You see it before you even take the picture. That's a lot of it.
Now, do you know that they make an adapter so you can spin your macro lenses and get a little bit more magnification? Do you do any of that?
Yeah, I've heard of stuff like that, but I mean, I don't know. I just kind of paid up and got a real professional. I mean, it's like a Canon Macro 1.28 L series. It was like an $800 lens, and so I mean, it does a good job. So I haven't had to mess with that.
Yeah, and I think that's a big secret on the Monster Toned is having a lens that allows so much light and just makes so much difference. You don't have to depend on other lighting.
Yeah, because we especially with a lens like this, just for reference, I mean, when I have the coin like right here, like down on surface level, the bottom of the lens is probably 24 inches higher. I mean, and all I see through the camera is the coin itself or the slab. I mean, barely. And so there's plenty of room for tons of lighting, and you don't have to get real close to it. So that makes a big difference. You're right.
Yeah, I used the Canon 5D. It's a pretty great coin or camera. It's a little outdated, but still does great photos. And out of all the Canons, a lot of the older photographers say they all hung on to that camera because it's so good for light and color.
Well, not only that, the camera body is a little bit less important because, I mean, yeah, at some point you want it to have a certain number of megapixels, I guess. But, I mean, like right now, the one I'm using is a Canon Rebel T4i. So I think that's like at least, 8-9 years ago that was the new model. But it's still, whatever it is. I mean, whether it's a 10 megapixel or 12 or 8 or 15, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's all plenty. I mean, as long as you're gonna get a nice high definition photo at the end of it, but you want the lens to be able to like capture that and get it to the cameras. So the lens is a little bit more important, I think. And something else that's real helpful, no matter what kind of camera, whether you're using your cell phone or an old point and shoot camera or whatever, is the Mark Goodman book on numismatic photography is real helpful. I mean, you can find that all over the place, and I think you sell it for around $20, and it's got a lot of tips in there on how to do different lighting and different settings you want to have your cameras on, no matter what kind of camera you got. Like for the, better Canons like this, it tells you like how to set the mirror lock, how to do different things like that that'll just improve the sharpness. And so there's a lot of little tips in there that, will help everybody's photography, no matter what kind of camera you got.
Yeah, I don't see my book right now. I think that's the one I have, and he's actually got a second edition out. Just beautiful coins that he has in his book.
Oh, sure. But I mean, he'll show you how to do different lighting for proof coins, different lighting for copper coins, how to do like things for tone coins, and a lot of different tips in there that even if you don't use 80% of what's in the book, I mean, the small percent that you do use is going to make your photos better.
I think it'll make a lot of the collectors happy to know that you're not using a pro body camera and stuff like that, and that they can do this too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, the camera body itself wasn't that expensive. Like I said, but I did step up, and I mean, even the lens I bought, I probably didn't need to buy the professional series one. I just bought that because I read a lot about it and know that they have good resale value if I ever want to trade it out too. And just a little bit easier to use because it's got the autofocus and everything. A lot of people don't use autofocus because they say they'd rather manually focus to get a look. But if I'm taking a lot of pictures of a lot of coins, I'd much rather have it autofocus. So that's why I got that. And then I have it on a big copy stand, so the camera and lens are mounted right to that. So I mean, that which makes a big difference because then you're not holding the camera and it's real steady. And like I said, when you have it tethered to your computer, you don't have to touch the camera at all. You're clicking with a mouse. So because when you have a macro lens like that focused down onto a coin, any little vibration is going to make your photo not as sharp. It'll be a little bit blurry, and so you got to have it on a big sturdy base. And I mean, just for example, I mean, if I'm taking photos and my air conditioning's on in my house, just the airflow in the room is enough to make the camera shake. you can see it on the lens when it zooms in. It's just like that sensitive. So
Yep. Have you ever, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it makes a big difference for sure.
Have you ever used a copy stand?
Oh yeah, I got my lens and camera mounted to a copy stand at all the time, and actually all this that I'm sitting on right here is a copy stand. I just got a little thing on it that I set the coins on.
Well, fantastic. Yeah, is a great way of going.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you're gonna do a lot of photos or get serious about it, you need something like that, and for sure. And that's the other thing they make if you're gonna buy a nice lens and a nice camera body, they have it's called like a ring mount, to where you wrap that thing around your lens, and then you basically mount your lens to the copy stand instead of the camera. And then so the lens is the only thing that's hooked to the copy stand, and then basically the camera body just sits on top of that. Because if you mount your camera to the copy stand and then your lens is hanging off of it, it puts a lot of stress on that joint between the camera and the lens. If you just because the weight of the lens is pulling down constantly. But this way the lens is mounted, so there's no pressure on that joint. So that's something to keep in mind if you're gonna keep your camera on a copy stand for a long time.
Yep, and that also takes all the vibration away, because there's vibration that way. Yeah, I've been doing that for years on the copy stand. I used to do a lot of all my family has tons of photos from early 1860s on up to the turn of the century, and I would get their albums full of little pictures and could zip through hundreds of photos in just a matter of 20-30 minutes. The copy stand's a lifesaver for that kind of photography.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, that's great. No, thank you so much for sharing all this stuff. I know a lot of people love your channel and your website.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate all the positive feedback people have given me, and yeah, even people that have comments negative. I don't mind hearing those every now and then too, because I can always improve from you. But I'm lucky I don't hear too much of that. But if people don't like stuff, I like to hear that too. Just why not?
Yep, I'm the same way. I want to know if it's a good opinion. It doesn't mean it's a positive.
Well, yeah, that's just like this idea I got for the 1,000 subscriber giveaway thing, where I want to invite a bunch of channels. I mean, I've been writing up something to send to everybody about like what my idea is and all that, and then basically that's how I'm going to end it. And like, if this isn't for you, let me know. Let me know what you hate about it, because I'd rather hear it right from you than to have you not even reply and just be talking behind my back or something. But because I know it's not for everybody, but but yeah, just let me know.
Fun stuff. Coins it's so neat that I was talking to collectors that only collect half cents, and ones that are just dedicated to just one type of coin. And it's really fun hearing their opinions and stuff on the coins and why they kind of belittle the rest of the coins and say how great the coin they do is. And I love hearing that, and you see the passion, hear the passion in their voice, and it's so cool. Coin collectors are a whole different breed of people. It's pretty interesting to get a variety of them and really learn from them.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, yeah, like I said, when I set up at the shows, especially the bigger ones like the ANA shows or Long Beach or things like that, it's like you get people coming up to you, and you see them show after show coming up, and they're asking about like very specific things that like but most people probably never even heard of, let alone they're not even going to find at that show. But their collecting interest is so narrow, it's just amazing. But maybe they'll find it someday, I guess. But yeah, that's one thing I just never. I've always just liked pretty much anything, and so that's why when you look at my website, I got U.S. coins, world coins, tokens, medals, all kinds of stuff. It just, as long as it looks cool, and I think I can buy it at a fair enough price to where maybe I can make $1 or $2, or at least break even at the worst case. Then as long as I figure as long as I liked it, somebody else out there probably will too. So.
Now, is there some coin collector, coin dealer out there that you seek hard to hear new things from or put on a higher level than all the rest? Do you have somebody that always captures you completely when they give it information out, or
I don't know. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't. I guess I just don't pay enough attention to it to where I would be always be looking for stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I'm always. I mean, I do go on to like what is it the PCGS coin forums, the Collectors Universe ones, and I like to hear what everybody's saying because there's a lot of dealers on there, and just because you always hear about new stuff that's happening or like different new policies at the grading companies or things like that. So I mean, I like to keep in touch with all that and know what's going on at least. But yeah, I don't really follow anybody that closely enough. I like I said, I guess I don't know.
well, it's sad because a lot of the ones that were in those positions are all past and long gone now, and it's a whole new generation of the old timers right now. And right now we're seeing that generation starting to go.
Yeah.
So it's like we're on our third generation of old timers about to start here, and neat that it's evolved that far with coin collecting.
Oh, sure. No, that's the way. I mean, because I'm involved in a couple of the coin clubs, and we do our own local shows and everything. I got one coming up, not this coming weekend, but next weekend in Arcadia, California, for the Numismatic Association of Southern California. It's our Golden State Coin Show that we're putting on, and just even talking to all the dealers and trying to sell the tables for that. It's like, yeah, every year, every couple of years, you have one or two dealers. They either retire or they pass away, but then there's always one or two or three new people that you can bring in. So it's definitely there's always some turnover there.
Fun stuff. It's so much fun going through coins. I would be, I'm pretty much stuck in bed these days. Well, for 95% of my day, and if I didn't have my coins to do, it makes me wonder what hobby I'd be into. But boy, coins, I never get tired of it. The pennies, and I'm penny nickel guy for the most part, and I never tire of it. I'm happy to open another roll, and if I'm not sleepy, that's what I'm doing. It's
Oh yeah,
so much fun.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it. Well, I mean, it's hard, to be as involved as you are or as I am. It's like you better enjoy it.
Yeah, and mine's such a narrow field because I'm just after the 67, 68 grades. So it's not like I'm looking for all the little errors and stuff. And I watch for them, but they just go in a bag. I put them in a flip and bag them and put them in another part of my room and keep searching through the rolls. So do you take any special precautions when you're going through your high-end coins? Because I know I wear a mask when I'm doing my high-end copper because
I mean, for what you're doing there, it makes a big difference. Yeah, if one little sneeze or just even breathing on something, I mean, I found even on a lot of that stuff, just probably if touching them, just the moisture from the heat difference from your hand to the coin might put moisture on the coin. So I don't know. I mean, but I usually don't handle too many high value uncertified stuff. I usually just buy a lot of stuff certified, and that's the way I sell it.
Yeah, I crack up at some of these guys doing it, and they're talking about going through their high-end coins, and they do a video, and you see them blow on their coins. And
oh yeah,
people just don't realize. I ruined a whole bunch of my pennies.
But I mean, I have cracked out like higher grade stuff or like better proof stuff, and then to send in for regrade occasionally, or because a customer asks me to do it for them. And yeah, I try to be real careful with that kind of stuff because I know just even, one little, you breathe on it wrong, like you said, and it might cause some spotting or something later. And so, yeah, I try not to touch it at all. I try to, get it right from the one holder into the other without even touching them if I can.
That makes sense in those coins.
Even though I know the graders at the grading companies, they just pull it right out of the flip and they're touching it, bare hand, no gloves. And so, I mean, but yeah, I don't want to be the one to do it.
I thought they wore gloves, but I guess that would just.
I've been in the grading room a couple of times and I've never seen anybody have gloves.
So how many seconds do they spend on a coin? I know it's awful fast.
Depends on the coin. I mean, if you're talking like Silver Eagles, like every year when the big dealers send in like whole pallets full of the monster box of the Silver Eagles, I'd say a second on each coin if you're lucky.
Oh my gosh.
But I mean, if you're sending in just normal coins, like a US coins in order, depends on what it is and depends on the grader. Some of them it'll be a few seconds. Some of them, if it's something a little tougher, they might spend 20, 30 seconds on it.
But and then you put together full days, full weeks of them doing this. My goodness, that's so many coins.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially in the beginning of the year, like January, when all the new Silver Eagles come in, and it's just like they have to grade hundreds of thousands of them right away, and it's just they just open up the tubes and they have like two different boards. One of them they set the 69s on, one of them they set the 70s on, and they look at it for like half a second and put it on one of the two boards, and then they put them all in piles. Here's all the 69s, here's all the 70s.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've looked at Silver Eagles. I mean, there's really not much difference to most people when you look at them between a 69 and a 70 anyway. So it's like, yeah, I mean, they look at it real quick, and if they see any little mark, they call it a 69. If they don't, then it's a 70. I mean, that's the way I've seen it, and that's what I've heard from people. So, especially, I mean, that's the case for like when the big dealers that send in under the bulk grading, because they're not getting paid. The companies aren't getting paid the same, $20, $25 a coin to have them graded at that, with that many coins and stuff. So, I mean, if you send your coins in a regular order, they might go to a regular grader and they might spend, the 10 or 20, 30 seconds, whatever it is I'm looking at it. But yeah, if you send in a whole bunch of stuff under a bulk grading, it goes pretty quick.
So do you have a list of your top 10 or 20 of coins that you have yet to find that's high on your list, or?
I mean, there's always stuff I'm looking at the different auctions when I'm looking through and flipping through. And if I, spot that they have one or two of them in the auction, I'm always more excited to look at those. But I mean, as far as stuff that like I haven't found or haven't seen, I mean, I don't know. But I don't think so. Yeah.
Now, I'm just curious if you had like a bucket list of coins or something.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of coins I wish I could just have and keep forever and never sell. Sure. Of course. But of course, it's the stuff that, I really can't afford anyway. Like the one I love the most is probably one of those 1848 Cal counter-stamped quarter eagles. I really want one of those. But even a circulated one's probably $50,000 now.
Wow.
Then for those, I mean, if anybody's listening that doesn't know what that is, it's the 1848 $2.50 Liberty Gold, and they had the first shipment of gold from the new gold discoveries in the California gold rush make it back to Philadelphia, and the people at the mint decided to do something special with that gold, so they stamped up a bunch of. They made a few medals for people, but then they made several, I think around 2,000 or so of the 1848 quarter eagles, and they wanted to mark them as being special from California gold, so they counter-stamped CAL on the back of it right above the eagle. So a lot of people will consider that the first commemorative coin of the United States because it commemorates the first shipment of gold from California.
That's great. Yeah, I wasn't aware of all that.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, that's one that I would, of course, love to have someday. And yeah, every now and then when I'm at an auction, I'll see one at the auction. It's like real cool. But
now, do you have a favorite out of our first minted U.S. coins?
Let's see. I mean, yeah, all the real early gold, like any of that 1700s gold coins are real awesome. But I mean, I haven't really had any of those just because the ones that are, in the price range I can even deal with are, usually they're impaired or real low grade. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the early $50 are great. Someone was mentioning the flowing hair stuff before. I mean, I got one customer of mine. He's trying to put an entire roll of 1794 halves together, which is kind of fun. So every time I come across those at the shows and lower grades or, some, or even ones with minor problems, I try to buy those if I can get a good price because I know I can just call him up and he'll buy it because he's trying to put 50 of them together.
Wow, 50 of
Right, or
them.
maybe not 50, but 40 of them. I don't even know how many he's trying to put together, but he's trying to put together a bunch of them.
That's so funny to think that coin's going just in for a roll of coins for a
Well,
collection.
yeah, because
That's
him
so
and his dad actually have a collection they put together. It's all the different must-haves, and they just really like the 1794s, and they're kind of hoarding them. So, yeah, I
Wow.
mean, I guess technically a roll of halves would only be 20 coins, but I know they got more than 20 coins, so I don't know how many they're really trying to get.
Yeah, and you know, some of the first of the coin wrappers, the bank wrappers, they did have the double rolls that held the 40.
Oh,
So
sure, yeah, you're right. You're right. No,
that's
but I, mean, I like all that early stuff too, especially. I mean, just because it's real cool when you hold them in your hand and you got the edge lettering on them that have the denominations usually, and just you see that they're all handmade, and you can see sometimes they have the adjustment marks or different, like, little plug of silver. Sometimes just they're pretty cool.
the plug of silver. What's that?
Well, if the coin was overweight, they would shave a little silver off of it before they stamped it, like the blank, and that's why you see the adjustment marks. You see the scratches where they scratch silver off, and if the blank was underweight, they'd hammer on a little piece of extra silver on it, like a little silver plug somewhere.
Wow, that's
And
cool.
so, and sometimes you can see that after they strike the coin. So, especially when the coin tones, because that silver plug will tone a little bit differently than the rest of the coin.
Yeah, the first of the flowing hair, half dollars and dollars. Although that dollar is really gorgeous and stuff, I fell in love with the half dollar. There was one that the toning just made the flowing hair just jump and gave the face a beautiful outline. And wow, what a crazy coin! It was only half the value of the higher graded coins, but oh, it stood out like a sore thumb. It's just gorgeous,
Oh yeah, definitely.
fun stuff.
No, but probably my favorites are these right here. One of these, the $10 Indians. I've always liked these.
Yeah, it's a great coin.
Just real cool design, and I mean, you can't tell in these holders, but they got the raised stars on the edge, which is always real cool. I've always thought that was neat. Instead of the reading, it's got the little stars raised up.
Yeah, we have a lot of neat eagles, but that particular eagle really jumps.
Oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, and I got this one here because this one I actually bought for one of my coin clubs, the Glendale Coin Club. We got a coin show in the end of October in Van Nuys, and we're going to give this one away at the show as a top prize in our gold raffle. So a nice MS63 $10 Indian. So that'll be fun.
Great coin.
Yeah, I'll definitely be buying a few raffle tickets for that. Try to win it.
And so that's part of a raffle. How fantastic.
Yeah, we do that one, and then I think the second prize is a $5 Liberty Gold, and then there's a couple Dos Peso Mexican gold coins and stuff like that. So there might be 10 or 15 coins total, and we sell a bunch of tickets, and hopefully the club makes a few dollars on it, or at least enough to pay for the gold.
So which one of the gold coins for countries are in your favorite list for beauty? Because boy, some of the Mexican coins I know are just gorgeous, and I'm not that familiar with some of the other countries. Is there one that really stands out for you?
I mean, yeah, the Mexican stuff is real cool. Like the what is it? The 20 pesos gold with the calendar on it are pretty cool. And I mean, the 50 peso gold, the real big gold coins, those are great. What other countries are pretty cool? I mean, some of the French gold coins are nice. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I don't really get too much world gold though, so.
Because that most of your business is U.S. coins.
Yeah, I'd say most of it is. I mean, and the world coins I deal with, I mean, I don't know as much about them by any means, but usually it's lower value stuff or stuff that just has really nice toning that just looks cool, or just some kind of different commemoratives from the country. Just, I don't know. Usually it's stuff I buy just because I see it in an auction or someone offers it to me when I'm at a table, and I just think it's cool enough to buy, and I take a chance on it.
So I have a collector friend that lives close by that he's been collecting fractional gold since the 40s, and he's a fairly wealthy fella. I helped build all the furniture in a full walk-in room. The house was built around this big giant safe room.
Oh, wow.
He has thousands of these coins. It's just amazing coins. And how do you get a true somebody that can actually value that stuff correctly when there's so many coins? Do some of these guys come in groups, or does just one guy take on the chore? Or
I mean, for something like that, if it's a bunch of different stuff and the value's high enough, that's stuff that usually like one of the big auction houses, they'd either come out and give a rough idea what it is, or you'd have to, or you'd send it all to that auction house and they'd have all their different various experts look at it and get back to you on it. But I mean, I've gone and done appraisals of people's collections and stuff before, and you just kind of do your best, and you don't want to do a disservice to people by guessing on things you have no idea about. But if you kind of have a somewhat of an idea, you tell them, say, yeah, I think it's worth about this, but you might want to have it looked at by an expert if you don't agree. I mean, like I'll be able to tell people on some of the world coins, well, especially if they're gold or something, like, well, here's what the gold value is, and I think it's a little bit better of a date and it should be around here, but I don't know if this is the highest graded known, or I don't know. I mean, without really doing a ton of research on some of this stuff. So
yeah, I didn't even understand a lot of what he had, because he kept saying it was private bank minted coins. But I don't think he meant that the bank was minting them. I think the mints were doing special minting for some of these banks. I'm really not sure, but he had gold pieces down to a quarter gold pieces, and it was just crazy. And he's a typeset collector, so he has the entire run.
I mean, if you're talking about California fractional gold or stuff, I mean, that's like a whole area of expertise too. I mean, a whole bunch of different places made that, and there's a lot of fakes of that kind of stuff too. I love the little quarters and $50 gold pieces, the rounds and octagonals, and that's a specialty there, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I know he has tons of the California stuff, but there was a lot of other private banks that I didn't recognize and didn't see anything saying California, but it could have been.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it was so funny. The first time I went over to his house to check out his collection, I was so proud of my typeset that I had 83 first-year coins in, and so proud of this. I had all real high-grade coins in it, and take it over, and he thumbed through it. He was very polite and said how neat it was, and then he pulled out a couple trays with the typesets, and it's like, oh my gosh, just one of those coins just completely went over my collection.
Gotcha.
But, it was fun. Neat guy, happy to share, to show and stuff, and I was in awe that entire day. I never got my mouth to shut.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, that's fun.
How many of those big collectors do you think are out there that just have stuff that there's only a couple of? Is it that rare on some of it?
No, I mean, there's a lot of collectors out there with a lot of cool collections. I mean, that's for sure. And some of them people know about and are just waiting for that opportunity until that, becomes available. And some of them we don't know about. It's just there's a lot of coins out there for sure. I mean, for the last few years, there's been a big collection on display at each of the Long Beach shows called the Tyrant Collection, and it's advertised as the world's most valuable coin collection. And a lot of people just never even heard of it before he started being on display. And now that he's probably shown at 6 or 7 different shows in a row now, and every display they put out there has just been amazing. Like tens of millions of dollars worth of coins on display at each show, and it's just crazy. Wow. So, I mean, and it's only been world coins so far. Like last show was all his Roman coins, so he had like all the ancient Rome coins, and instead of just like a nice mint state example of the different 12 Caesars gold coins, his were like proof-like and perfect looking. I mean, he had all of them and just amazing stuff. And I think next year he's going to start displaying some of his U.S. coins, and it's just, from what I've heard of what's in that set, it's like just amazing stuff. So I mean, and that's something that a lot of dealers and collectors didn't even know. This guy's been putting this set together for 20, 30 years plus. And so, and then we're not talking like just common coins. I mean, he bought, like, if you're familiar with the King of Siam proof set, like that's part of his collection and things like that. So it's just like amazing stuff.
Yeah,
And I tell people in the area here too. I mean, if you want to look at some stuff, I mean, it's worth going to the Long Beach show just to look at that guy's stuff each time.
wow, I had no idea. Proof like Roman coins. That's something that I was not in my vocabulary.
Well, I mean, it's something you don't even, and it's almost a shame because, like, that display of Roman coins, there were probably maybe 300 coins on display total, and it was like one of everything, like all from the beginning all the way up until like modern stuff, and it was just crazy, and it was just everything looks so perfect, and it almost all looks unreal, so you don't really appreciate what you're looking at after looking at enough of it, because it's just it almost looks, it just doesn't look real, and it almost looks too easy because they're all sitting there next to each other. But unless you really know that stuff, I mean, you just don't, appreciate how rare some of that is. It's pretty amazing.
So that's one of the things I was talking about earlier, showing some of these AU and up coins of older world coins that people have half slicked coins of.
Yeah.
I can imagine for the ancient collectors that got to see that for the first time, that had to be amazing.
Oh, I mean, one of the clubs that's in the area, it's the Ancient Coin Club of Los Angeles, and there's a couple of guys I know that are part of that club. They were over there probably half the day looking at some of them.
Wow.
For hours and hours just looking at those cases. And then I think they were selling books of them, because for each display they do, they put a book out, because like I said, last show was all of his Roman coins, and this coming show a few weeks from now is the next show, and it's going to be all French coins. So if you're an expert on French coins, you're probably going to want to be there looking at those. So yeah, he's just got all the different areas of coins. A few shows ago, it was all British coins, and then I think next year he's going to start showing off U.S. coins.
Wow, how neat! How neat that one collector or a group of collectors would have such a deep collection.
Oh yeah,
pretty
well,
good.
And he's got a lot of people helping him with it too. One of the big auction companies is involved, and they got a website just for his collection. It's the Tyrant Collection. So if you ever check that out,
yeah, I'll definitely be checking that out.
Yeah.
How neat. Well, thanks for sharing that. It's so much out there that, well, like I said, coin collecting is so huge. And then someone like that with the top of for Roman coins, and that's just hard to fathom. Like you said, it's just so out there.
Oh yeah.
That had to draw a pretty good crowd the first time he showed up like that. I can imagine all these guys that specialize in the field just being in awe.
Yeah, I think it definitely brings more people out to check out the rest of the show too, for sure. And maybe not the first one, because I think a lot of people didn't realize what it was when the first time he displayed. But now that I think it's like this is maybe the second year. Yeah, so this is maybe like the fifth or sixth show that he's been displaying at in a row. That, yeah, now people will realize that it's something they want to check out when they're going to come to Long Beach.
How neat.
Mm-hmm.
So I wish I was able to travel more. I got family in Long Beach, and they always try to get me out there for the shows, but I don't travel well. I wish I did, because I would go to every show I could, but.
Here, I want to show you this one too, Rich, just to show you I don't have only high grade stuff. Look at this one. It's a nice 45S War Nickel in PCGS Fine 12.
Nice.
What's that worth? Maybe $1?
Now, do you have a lowball collection that you do?
No, I don't. I just actually had bought this at one of the Long Beach shows a while ago. What they do is they do a kids treasure hunt where they go around the different tables, and the dealers that participate have trivia questions they answer, and if they go around and answer all of them, they can go over and get prizes. And one of the guys from our coin club donated a few rolls of war nickels to the treasure hunt, and since PCGS runs that and runs the show, instead of just giving them out the war nickels, they actually graded them all for the kids. So they gave the kids slabbed war nickels, even though in fine 12, a war nickel's, like I said, just worth melt anyway. And it's something no one would ever send in for grading. But so one of the kids from our coin club, he didn't want it, so he sold it to me, and I paid him a few bucks for it. So
I'm so glad to hear PCGS doing that kind of stuff. It really shows that they're out there for the young guys to start learning this stuff.
Oh, sure.
So have you seen many of those real great looking lowball collections? Because I've seen some just gorgeous coins. And
yeah, at some of the big shows, they've had a few of them on display, like where there was one that was all Morgan dollars, where most of them were in poor or fair, real low grades. And I saw one. There's one dealer that comes to a lot of the big shows, and they're not graded, but he has them in an old one of those old Waite Raymond coin albums, and it's all the classic commemoratives, all like they're almost all slick. So it's like the Columbians and the sesquicentennials and all that stuff. And I mean, they're kind of fun to look at, but I never really got into them too much.
yeah,
I like the opposite end of the grading scale, the real high grade stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I do too, but boy, they are sure beautiful to see that even, the low end has just beauties.
Oh, no doubt. But it's like, I just can't see, like, some of these people, they pay such a premium for the real low grade. It's just, I can't get into that because, I mean, if you, at some point, I mean, you take another coin, you could wear it down and make another one. I mean, you can't, it's hard to make a higher grade coin, but you can always make the lower grade ones.
Yeah, that's funny. I had just shown one of those Raymond Waite albums on my stream, I think just last night, and told people, boy, if you see these at garage sales, pay attention to what's in them, because it's some serious collectors that normally had these.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know when those started? Because I wasn't sure. I thought the 30s.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think somewhere around there. I think a lot of it was when the classic commemoratives were getting real popular, and they were really abusing those programs by issuing so many of them. And then the same with that's when a lot of the Lincoln cent penny boards came out, where you could collect all of them on those, and like probably in the late 30s or so, mid 30s maybe. Yeah, because that's when people started really collecting all the Lincolns by rolls. That's why anything like 1934 and higher is pretty common.
Yeah, the Raymond Waite albums is something as a kid in the 60s. Well, I searched garage sales for those, and I found a couple of them, but never filled the way I wanted. But you know how that goes.
Yeah, I think there was a dealer not too long ago that wrote a book on a lot of the old albums and the old like boards and stuff people that had for collected coins that just catalogs all the different kinds of albums and stuff like that. But I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's out there.
Well, fun stuff. Coins is so neat that people who had just started collecting can talk with guys who've collected all their lives and carry on, hours worth of conversation and never get bored. And I like that about this. Such a great hobby for new people to not feel stupid. And, it's sad that there are a few collectors out there that are a little harsh on people, but for the most part, it's a great group.
Oh, sure. No, that's why I enjoy it. That's why I've gotten more involved in, the community here online and even in my local coin clubs and stuff. Not only do you meet a lot of cool people, you get to every now and then you get some deals and get some stuff that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to get, just because of the friendships you make. And I mean, I just bought this one at a coin club meeting earlier in the week. This token here that I'm showing. It's if I can get it to focus. There you go.
Oh, beautiful Indian.
It's a nice merchant token from New York. It's got a real high relief Indian on it. So yeah, the guy at the coin club brought that and asked me if I wanted it just because he knew I was into tokens and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, I'll buy that from you. And so we worked out a deal, and so that's kind of fun.
That's great. Yeah, that's the one thing that I really get pleasure on is when Indian or Liberty has a new look, and just some of them are so gorgeous.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
So have you ever had problems with grading certain types, like I'm not thinking of what they call them, the coins that were put up for the mint to help figure out what coins they were going to mint next, and
Oh, like the pattern coins?
yeah, the pattern coins.
Nah, I mean, like I said, I mean, that's one way that I tell people if they want to learn to grade coins is just look at lots of coins. Either look at tons of coins at coin shows or go to an auction lot viewing and flip through boxes and boxes and boxes of coins after coins after coins, just looking at them all. And eventually it's just like, at least that's the way it worked for me. Eventually you just kind of get a feel for how to grade stuff. And no matter what kind of coin you're looking at, you're going to be able to tell if there's wear on it or if there's not wear. And you'll start to learn the difference between just whether it's a weak strike. And I mean, it's just eventually you get the feel for it if you look at enough coins. And if you don't get the feel for it, eventually maybe it's not the right hobby or especially maybe not the right business. You shouldn't get in the business of it, or if you can't figure out how to grade on your own at some point, I think. But no, I haven't really had too much trouble. I mean, there's some trickier types of coins on grading for sure. I mean, like a lot of people have trouble with some of the Indian gold, the incused Indian coins. I mean, some people have trouble grading that just because it's a different style of coin. I haven't had too much trouble with that, but yeah, some are a little bit tougher.
Yeah, because that's a whole different wear pattern with coins that are infused.
Yeah, because the highest point in the design is the field on those, right? Or the mint mark if it has a mint mark, because the mint mark still is raised up above the field, which is weird. But
yeah. So
yeah, it's just a different. But even those, once you look at enough of them, it's. I mean, you kind of get a feel of what the grading companies will grade it, even if they technically might not grade them according to the official ANA state grading standard or something, but you kind of get a feel of what the coin will grade.
With my bankrolls, the one thing I see a lot that's really sad and frustrating is I'll have a near flawless coin and the coin wasn't struck well because of deteriorated dies, and there you have a near flawless coin, but it's a terrible looking coin because of the die, and I hate seeing that. And I have tons of those.
Sure. No, yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
Well, I think I'm going to have to take a break here.
I think I'm probably going to have to call it a night because you've kept me up way past my bedtime, that's for sure.
I appreciate you answering.
It's not my first time, though. I've always sometimes you just get into it, I know.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And
no, definitely. No, I appreciate you inviting me on here, and I guess it was easy enough to do, so.
Oh, and before you go, I did have one more thing to add. Now, I hope I get this one correct.
What's up?
Bella's dad, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with him. He was telling a story about his daughter and being in a coin shop. And, she's like 9 or 10 years old. And the coin shop owner was really short with her. And it kind of upset Phil. And she was asking about a coin. And he just didn't give her the time of day. And she asked if the price was right. Did you hear this story?
No, I didn't.
So she asked if the price was right, and he got rude with her and said, if the price is on it, that's the right price. And so she bought the coin, 22 no D for $2, high grade.
Oh, okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I love it. Karma is so real. People need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, if if someone's being a little short or rude, and it definitely makes you not feel bad if you end up on the right side of the deal, especially if that's the price they're asking. Not going to take extra time to correct you. Now, if I got customers coming to me or people asking me to buy stuff at a show or whatever, just asking, hey, will you look at these? What's it worth? Yeah, I mean, I try to be as fair as possible because, like you said, it's one of those businesses where you want that repeat business, and reputation's huge. But if I'm, buying from another dealer and I'm, cherry picking something, and as long as I know it's not an obvious mistake, like they got the wrong date or didn't notice an obvious mint mark or something, if it's like some variety that I know they don't know about, then I don't feel bad at all paying their full price. Now, I won't negotiate a lower price to take advantage of them or anything even further, but I mean, I'll pay their price, smile, and move on. But yeah, if it's someone like that that's being short with you, it's just so much more satisfying than getting a sweet deal like that. So good for her.
It's funny, and it's like my 1837 half dime that was found in a world coin bin.
Oh wow!
A couple bucks for it. I didn't have my glasses, and I didn't ask for a loop because I kind of was pretty sure what it was. So when I got it home, I put it in a airtight, and I took it back to him and brought some more money and told him I was willing to pay fair price and stuff. And he gave it for half the fair price and said, he's thrilled that I came back at all, and I certainly didn't need to pay for it. And it's like, no, I come to you often, so I believe in karma, but you might watch your world bin a little bit better.
Yeah, world coins. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in those. I mean, one of the guys from our coin club, maybe about a year ago, went and just bought a few pounds of world coins, which that doesn't cost that much, just to have fun going through it. And ended up finding this Russian coin that looked old and weird. So he started doing some research on it. Turned out to be made of platinum.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like an old, weird, didn't quite look silver, but it looked kind of old and nice. But yeah, it was because Russia did some platinum coins back in the 1840s or something like that. I don't even know the dates, but yeah, that was a nice little find in a bunch of junk world coins.
Yeah, I can't imagine the smile on his face when he finally figured out that value. And
oh, sure. Great. I'm pretty sure he didn't take it back to that same coin shop and ask them about it.
And I didn't realize that they had minted coins with that. That's really interesting.
Oh, sure. No, but you hear about stuff like that all the time. I mean, even not even just in world junk coins, but just knowing stuff about world coins. I mean, at one time in a major auction house, they had a PCGS graded French coin from the 1970s that just wasn't really cataloged correctly, and it didn't say anything special on the label, but I knew exactly what it was. It was one of their gold was it the Pyfert coins, the double thick ones they did for their testing the designs. So it was like a French 10-cent coin that they just had in a slab that said 1970s 10 cents France, and it was going for like $20, but it was really almost like a half ounce of gold.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, the auction house didn't mark it, and it didn't. And really, PCG, it was a PCGS graded coin. PCGS didn't write anything special on the label about it either, so it was kind of weird. But
so where does your best knowledge come from? Does it come from older books, lots of books, or web? Where do you find your best info, or is it a little mixture of each?
Probably a lot of it is just like I said, just you see a lot of stuff at auctions, and then just by seeing a lot of coins, and then you see something that's interesting that you haven't seen before, and then you kind of make a little mental note about it, and then. But yeah, I got tons of books too. I mean, if I had counted up I've got hundreds of coin books. I mean, just crazy amount of coin books. So I haven't read every one of them cover to cover, but yeah, I mean, I do like reading about coins, so a lot of it comes from there too. But yeah, and then you see stuff online, if you follow some of the online message boards, there's Coin Talk, and then the Collectors Universe forums, and you just see different people posting different things, and every now and then you just see something that's, you kind of maybe will remember later down the road.
Yeah, I guess for someone who's looked through so many coins, when you see something odd, something's up.
Oh yeah. Well, and like for that one I saw in the auction, it's like you're looking through a bunch of coins in a world coin auction, and all the coins there are like nice coins, or like older ones going for hundreds of dollars, and then all of a sudden there's like a 1970s 10-cent coin that's going for $20. That just seems weird. And why would someone even grade that? So then I figured, well, let me just go look in the world coin catalog to see, well, maybe there was a low mintage of proof, because it was a proof coin as well. It's like maybe there was a real low mintage of proofs, and then you look it up and there's not even a proof listed there. So it's like, what the heck? And then just from experience, I know, well, France makes a lot of weird, patterns and stuff like that. So you flip to the back of the section for France, and sure enough, right there, it says made of gold. And the mintage was like 25 coins or 50 coins or something real low like that too.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, some of it's absolute, luck that you just come across it, but yeah, some of it's just because of just experience and knowing what to look for. And then the other part is even more luck that nobody else notices it too and doesn't bid against you. So
Yeah, holdered for that price, that should have gathered everybody's attention. Funny that it.
well, yeah, I mean, it was just like, yeah, it was just weird. Or it should have gathered, the auction company should have known to make a note of it, or PCGS should probably be writing something like that on the label if it doesn't look obvious. But who knows? Worked for me. Yeah, I bought that in the auction, and then I think at the next, I went to the Chicago A&A show after that and sold it to some world coin dealer right away and made a bunch of money on that one.
Wow, that's great. Great when you can turn them around quick, so there's no time.
Oh, sure. Makes it fun for sure.
Yeah. The ever evolving hobby. I love it. I really love it.
Oh yeah.
So, and I tell
I like enough different stuff. I mean, it's nice to be able to quickly do something like that so you can turn around and put that money right back into the next fun one.
I tell people all the time that, I've been doing this hobby for over 50 years, and I never got into errors. So that's something that's really, I'm learning a lot right now. So I've been learning something new every day, sometimes 2 or 3 things. It's great.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah. You never stop. I mean, like I said, I've been collecting since, like I said, probably 5 years old, and it's, been doing this forever, it seems like. And, some of the younger guys on here on YouTube think because I go into some of the other ones where they have trivia contests, and I seem to always know the answer a lot more than some of them. But it's like, so they all think I know everything about coins, but it's like not even close. It's like, come on. It's like, there's always more to learn, but that's fun.
And always somebody who knows more.
Sure. Absolutely.
Well,
all right, Rich. Well, hey, it was really good talking to you. I probably should get going and probably let you go get your drink and stuff too. And I'm sure Rhonda's, if she's still in chat, tired of hearing us blabber on.
Rhonda's pretty good. She loves.
I'm just kidding.
Coins. She's a new collector, so she's soaking it all up.
Hey, that's the thing. I mean, it's like there's always more to learn, and when you don't know, ask questions, because if you got it, so more than likely somebody else needs to know too. And so I always tell people, at least. So
yeah. All right. Thanks.
Very good. Like I said, I'm working up an email, and you're one of the people I'm going to be sending it to, at least the first round, just to see if there's interest in this plan I got, and should be fun.
Well, sounds good. I'm already interested, but I'll respond and let you know.
Like I said, if it's not for you, my feelings won't be hurt if you say no or it doesn't work, or if you got some comments. But it's just like I said, from 1,000, I could easily, I was thinking, maybe I'll just give away a 10th ounce gold, or maybe a nice Morgan dollar or something just for fun. But figured could do something so much bigger and better if we get some other channels involved. And I don't know what the biggest giveaways ever on YouTube have been, because like I said, I've only really been involved on YouTube for like the last, I don't know, 5-6 months really, as we get more involved. But yeah, I think this will be a pretty big one if we can pull it off.
That'd be great. Look forward to your email.
All right, sounds good. Now, I guess I just got to close out of this StreamYard.
Yeah, huh? There should be an end broadcast option for you, but if not, I'll remove you. And
I got you here. All right. Well, hey, again, appreciate it, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, you bet. You're welcome anytime.
Take care, Rich. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, we still got 5 in here. You guys are, in my opinion, lucky to have been here when Michael was telling us so much info and showing some nice stuff. Thanks again, Michael. Look forward to next time. Rhonda, are you still in the chat? So neat that this hobby is so huge. There's so much to it, and can be in it all your life and just barely scratch the surface. Pretty interesting. Oh, all right. Thanks, Rhonda. Did you have something that you wanted to show me, Rhonda? You bet, Michael. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, if you want to come up and show me, Rhonda, I'll send you an invite. It'll take me just a minute to get back to you. I'm going to go refill my drink. So for the few of you that are still here, hold on just a couple minutes and we'll start showing some more things, and we'll go from there. Did you want to come up on the panel, Rhonda, or did you just want to? Oh, okay. I'm sorry for the noise, guys. As quiet as I can, I will munch this fairly quick. Sucker for Haagen-Dazs ice cream bars. I can't say no to the things. Hello, Rhonda.
No echo.
Well, what a fun stream, huh?
I really just didn't listen very much to the two of you because I didn't have to really pay much attention to chat, so I was taking some notes that I needed to rewrite so I could copy and get organized and take care of a couple of emails that needed to be taken care of. And today I'm going to be looking at this one. Laws. It's going to be fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Time donated. And you know, not one person has all the responsibility that way.
Who was that?
That was Jody. She lives in Mount Carmel. She just got off work. I didn't get my scope to work good enough today or yesterday to get on the live stream to try to show any coins or anything. So,
Oh, that's too bad. We got to get that figured out for you.
yeah, I don't know if it's the laptop ports or what it is. I mean, it'd be wonderful if I could get it to work and have the settings and everything for it. It would make a world of difference on doing things. Let's see how to do that. See if it will work.
Yeah, I'm shocked that this stream gets me to say things I don't normally share. I've never. Did you hear me talking about the mercury?
With Michael?
No. Prior to that, I was talking about the metal mercury that's in the uh, thermometers. That mercury metal.
No, I guess I didn't hear that.
As a kid, my dad worked at a oil refinery, and I was into chemistry really hard. And he brought me caustic acids and all these chemicals that a little kid should have never been playing with, and brought me big old vials of mercury. And as a kid, I played with it. I had it in my hand every other day for years, and I think that's probably why I ended up with bone cancer.
Yes, I did hear him make that comment, but I didn't hear your side of it.
Yeah, my poor dad, he realized that he was alive when I was diagnosed, and he realized it right away and had mentioned it. And I told him, yeah, I thought that was probably what had caused it. And he really had a hard time with it. And I told him, if you would have told me no, for the stuff, I would have bugged you for years to get that stuff, So it's not like your fault. We didn't know it was dangerous back then. He would have never brought me anything if they'd have known.
Right.
All right, or Stel, tell me which coin. You gotta give me a description of it, what kind of condition it's in, which coin you're talking about, what year. No, I can help you out with the price. Or did you send it to me in my email? I'll check my email really quick.
No, I'm trying to figure this out.
So what was confusion talking about? I didn't understand.
Well, she was in his confusion, okay? And then this RD popped up and said something, and I just thought it was a separate person. And so I greeted him like I do everybody else. This was during the raid, and I mean, we had like 12 people that came in. We lost a lot of them, and one came in as big penis, and I'm like, this just don't look right. And I was still greeting people as they come in. But Lake House Beach came in, and when he came in, I asked him for help because I didn't know how big the raid was going to be. And Cajun won't help, greet people in. And so,
Okay, wait a minute. What did you need help with? I didn't hear what you needed help with.
greeting people as they came in.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, that's one of the biggest things there is with mods is greeting people when they come in. And so I asked Lake House for help, and then it was just a couple down from when I asked him for help, and I seen that, and I skipped over it, and I was going and greeting, the rest of them that was coming in, and I went back up to it, and I seen that it tells, I'm sure on your end, it tells you that you're the one that blocked the person who told me that Lake House did it. And I can't remember. It wasn't a bad thing that he said or anything like that, but just the name, Well, I guess he must have been in some other channels or something, but somebody else that wasn't a mod, I had seen them type out get rid of the troll. Well, automatically I figured it was him, so I went up to, get rid of him, and Lake House had already done it. So I said, well, you made him a mod also a long time ago, so I went and didn't say, nothing about that. But at the same time, I was trying to get your attention to let you know we was having a raid, so you could say hi to them as they were coming in. I sent you several emails, and then when I was going back up to see if I'd missed anybody, and I even asked, did I miss anybody? Everybody knew what I was talking about to see if I agreed to everybody. Well, that's the only time that Cajun made a comment about anything that was in chat. No, Rhonda, you didn't miss anything. I'm like, that wasn't the question. The question was, did I miss anybody? He said, you didn't miss anything while you was gone. You was only gone a couple minutes. Well, when he said that, I had to put back in chat. I haven't even been gone.
Oh, well, sorry about that. All right. I'm really close to staying on top of it. Hey, Lady Bullion.
Hello, Lady Bullion. I'm trying to get the scope working here. I'm trying to get my, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk about the rest later.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I lost track.
Well, it's no big deal, but when somebody has questions and I'm typing, and trying to get your attention, and Cajun is sitting there looking at the messages and rolling his eyes, that just hurts me, but I'll drop it for now.
Yeah, well, I completely missed it. Sorry. Sorry, Orstel, I'm not going to call you. Please just send me an email.
That's the first time I don't know if that worked or not. Let me check. I think it's mine. No, this is mine.
So how you doing this morning, Lady Bullion? I just had a nice couple hour chat with Michael Kittle Rare Coins. Got to see some pretty neat stuff. Got to talk to him about some shows and stuff I'll never be able to do and fun to hear about. So it's neat hearing that there's dealers out there that just cherry pick the room and make their money right there at the show. And I got you. Just a second. Just to enlarge your screen. There you go.
Did you catch my comment I said when you were showing the Canadian nickels?
About the one guy wanting to buy them.
No, my comment about
Yeah.
the one I have.
No.
Um, I did have these separated of which ones I wanted to do first. Then my pile fell over.
Yeah, I know. Cajun got a little carried away, and I need to talk to him. Telling people that I had high grade silver nickels and high grade everything, because I need to be really careful with letting people think that I have something when I don't. And
Yeah.
oh, Parker.
Oh, I'll tell you what got me is when he screamed above you guys. That's when
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that later, Rhonda.
Yeah.
So, just a second. I have a big apology to make.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a second. Parker, I'm so sorry. I'm sure you were really looking forward to the email I promised you. Hey, bud, I have just been falling way behind, had some really serious things come up. Dealing with doctors and medical stuff it takes all day, several days, and I'm still dealing with that stuff. Just trust that your package is getting very big. Every time I mess up with you, I just add more coins. So please just look at it that way. I know you were looking forward to a loop and stuff, and it's coming. Should be in the mail in the next couple days. I had some issues, even like I went down to the post office today to send stuff out. They didn't have internet. Their server was down. It's just so frustrating. I know, but I should have at least emailed you, and because I promised you an email, and I feel bad. But maybe one of these times we can figure something out, and I can have you send some pictures of some coins you have questions on, or that you want to share, or something like that, and I can do something like that for you as well. The new collectors are what keeps this hobby going, and hats off to all of you. I really appreciate you guys, listening to us and following our channels, and I see you everywhere. So I know you've got a huge interest in it because you're on all the channels. So you'll get hopefully a nice email from me soon. And I will let you in on some of what you're getting, so at least some of that can help your needs of not receiving the package that you've been waiting for so long. Hey, Roadrunner. Oh, personal information. Yeah. If you want to get rid of his number, Rhonda, that guy that put up his phone number, please. So, yeah, you got a nice package coming. Why don't you email me and tell me something special that you wish you had, or a type of coin that you don't have. Please, no Carson Cities. And I'll try to make it happen for you.
Has he been in here before?
Yeah. Hey, Rhonda, let me put you back on the chat, and I was going to start showing some things, and then I'll get a hold of you a little later, and we'll go from there. Is that okay? Or did you have, because I saw your microscope went back down. All right. So sorry about that. Yeah, Roadrunner, how you doing? Yeah, Michael was on here for probably more than a couple hours. Yeah, had some great stories to tell and showed some nice coins. He even showed war nickel that was graded. I think it was fine. So the guy has coins from the very bottom to the top. So need of him to share. If you want to come up, Roadrunner, that's fine. I have no issues. Let me put it up again. Fun chatting with somebody who does all the big shows and stuff and professionally at a high level. He did mention that he doesn't have those coins in his collection, at least for the most part. So that was interesting because I thought he did have a pretty big collection, but it makes sense. Normally when you're in that, you can't keep your collection because everything needs to stay for sale. So just a second, I'll get rid of that phone number. Alrighty. Okay, well, I already stuck a Mercury in there for you. A nice one.
I need my camera on for a second.
So go ahead and pick another coin, Parker. If you want a large cent, I can give you a damaged one. It's still cool to have. Or do you have any standing quarters? I can give you a standing quarter. I think, but I'm not positive. I think I already gave you a barber dime.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm leaving my camera down so my phone will charge up. I gotta plug it back down.
Okay. We have a lot of background noise. It's not echo, but
Yeah, just a second. I have to take care of that. Okay, that's good. All right, how do I sound now?
sounds much better.
Okay. Yeah, I was just cruising through. I'm gonna get ready here and go get some coffee and bite to eat here in a little bit.
All righty.
Rich, I know you were like interested in doing some treasure some sort. You know, you were after silver, correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to build my grandkids' junk silver collection.
Okay. Yeah, because my dealer, my main guy, he always gets all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, I'm, you know, nobody really believes me. I have the pictures and they show the diagnostic on it, but I had, we were going through a bunch of silver he bought, and he had one of those SMS half Kennedys in one, you know, with some of the stuff he bought. It was kind of really low grade, but it has all the markers on it. And I got the pictures too. Yeah, it seems like nobody even believes pictures.
No, that sounds cool.
Yeah, he's gone now, but you know, I always run across all kinds of cool stuff that he gets. You know, it's just, you know, he's like I said, he's only like real true coin and stamp guy. You know, old school guy within you know, I'd say about 100 miles, give or take. A lot of people go to him, especially with all everybody's, you know, they're everybody's dying off, with that had his collections, they always go to him. It seems like he's busy with one collection or another. He hardly has time to do anything else.
Yeah, that's something I had asked Michael when he was on the stream, is if there was some old timer that really drew his attention and stuff. But he said so many of them are gone.
Yeah, he's got a knack for handling some of that vintage stuff. I've seen a couple of his videos.
Yeah, did you see his 1909 typeset?
No, I didn't.
High grade, beautiful phone. SVDBs, the S Indian, just gorgeous.
Yeah, I was helping my dealer kind of pick out, ferret out the key dates, a bunch of stuff that he bought. He had a red, mid-state. I was close to mid-state at the very least. 1908 S Indian had. He was gonna get it to me for like $80. I'm like, oh man. Yeah, I paid my bills first, and I think he sold it. But like I said, he always comes across something.
Well, that's cool that you have that option.
Yeah, well, I was gonna, help people out if they got a bucket list, because that way I'm only getting something out of it too, and plus, he'll end up making money. So that's the whole idea, is to keep it going.
Yeah, cool stuff. I wish that I had an old stamp guy around still. I would love to take my collection into somebody like that.
He doesn't really. What are you saying? You want to go hang out with him or something?
No, just be able to have somebody tell me, if there's certain things in my collection I should be taking better care of, or separate from the collection.
Yeah, anything like that. I would recommend not everything all at once, because he is a busy guy.
Oh no, I know that. I know pretty much the pages that the collection now, so.
He's really good with ancients, too. He's not much of a modern variety guy, but he does know his stuff as far as stamps and like ancient coins.
Well, now that's something Michael had just said to me tonight that's so cool. At one of the shows, one of the dealers or collectors rather, brought in a full, complete, mostly complete set of ancients that were all proof-like and just extreme coins. 350 of them.
You were kind of cutting out there a little bit, like you were losing your audio.
Yeah, you have a lot of background noise, and I'm hearing my.
Let me change my position. I'm going to change my position. Hold on a second. All right, how's that sound?
That's better. Yeah.
A little better.
It still has it though.
Yeah, it might be just I might have a couple windows open. Let me check.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. Hold on.
He was telling me about a ancient collection of Roman coins that was all proof-like. Real high-end coins.
Oh wait, that were found recently?
No, it's from one collector that he did at a show, I think last year.
Oh, I was thinking about this one. They were doing some underground work near the Coliseum, and dug up an old mason jar full of old, like really old coins, and they're all gold and they're all mint state, ancient, I guess, worth quite a bit of money.
That's cool.
Yeah. Another one that just recently, I guess it was last year, it was in I think it was Switzerland. They found somebody found a same type of deal, I guess. And then we had this one up close up here. It was up the coast. These people, they found this tin, like an old tin in there. It was like, it was under a root or something like that. One of these, tree. God, they found some really rare top mint state gold coins, being like, some fractionals with like a lot of San Francisco mints that were like extremely rare in any state.
Yeah, that's really cool. Can you imagine finding that? Oh,
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't go out of my way like that, but but that would be awesome. I have a knack for looking for stuff anyway. But there's this guy opened up a coin shop down near the boardwalk. He rents out metal detectors too. He just started up. His dad's got a shop close by too. Yeah, I guess his little baby. I'm gonna talk to him for a little bit.
well, Rhonda's saying that on the eBay side that it's really staticky and they can't hear you. You want to try plugging the mic in again or something?
Just a second. All right. I think it might be that. It might be a way, because I have my cover on the phone, the little carrying case on it. How's that?
Yeah.
Is that any?
Yeah, that definitely helped.
Okay. I'm trying to put it back the way it was, because that's where I had it optimized, just kind of the corner of this table. All right.
Yeah, I don't
That
know
should be
what
all
it
right.
was. It was every time your mic was open, it was a constant static, and it was competing with you.
Oh, you know what it is? I was playing music and I was using an application so I could hear it. I'm just gonna cut that out. I know that's what it is now. Let's see here.
Yeah, you still have a slight echo as you talk. It's almost
I
an
haven't
instant
cut it off
echo,
yet. I
but
haven't cut it off yet. Just a second. Stand by.
the static went away for the most part.
All right. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's definitely better.
Okay. I gotta adjust. I gotta put it back to a certain setting though. It's still on. I just want to make sure that I can. Okay, how's that? Is that any better?
No, that got worse again.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right. Okay.
Yep.
It's off completely now.
Perfect. Yep, that's what it was. It caused a static that was at your same
Feedback. It was feedback because the mic and the speaker right next to each other.
Oh, okay.
Or not right next to each other, but it was just feeding. It was feeding
Close
back.
enough.
The speaker
Right.
was giving feedback. So it's not me. It wasn't anything in my apartment. It was just that it was a speaker, because I have that application to make it louder. Okay, now get back to the screen here. Close these other ones on. All right. That should do it.
Yeah, it sounds much better.
Fortunately, I've always been pretty quick with the electronic deal.
Yeah, it's one of the things I love best about doing the high-end audio systems was being able to hook all that stuff up. So much fun. Nope, I see you. Just a second. There you go. You're back up.
All right. Yeah, I went back to the desktop site. Makes things easier.
Yep. Whenever you do that, you don't need to say anything. Just go for it. I'll figure it out.
I'm sure. Okay, no problem. I remember that. I always do.
Yeah, this program, it works really well. I'm really pleased with it. Everybody seems to be able to come in and out really quick after some issues. So I hated Hangouts when people had issues. Sometimes they didn't get back on.
Yeah, it was frustrating sometimes. Once you got the link and got in, for the most part, it was okay. But then, um, you always had to be aware of something going on.
Yeah. And I still need to work on OBS. I would like to be able to use it to have the options that it has, but it just
And I think in that involving that, people having problems. They just don't have a decent graphics system, or card to handle that kind of action.
yeah, I got two GTX 1080 Ti, so it does pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not privy to the new hardware at this point right now, but yeah, if you say so.
Yeah,
Once I read the specs, I'll know. But yeah, I'm not sure what's out there now.
they're 12 gigabyte cards, so
Oh, yeah, 12 gigabyte. Geez, yeah, it should be able to handle like 10 screens by itself.
yeah, I ran 5 of them yesterday just to test the system, and I had the virus checker running in 2 different modes, and I had a big search going on in my hard drive, and had about 30 windows opened in my browser with videos running in most, and it just cruised right along.
You're testing your system, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I see. That's what I'd like to do, is get a decent system like that to where it has the power to deal with everything, and even if I have to set up another processor, or have external processors. I don't care about that. It's just setting that stuff up. It's just I want the power to for the computer to have the to be able to do what it can do, what it's meant to do.
Yep. Yeah, I've got dual Xeon, so dual processors. They're great at eating up big programs, or lots of big programs.
A friend of mine, he's an expert on that kind of stuff, and he said probably my best bet, if once I decide to go with something I'm going to keep for a while and be able to upgrade. He said to go with the Xenons, or if I want something affordable.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're like network processors, I guess.
Yeah, they're server class.
Server process. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it makes it a lot of fun. I don't have them I've got them in a desktop style, but it's a gigantic thing, so I can get all my hard drives in there, and so lots of fun.
Yeah. Plus, I like to have if you have something decent too, you can also have, you can pretty much set up any mobile device as a backup, or some sort of basically as a backup, either that or so you can network yourself without having to rely on your desktop.
Yep.
That's another thing, because I'm going to be mobile. I plan to go mobile when I get some things done. I like to buy a motorhome and go out and do road trips every now and then for the coin thing.
That'd be pretty cool. Following some of those shows and stuff.
Well, not only that, but you go to some of these small towns and stuff like that. You try to make the contacts ahead of time. Plan ahead. But you roll through some of these towns. With a plan, you can probably find some really good stuff. And I have no doubt that we'll find some stuff. It's just a matter of figuring it out. Figuring out a system.
Yeah.
Yeah, you end up finding little mini hordes and stuff like that. Then I can either sell it or auction it off or flip it or whatnot. Because just keep myself alive, because I don't really want to. I'm kind of like I said, I got about 10 years to catch up in my life, so that would be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. I would love that.
Yeah. Plus, I can meet everybody, that I know that, as far as, that I've met and associate with now, personally, every now and then. I mean, nice to go visit, people out on the other, in the East Coast area, because that's where most of the people that I started associating with, are. They're out on the East Coast, or at least mostly, some in the Midwest, but mostly back east. Yeah. There's quite a few people down in, the kind of Bible Belt area too.
Yeah, I'm sure you just need to be careful and stay out of the too humid areas so you don't just get your heart broken with coins that are corroding and heavy
Well,
issues.
I would have some sort of, I would like build some sort of setup, for I'd make it waterproof for if there's any like serious stuff I carry. But mostly if when it comes down to it, I would just, once I get something, I would end up sending it someplace or to a storage unit that's, I wouldn't want to carry too much stuff with me.
Yeah, and that's not what I meant, because I know you'd protect yourself. I meant these towns that 95% of the coins they have that they think are really high value because
Well,
of,
yeah, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to arbitrarily just buy something, and make them think I'm going to buy it. I'm just going to tell them, I'm not going to, I'm not going to promise anything. I just want to see it, if it's worth it,
Yeah.
But some people, if they don't want to deal with me, that's fine. They want to have an attitude, that's fine too. That's not my problem.
Yeah. Oh, and you see, you're still misunderstanding. I mean, the coins will be damaged because of their weather.
But I mean, I understand that. But what goes, these people have these coins and they think they're worth something.
Yeah.
They get butt hurt when you don't pay because they probably need the money or something. It could go either way. But
Well,
I'm pretty good at dealing with people, and if I get good instincts about that. But second, if I see any damage stuff like that, it's like, it's not gonna happen.
yeah, and unfortunately, them thinking they have something worth a lot is something you're going to have to deal with.
No, yeah, I understand that, but I don't do insecurities often, especially when it comes down to face-to-face situations. So if they have, and I, truth be told, I am going to make sure that I have some sort of recording device with me at all times. When it comes down to business dealings like that, because if I don't know somebody, I'm going to make sure that I'm covered one way or the other.
Yeah, got to.
Of course, yeah. This is my whole thing that I was, planned ahead, and I wanted to use whatever technology is available to my advantage, And I figured the best way to do that kind of thing is, as far as a hobby goes, is go out on the road every now and then. I can't just stick around here because I'll end up bleeding the place dry.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always wanted to get one of those metal analyzers. Luckily, my coin collection didn't have truly questionable coins, but so many of the big collections, you just don't know where they've gotten them, and there's so many fakes on the nicer coins. And
yeah, those, I haven't checked the prices on those. If it's but I wouldn't mind having one of those myself too. Because I'll end up having to get involved with a lot of the vintage and colonials and stuff like that.
yeah, and knowing metal content on those is huge. That really takes the guesswork.
Yeah, those things pick it up right away. It's just all it is a electromagnetic analyzer. It just shows it. It throws a magnetic field into the coin and it bounces back. It's like a radar.
Yep. Yeah, they're about 5,000 start when I priced them out.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah.
Which, if you're going to be going around and doing, what you're doing, that might be worth it.
Well, yeah. Well, I would imagine so. If I'm flipping, especially if I'm flipping like Morgans and or stuff that's like that's questionable. Because I can learn about this stuff really quick. But a lot of this learning curve, the learning curve, especially when it comes down to the stuff like that, you got to have examples or at least have handled them. Because. Yeah. I've seen fakes before or counterfeits before. Nothing serious, but I'm just like, shoot, I got to be able to spot this stuff at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'll do all right. You know, I'm not gonna get anything in. I don't think I'm gonna, you know, I just, you know, pass up, you know, and let's try something else. But yeah, yeah, no problem. You have one of those, you know, to test the stuff. I think it would be well worth it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you know you do come across a counterfeit, because that's, you know, that's probably at least $1,000 you save right there from getting scammed out.
I've got a big bag of seated liberties and a few others that are, you know, I'm pretty positive they're fake, and that's why they're not in my collection. But I would love to just test them.
Well, there's some of the, I mean, some of the shops, you probably go to a shop, take a few at a time, you know, every now and then, at least, you know, that has them. I don't know of any place that has them in California, but you know, I'm sure somebody does.
Yeah, there's a couple in my area, and they both have them, but they don't like pulling them out unless they're, you know, doing. They don't test for free, you know. They do it for coins that are getting traded in or sold, but not from people just walking in. So,
Well,
and I
that's kind of
understand that.
that's not very neighborly or friendly. I was watching this one guy, his channel. He calls himself Spectacular. It's back east. He went in one of those. He went to a shop, and dude totally talked to him. Let him do the check a couple of coins on the analyzer. He's got one of the top ones too, and he was really open about his you know, his shop and everything. Yeah, it's kind of like a I don't know if it's a franchise shop, but you know, they have certain standards involved now. I mean, as far as how they operate.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Yeah, and the guy was totally cool about it. You know,
Yeah.
definitely real good customer service, and he was you know, and very cool about the video going on and everything else. So, and he was, you know, Spectacular got invited back.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love seeing that. It's nice, nice to see it happening, because there's so many guys that just shut people down and ruin them for the collecting world.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing about it is now, you know, these just, and it's just recent too. You know, those guys are becoming a rare breed now, because they're not playing ball.
Yep, it's true. Yeah, and this guy, he's just one of those guys that he even told me that every time he turns it on and off, it's taking a chance of it, you know, making it less dependable. And it's like, no.
Jeez. God, that's just, you know, that's lame, dude. Those things are built pretty well, you know, as it stands. And I would imagine, you know, you don't buy the thing unless you get the thing like some sort of warranty or know somebody can fix it, you know. But that's kind of a lame excuse to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't normally go back to him. I only go there when a friend or somebody tells me he has something I probably be interested in. Then I'll go check it out just because of that.
Yeah, there's certain people that like shops that are different places that I'll just wait until somebody else is there or a certain person is there, because I always end up getting a better deal, or just, you know, just things work out better. It's just who you deal with, you know. Sometimes, you know, it's one person at one register, or, you know, I mean, you know, or side of the shop is, you know, going to save you a few bucks, and, you know, be friendly about it too. But yeah, I was like tripping on some of the pawn shops I've been to. You know, it's either they're like, you know, they have the whole spectrum too, you know, where there looks like the places are prison on lockdown, you know, or it's, you know, almost pretty much looking like it was wide open. It doesn't even look like pawn shops. Pretty trippy.
Yeah, or they have that little slot for their shotgun right at the door. Do I really want
Before you even knock on the door, you hear click click.
Yep.
Yeah, those are usually like the like out of, you know, BFE suburbia type you know, biker pawn shop, man. And I understand why they have to do that, man. You know, these guys get robbed every now and then, man. And then, you know, people go out, you know, drifters go after places like that, and, you know, in the middle of nowhere.
Not to mention they're probably selling or buying from half the meth heads in the town. Just
Yeah. Yeah. They probably own half the town too, or at least got them. I got it in honk.
well, it's fun listening to somebody who does the shows and stuff at his caliber. So many things that would have never been something I would have thought of, or because I'll never be in that. Well,
Yeah,
people.
that's pretty cool. It is cool. You know, I've always been pretty kind of an outgoing person anyway, but you know, learning, you know, getting tips and information, you know, that work for other people, you know, will work for you maybe too, maybe not, but you know, it's always cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about some of the collectors that the only thing they do is go to the shows to cherry pick all the other dealers' stuff and turn stuff in right at the show to have it regraded, pull it out of the slabs.
Yeah, the snipers or the grifters, or there's many names you can call call that, you know, even nice ones, but yeah, it seems like that's why some of the dealers get kind of defensive. It seems like, you know, I haven't been to many shows, but you know, I've seen some really, I've seen every type of personality, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, he's a great guy. I really like him. He's down to earth fella.
Yeah, when that the 1990 proof set, the Lincoln Memorial cent was discovered by some dude. He was like 20 something years old, or I heard he was young. He spotted that in the mint set, or I mean the proof set, and flipped it right there and got like, I don't know, made like $5,000 or $6,000. He was a discoverer basically, because I think that's cool actually. You know, he dude knew what he was looking after, what he's looking for, or knew what to look for. So, you know, hey, it's, you know, it's your own fault if you can't, if you leave something like that out in the open.
Yep. Yeah, Michael was talking about a French dime that was PCGS graded coin up for sale for like $20, and he said that just seems so odd with all these, hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars slabs that he was looking through. So he checked it out, and it was a what do you call the coins that are the ones that are sent in to see if the mint will start using that design.
Oh, Judd or something, or pattern coin.
Pattern coins. It was a gold pattern coin that was half a.
Really?
I forget how big he said it was. All gold. It's solid gold one, and it was for sale for $20. And
Oh, he didn't know it was gold. It was graded.
The dealers didn't know, and he picked it up and flipped it almost right away.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know, something like that. You know, usually, you know, I guess some of the labels, they don't actually say they're golds.
Yeah, and that's what he said. It just said it was a regular dime. He said it's, a lot thicker and odd toned, and
yeah, I mean, they don't say there's, you know, a lot of, some of the labels I remember, even, you know, for the Morgans, they don't actually say they're silver all the time. You know, when the label says, you know, a $1 Morgan, you know, certain date and, you know, variety or whatever, and mint mark, you know exactly what it is. They don't need to put the word silver or gold on some of that stuff. Plus, it's kind of a draw for somebody to like think about ripping you.
Yep. Yeah. Pretty fun. Okay.
The only time they ever put that on there is like when like the new modern stuff like state quarters, because they make them in clad too. So yeah, I pulled some cherry picks. I'm pretty sure they are what they are. I think I've got this coin now down the overdates. I found this 42D. I'm pretty sure it's the overdate, the DDO, but it's got a massive cut on the bottom, like a die break and cut on the bottom of the fascia. and it weighs the same, so it's not just something that's stuck to it. It seems like.
Huh.
It will. I mean, I see. I've never seen one on a silver coin like this, but it's something small. So it's like real big. It's about the size of a fly, at the bottom of the fascia, and it's like kind of blackish, kind of like charcoal, but really metallic looking. So I'm pretty sure it's not something stuck to it.
Is that on that nickel that you were?
No, it's on a mercury dime that I pulled off, that I grabbed out of that I picked out of a pawn shop, because you're never going to find, or most likely not going to find the Philadelphia one. That's you can see that right off the bat. I always take my loop with me, and you usually, unless it's like dirty, you can usually see the one going through the two, but it's not like the Philadelphia at all. It's very, very subtle. You can't really see it unless you like get up close on it. And then there are dye markers involved too. So, and the design, the way the design is. So, I know one of them is for sure. But like I said, it seems like the way they work some of the dye, it does have a different profile. But the same markers are still there, though.
Oh, it's so much fun going through these coins and having somebody from the country that they're from come in and appreciate. That's something I
French Polynesia.
dealt with too much. And yeah, I got a real nice email from him saying that he'll be back because of that. And
Cool.
yeah. And
Yeah,
some of
I know how to. I'm pretty good with languages, and as long as it's within Latin tolerances, I can pretty much read anything and speak anything. As long as Latin's involved.
So, what's your favorite world coins? You got a favorite or?
I don't know. I kind of like the overstrikes or overdates, stuff like that. It's really cool, to try to hunt those stuff down. The major, now just like when I started re-educating myself on the coins, modern U.S. coins, and finding out the varieties, like the 16 DDO Buffalo nickels, like that. So far, I think I found another one. I got one, and I have it in hand pretty much, and it's a real low grade, but the thing's worth about $5,000 to $1,000 if you go get it graded, and everything's there. All the the whole design's there. It's almost to the point where it's a no date, but you can still see the full date. And the thing about it is the way that the doubling is, you can actually, if you know what you're doing or know what you're looking at, you can actually pick them out now. So that's going to be one of my submissions. I'm going to send that one to Wexler too. I'd rather just let him deal with it, and it's not like he can put it in a slab, but he can give me the letter for it at least.
Yeah, see if I can find. I've got a coin. I don't know where it's from, but it's got what looks to be an overdate of, or some type of doubled error. It's turned and twisted, and it's really strange. And let me see if I can have it right here.
Well, is it damaged or something?
No, I don't believe it is, and it's a higher grade coin. In fact, it's almost flawless.
Okay, well that's a good thing.
Yeah, it has an extreme type of error or doubling going on.
It happens a lot. People, they save their coins or whatever, or they need a new circulation going on, and that's what they do.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the coins that really cracked me up because the conditions of the really high grade mint coins looked like some kid made it out of a handmade mint set, or a print set. I can't believe that the grade on the coins would be so horrible, or the quality. Of course, I'm not finding it now.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this. One channel, he used to call himself Silver Baggins. He had to change his name for some reason. Somebody was hassling him about that name for his channel. So, but anyway, I found a video that he had on a Mercury dime with Cud, similar. I called it Cudzilla, man, because the thing pretty much covers about, I'd say, about a good eighth of the coin. And, yeah, it was similar to mine, but his is Philadelphia, and I figured, hey, if it's like in the same spot, then it most likely was, kind of a design flaw.
Yeah.
Because it was like real close to what I had, but like I said, his is the Philadelphia. But he ended up getting rid of it, so I was unable to get a chance to take a look at it.
Yeah, I voted for that guy to hopefully get to keep his name and stuff. I was really disappointed they made him do that.
Well, they didn't actually do anything actionable. That's what I was. But I understand his situation. He's already established, and the last thing he needed was to get jacked. So and fight something that really didn't make a huge difference. He just made sure that he kept his his database. As far as his subscribers and everything else.
Yeah, I like this guy. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's kind of funny.
So that coin is a Columbia coin.
Okay.
Found one of the other ones that I know came out of I have, as a kid, I used to order from I forget the name of the stamp company. They're still around doing coins. But they used to
Littleton?
What'd you say?
Littleton?
Yeah. I used to get their packs, and they'd send free packs of coins from time to time. And then I'd order you get 10 free sets, and they would be the proof or mint set coins. Yeah. And I got so many of those that are still unopened, all in plastics, individually wrapped. And they're great coins. They're all from the early 60s. And this one from Columbia, like I said, it looked like some kid made the stuff out of Play-Doh. It was just wonderful quality, and I can't believe that was their brand new high grade coin.
Ken was working for the Colombians when it was
Now let's see. I liked all of Ken's Play-Doh stuff. That was actually extremely helpful.
Like I said, a really good idea. He utilized, having CJ as an associate, and we realized that, hey, we can work something out, because CJ was already talking about, making copies of the dies and all the workings of the system, and with his printer. So Ken just took it to the next level.
Yeah.
Which was basically the kid level, taking the Play-Doh and all that good stuff.
Which is why so many of those kids absolutely said, "Oh, now I understand.
Now I get it." Yeah. Even some adults are like, "Oh, okay, I get it now." Because a lot of people don't understand machinery or stuff like that. How they work. Machinists work is quite quite intensive as far as you got to know your math and your materials and just fluid crap. That's just kind of that's where a lot of people were losing or weren't understanding, because they didn't understand how metallurgy works or machinery and stuff like that. Ken kind of made a little bit a little bit more user friendly.
Yep, I was one of them. I just never got it before. I've read it and heard people talk about it, but it just never clicked. So I am a little thick sometimes. I'll be the first to admit.
I got a few of those.
I really like those. Those ones are really cool.
Yes, Swiss Swiss currency. I mean, Swiss coins. Yeah. I think my oldest one's in 1888.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just have the female on the coin is gorgeous, or if it's a dude, he's very pretty.
Yeah, the Barber series kind of makes me think of, makes me a little, you know, skeptical, on Barber's way Barber did his personal life. Let's put it that way. I mean, there's just some of the design of the bust is it's supposed to be Lady Liberty. It looks like a dude.
Yep. Yeah, and it's so disappointing that major countries and they have just the worst of coins, and there's no excuse. Some of the biggest artists in the world come from these countries, and you'd think they'd take a little more pride.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I mean, after not all stuff was bad. But it was, the Morgans, are great, but it still kind of has that plain Jane look to it. But I mean, back then that's the way it was.
Yeah.
At least we're not stuck with we're not stuck with the what do you call them, Amish or whatever. The look at that's just that plain Jane look kind of falls short of me.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that don't like the Morgans, not even a little bit. So
that's true. That's absolutely true.
So now here's one of the coins that I just don't recognize the writing, and of course they have nothing on the coin to help you figure out where it's from.
That looks. Wait a second.
Let me know when you want to see the reverse, or possibly the adverse.
That looks Cyprus, I think. I'm not. I don't. I'm sure it might be Cyprus.
All right, let me show you the other side. Oops.
I don't recognize the language. That's the problem. Okay, that's it's kind of a griffin. Let me think here. I don't recognize the language offhand. I'm thinking no, I'm changing my mind. I still think it's Mediterranean. It might be Northern Africa.
Yeah, I have another one that looks. I don't know. I guess it doesn't look that similar. And that one's Lebanese. Yeah, some of them are really cool, but I just wish they had just some type of better identifying for their country.
Yeah, I just don't recognize the language. That's the problem. That's my, that's not something I know that I remember. It's definitely not Farsi or Arabic. It's not old school.
Here's another one.
That's why I'm thinking Northern Africa, because the only, as far as the griffin goes, it's that kind of thing is only used in like the Western Mediterranean area. I don't know of any griffins anywhere else. There you go. Is that the Lebanese one you're talking about? That looks like it's
Oh,
Turkish.
this is another one. I knew the Lebanese one because it actually said
That
Manco.
looks Turkish. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that one. Not even one dealers. Oh yeah, that might help a little bit.
Or not.
That's Persian, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure.
See, I have a whole bunch of these that are like that. That just has nothing similar enough, or not similar, but familiar enough for me to be able to even start trying to figure it out. Now I've got a bunch of that one, different denominations, different sizes, and nothing silver. It's all copper, brass.
Yeah, it's
Poorer country, maybe.
I'm thinking Persian or Turkish, if anything, but yeah. The Ottomans had quite their own culture too. But like I said, I don't recognize the language, so and I don't know Turkish either, so it might be that. Might be the area anyway.
Now that one you'll know, but I just like this one because it's a
Yeah,
little older.
that's not too far away.
Yeah. I just went in better grades. These coins are just gorgeous. 39.
I just gave 10 centavos to my housekeeper.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Seeing the Mexican people are such proud people to have part of their old currency. It means tons to them.
I mean, well, the revolution was kind of kind of chaotic when it came down to it, but yeah. I mean, even afterwards, it was still chaotic. Things didn't start happening for Mexico until after the 40s, after the World War.
Yeah.
They were just still in confusion from the revolution. You know, my half brothers, he's Mexican or half Mexican anyway. He's actually related to some of those a couple of those famous banditos.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Which is kind of ironic because he ended up getting in trouble a lot, doing time.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? I see that out.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to genetics or it runs in the family, yeah, or but it's also environment too. His dad before his dad didn't stick around very long, but when he did, he ended up using him to like crawl through dog doors and stuff to open up houses and stuff so they can both rip it out.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Happens a lot. Yeah,
So pretty cool designs. It's got a palm tree in the middle. Let's see.
Double swords.
Yeah. It looks a little like an old African coin, probably East Africa or something like that.
Come on, folks.
Yeah. Huh? That's kind of a cool trick.
Yeah, normally works pretty good, but only if I use my star notes.
Yeah, it's got a shatar sword. Is it looks like the numbers shaped like a sword.
Yeah, and I should have. Let me turn that around so you're looking at it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and big representation of the coin. So
seems like that's what it is. It's obviously a new number. The number one probably looks like, but it also looks like one of those swords too.
Yeah.
That's definitely Old Arabic, I think. Yeah. Wait a second. I think it's Hebrew.
What was that?
I think that's Hebrew. Look,
Yeah, I'd have no.
yeah, I'm pretty sure. It looks Hebrew.
Interesting.
I have to go back on a couple of my coins. I'm not. Yeah, it's just the bottom devices look like they're Hebrew or Jewish. You know, old school.
Well, I'm just down to a handful of coins. Hopefully, I've
The
looked.
about it is there wasn't there wasn't a Jewish state, until the late 40s. Sometimes makes me want to looking at stuff like that. It kind of makes me wanted to finish a language. Some of the languages I was going to learn.
Some of them can be pretty helpful in history and.
I pick up stuff quick, so it's not that it's not. I just wish I would have done it. Finished it off when I had the chance.
Yeah.
I didn't have to pay for it either.
Well, I went through all those coins, and I must have set it aside for you because it's not in the group anymore.
Mm-hmm. No big deal.
I'll have it one of these times. You'll get a kick out of it. It's pretty cool.
Next time, remind me too. I'll bring out those Colombian Expo coins so you can take a look at it through. The 1892 is definitely got to be the repunch date that's listed. It couldn't be otherwise.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, just the way it is. I mean, I think there's 3 or 4 of them that I had seen as far as listed varieties. I'll have to go back on that research and see what it is. But yeah, I mean, the date is definitely doubled up, and some of the lettering around the obverse.
Well, that one with the sword, I just found the one that's about the size of a half dime. So that's interesting. Pretty small denomination for, 1940s or 50s is what I think that was probably dated.
Yeah, some of those Helvetias you got the 5 Helvetia it's rather small too.
Yeah.
I've lost a couple of mine, or I've not lost them, but I've misplaced them because they're so darn small. You got any Canadian stuff? I mean, key date stuff other than your nickels?
I had a couple, but I haven't been able to locate them because I pulled them out and marked them and put them somewhere safe.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, it's just it's I run across those the mint sets all the time.
Yeah, when you find those folders full of Canadian coins, and they pop up here and there, definitely check them for those dates, man.
I usually don't find. I always find. I don't get the folders that often, and if somebody tells me they have one, I usually either try to get them to either tell me or send me pictures or something like that, because I hate going out of my way and then finding out somebody put together a folder of about goods. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're great. Oh god, here we go again.
Oh, look what I just found. Somalia. Look at this writing. Okay, come on.
Do it again. Yeah.
Didn't that look really similar to that sword one?
Centismo.
Yeah, it's Somalia.
Yeah, East Africa. If it's a centismo, then they were, then it says like that, then it's that was 1950. That's like pretty much the transitional time for when the colonies were finally disbanded.
Yeah, and that's something I wish I was a little more up to
That's
date on,
Portuguese.
because saving the coins during those eras.
Centismo is a Portuguese word, I think.
Huh. Here, let me turn it over for you.
Now the rest of the language is pretty much, Hidden numismatist would love that. He's like the elephant freak.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That was a pretty good one, too.
totally.
So I had a real big one, but I think one of my grandkids grabbed it because I haven't been able to find it. All my animals or like the New Zealand coins and stuff, man, they grabbed up a lot of them because, they love animals. So,
Yeah, well, anything that has to do with elephants, Hidden's all over it.
huh.
So I'll let them know. I'll let them know. Have them subscribe. Come check it out every now and then. I can. So if you think about it, and you got some elephants handy, and that's really nice design actually. It looks just like any regular African elephant. To tell you the truth.
Yep, larger eared. That
Yep.
would be African. Yeah, the elephants is something. My dad was an artist, so elephants were something he did. So I normally am pretty good at telling when somebody did a good job or not. And that one's really good.
Yeah, it is. I think he'd want that one bad.
Yeah, I forget what year it is. Let me look again.
That one there is 50.
I think you're right. Oh, I've got my exterior light on is why that's happening. Just a second. There we go. Yeah, 1950. Yeah, I just have so much fun going through them. It's so fun having, an audience that all, enjoy looking and have nothing but nice comments and pretty nice. I've been lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting looking coin.
Hey, how are you fixed for for like rolls of wheat cents?
Pretty good, but I'm always looking for more. If that's what you mean.
I mean, when as far as like trades go, if I find something, that's what I'm probably gonna want.
Yeah. See, we can probably figure out something on the ones I've gone through because what I go for is high grade, and you're after other things.
That could be a possibility. Yeah.
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 So, and there's still,
but there are certain basically dates that I mean, I can roll through I wouldn't have a problem with going through the whole 40s, 30s or less. There's actually less varieties that I really care about, but it's mostly from 1940 on to 52 maybe.
Yeah, I have 44, 45, 46 with a couple mints. And then it's not 50, but 51 and on. I have normally quite a few rolls of. You get into the end of the 50s, 56 or so. I have normally about
I don't want anything to do with a 56 or 57. I'm just those gave me a headache with just checking them in pocket change.
Oh, okay.
with all the different dye variations and mint marks varieties. I just kind of shy away from that stuff. But the double dyes and like some of the errors I'm okay with, but they have to be pretty much the ones that that I can flip or because like I said, I don't really collect very much stuff, but long story short, I definitely within that tolerance, those years, 1940 on to 52, 53, 54, 55 even, but 56, 57 just drives me nuts. Even 58s I'm sick of looking at.
Yeah.
Trying to find the unicorn double dye, I'm over it.
I finally went through my last of the ones I hadn't checked of my 55 bank rolls, and I made a real big deal out of it. I'd do like half a roll every couple of days or every 5 days or so, and slowly rolled down to the last couple rolls, and then waited till special days to do it when I was extra bored or something, or did one on my birthday. And it's like, well, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen on my birthday, right?
Yeah, I've never actually seen a real 55 double dye up, in person up close.
Never in my hand, or at least not that I was aware of. I went through a lot of coins before I knew about that one. So as a kid, I went through tons of rolls, and I was cherry picking for nicer wheats and special dates and stuff. But I was looking for dates that I was missing out of my folders and albums, not anything that was errors or keys. Well, some of them.
I was kind of keyed in on those kind of things when, not too long after I first started collecting, because one of my brothers, he was teaching me how to do it and got me into it, and I was totally fascinated by the major double dyes like the 55 after, and it pains me sometimes when having a memory like I do, because I do remember getting something like that in pocket change and having it for a minute, because I was looking at it, and I thought I was seeing things because it was the way it was doubled, and I don't remember which one it was, but it was probably the 72, but
well, the one I saw and remember is one that I swore was on the wrong planchet, and I put it in my pocket because I knew it was something to keep. But I was on my way to the bar, and I should have just went home and dropped it off, and stayed too long at the bar, and then the next day it's like, oh crap, and I go through my pocket.
Is that real?
Nope, it's not there.
Oh man.
And I had never.
It's funny how these like just these just these error varieties, whatever, just are worth way more than are considered worth way more, depending on the collector, than just your regular really nice gold coins or silver coins, or rarities like that, man. Jeez. These freaking modern coins just push the limits.
Yeah, Cajun was actually when. In fact, I think you were there when we were talking about that one error that went for so much less than the same MS-67 grade.
Yeah.
So, and that doesn't surprise me.
No, it doesn't really me either. Usually when you got standalones that that are going up, sometimes it'll just get that realized price out of the blue. It depends on who's watching what's coming up.
You see this coin on the screen?
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. I wonder if that center isn't some type of shield.
Coat of arms, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks Arabic to me. Definitely, probably Egyptian.
Yeah. I bet I've got it wrong. I bet it needs to go like that. Huh.
Yeah, it's word design. It looks like it looks Arabic to me. I don't know. The numbers do.
Now, when I showed this is the one I was showing earlier, so now we know it most likely is
Yeah, yeah. It's
either that or it's alien.
yeah, huh?
Either that or it's about aliens.
No, it's Conehead. Conehead. We come from France. That's classic.
Yeah, that's my era. So
And I don't know. It might be old. Algerian or Moroccan. Who knows? You know, dudes who wear hats like that. That's that's Northern Africa totally.
yeah, I wish I was in the league of being able to know, the reason why the coins are made out of certain metals as compared to geography for the lands that it came from and, their wealth at the time and that kind of thing. Because I'm sure there's a big advantage to having that knowledge for coin collecting, but yeah, I certainly am not the one that has it.
Well, I mean, the whole idea for having the coinage and stuff like that kind of goes for with trade to a certain extent, but when you have a huge the culture, basically the whole culture thing is involved with that, is having the coinage to flip it back into for defense or reusing it for currency or money or whatever for trade. But a big part of it with the United States is now, because especially since the world wars, they want to make sure there's plenty of coinage out there that's available, because we could flip it into useful useful stuff for a war effort.
Right.
Now, I don't think we'll ever get rid of coinage, to tell you the truth. People are saying, they're going to get rid of the penny or something like that. I highly doubt it. Copper is definitely, even though it's only partial copper now.
Yeah.
I mean, even the clad, they'll at least keep the clad, I would imagine.
Well, I thought it'd be neat if they created a 3-cent size of the penny. So at least that way they're not losing money making it. But that would be such a big change around for everything. And I'm sure a lot of people would be pissed at things for getting around off to the
this whole thing with the state quarters and the different Washington quarters after they retired the Eagle Reverse, it was geared towards that kind of thing. I mean, they wanted to make sure that they can make some money off it too. They knew what was going on. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's good for the collector too. But I just never really got into doing out into the hype with all these releases. When I'd rather save my self for the new designs that they're going to come out with commemorative peace dollars and Morgans, because that's all coming from the original dies. They're going to be struck as Carson City is going to be struck right there at Carson City using number 1.
Right.
Only thing is, I was thinking about it. I was like, those old mint machines, man. They got to make sure those things are up to par as far as safety goes too. Well, I'm sure they are, but it's just like crazy. I'd hate to work with something like that. That old. I had a big question about it. So I heard a lot. They used a lot of women were involved with Carson City.
Actually, I had family from Carson City that's been there for probably over 120 years or so. And I know that the ones that really pushed the museum getting back on track, the Carson City Mint stuff being recognized and stuff, was a big group of women. And I think actual
women during the the production of the Carson City series were used.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Maybe it was because there were just all the cowboys out there were busy with the cowboy stuff, and there was just an excess amount of women that could be used for to work at the mint, or that makes me think about the like Cuban cigar factory.
Yeah.
They had a bunch of naked women sitting around making cigars. I don't know.
So there's the motor out of my Cornet. That's a 446 pack motor.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with Mopar. That's I'm a Roadrunner.
Yeah. Well, the 446 pack wasn't as good as the 448P, but it was pretty close. This one is a 10.5 second car at 132 at 456 geared rear end. It was a screamer off the line. Motorcycles couldn't come close. And I was racing the triple 750 Kawasaki's, and they were monsters off the line, but no, this thing just ripped. The guy who designed my suspension system on this one was a guy who created the dual and the quad link for the dragsters. And
okay, I got you.
yeah, so I lived near the Speedway. Shoot, I can't think of the name of the Speedway.
What, Fremont?
No, over by Sonoma area.
Sears
Point, yeah. So I grew up going there, and my first cars all went down the tracks, and met a lot of the guys from the garages and stuff there helping us out that were breaking vehicles. And I actually bought this from a friend that had built it up. It was all German. I can't think of the name of the company, but all the inner parts are from a German company, and it was built.
I can see that happening. A lot of precision stuff came out of there.
Well, it was built in a VW shop, so they tried to stick with German engineering, and
no, it's not that hard, really.
no, there was lots of stuff available, and it's all balanced and blueprinted, and I mean it's a super fast ride. It's my most dependable car.
Yeah, I had a 68 and a 73 Roadrunner. The 68 looked exactly like the one on my Icon on my
I
channel.
figured. Yeah, this is a 68 here, and I had a 71, a 73 Charger.
Yeah, except I didn't have the 440 or the Hemi. I had the 383 Magnum, but I built the damn thing myself, and I, with the cam and all that stuff, and 727 tranny.
Yeah, my Charger did 155.
I could do easily that. I didn't my speedometer I didn't think worked correctly. But my speedometer went up to 160.
Yeah, mine went to 140. Maybe 150. I forget now.
I think it was. If not, it was 140. But yeah. I mean, I can even when I see a 383 like that, I can totally just time it by ear. I don't need a light.
Yeah. Well, that was the best way.
It's got that like signature Dodge Lope, or that Dodge or Mopar dig it.
Yeah, because my Charger was a 383 mag, and it was they only made very few that looked like mine because they had odd bumpers. Most of the bumpers on the Chargers had an extension on them, and I don't know if they had a leaking problem or what, but mine was one of the first models that came out, and then they changed it slightly later in 71, and extended all the bumpers, and it just made it look really odd.
Yeah, they did that to the well, it was a satellite really of the unibody was anyway. The Roadrunner and a Belvedere too. But yeah, it was when it was, I mean, my car was big as it was. I mean, the trunk was huge. I couldn't believe it, how big the trunks are in those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the 70s ones, after 1970, they changed the rear end on those things as far as the body goes, and you're like you said, the bumper. Geez, you could fit about you pretty much fit a hot tub in there.
Yeah, they were huge. Yeah, I could
We used to put people in there to go to driving.
I could stick just 2 bags of sand in my back, couple 100 pounds in the very tail end of the Cornet, and it pulled
Yeah,
it
you
away.
had to do that, man. Those things were just, there's just too much. I mean, they're heavy cars, but they weren't heavy enough to hold down the rear end.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. My Charger had 50s all the way under the wheel wells weren't they were customized, but they weren't extended. It was the same body with no extension on it to get the tires under. Had a little tiny, really narrow rear end in it. It was funny.
Well, I put custom torsion bars on mine, and I eliminated the trunk weight, and I put it on the torsion bars because the center of gravity was kind of bothering me.
Yeah.
So, the lower you go, the better.
Cajun, good morning.
What?
Cajun just popped on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a fun car. I wish I wouldn't have sold it. I'd still
I fully plan on buying a Roadrunner as soon as I can. They can be quite expensive. If I have to, I'll buy something that I can rebuild. But I'd rather just grab something that somebody's already done, from the ground up. I don't care.
I actually have a 380 or a 331 Red Ram Hemi in my garage.
Really?
Yeah.
My 73 Roadrunner had, of all things, a 315 wedge.
Oh yeah, that was actually really popular in my area with the big cross ram on it. Did you have the cross ram?
I was weird. I was surprised. I figured it would have like a 360 in it, and when the guy told me it had a 315 wedge in it, I'm like, what? And when I saw the specs on it, I'm like, cool. This is actually way better than this 360. It had it had the shorter stroke and definitely way short stroke. I think it was like 3.45 or something like that. So basically, it was slamming those pistons, real quick.
Did you have that cross ram intake?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it kind of looked like nostrils on a snake, or pits on a snake, or from the on the hood. It was a trip. But yeah, but mine wasn't functional. It wasn't functional. That was for the larger motors.
Huh.
It was, it could have been functional if I put a big block in it, but it had, I guess it came with that motor for some reason. It was like it was kind of like their econo version, but it was actually a performance motor too.
So I used to customize dashes. I had a buddy that was a car painter and just did beautiful cars. We did a GTX that was just breathtaking. It was so beautiful. And I did this multi-lid plexiglass dash on it with wood surrounds. And oh my gosh, it was just gorgeous. The GTX was Hemi GTX 4-speed. It was just beautiful.
Now, my friend got his GTX brand new when he bought it.
Oh, you cut out, Roadrunner. What you're looking at, Cajun, is the 440 6-pack motor that was in my 68 Coronet. Of course, Has a 360-degree Offenhauser tunnel ram on it, and that's my small carb. I had an 1120 CFM carburetor for it. Did 10
Yeah,
and a
I can tell that you have to cut a hole in your hood for that one.
I had this huge hood scoop, and still I couldn't keep that velocity stack on when I had the motor shut or the hood shut. And with the velocity stack and the little filter that they used to have on those, you could see it from behind the car. 10.5 seconds in the quarter mile with that one, 132 miles an hour.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't get a high nines in a quarter.
Didn't get what?
High nines in a quarter.
Well, it's a Cornet thing, weighed a ton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a lot of them were, put on the fiberglass bodies, and they were pulling nines, but not if you kept the body.
I could tell that was a Dodge engine in there by the alternator.
Yep. Yeah, it was a fun car. I missed this one. Out of all the vehicles I ever had, this thing started every single day. Never an issue.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, balanced and blueprinted, that kind of stuff makes a big difference.
Yeah,
That
I had
ignition.
I had a buddy of mine send he bought a 66 Ford truck from me years ago, and it had a 352 in it, and he was looking for that engine, that exact cubic inch engine, and I had the only one in town, and he had a 65, but it was a short wheelbase. Mine was a 66 long wheelbase, but everything matched up part for part on that truck, except for the bed, because mine was long, his was short. But anyhow, beside the point, he bought my truck for the engine and for the cab, because there was nothing wrong with my cab, and something else. So half of my truck's part of his truck, but he sent the engine to California to get it bored. I forget how many horsepower he got out of the engine. It was something like 540 horses,
Wow,
560 horses, something like that all together.
that's a lot
And
back then.
yeah, but you should have seen this truck too. I mean, this 352 was a horse of an engine. Uh, and he blueprinted it, which a lot of people don't even know what that means. Balanced and blueprinted. A lot of people don't even know what that means.
Yeah, mine was.
They talk about it, but they don't know. Well, pretty sure that looks like a tight engine right there.
Yeah, it was balanced and
So,
blueprinted at Sears Point.
okay.
That's where I grew up.
Oh, okay. So, anyway, like I said, it took a long time to uh, get that truck eventually together. Once the engine was done, because parts have to be found. Everything has to match. So anyway, uh, once he got that truck together, and he painted it, his uncle was a painter, car painter, and this man knew his onions. He knew his stuff. He was ex-military also, but uh, he was in electronics big time. That was one of his main things. But he owned the drive-in, the old drive-ins from like years ago, the
Uh-huh.
50s and 60s, like hoppers or like Happy Days or what have you, where you drive up to it, you go to the window, they slide the window sideways open, may I take your order? You can order a burger, ice cream cone dipped, or fries, whatever. He owned one of them for years, years and years. And he got it from his dad, Frank. It was called Frank's Drive-In. And his name was Gerald. Anyway, uh, Gerald was about 40 to 45 when he bought my truck. And that thing was the sharpest truck in town and the fastest.
How cool. Hey, I'm going to put his comment up on the screen.
Wow. Point captain. Man broke in my RV and stole everything he owned. Wow.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be callous. I get it now. I asked if he was home at the time, but he said stole everything he owns, which means that was his home.
He's visiting
Oh,
his,
wow.
taking care of his parents.
What a shame. I'm so sorry. There is nothing lower than a thief. I hate thieves, especially druggy thieves. There's one thing
Yeah.
lower than a thief, a druggy thief.
Yeah.
But they're both pretty darn close in my book. Yeah, I have no tolerance for that. Absolutely
Where'd
zero. You
Roadrunner
only
go?
steal, he must have lost his connection. You'll only steal from me once. If I find out who you are, you better move out of town.
There you go.
Yeah, I just had a lot of druggy family that used to steal it. Well, to give a good example, my grandmother had all of my great grandmother's jewelry and all kinds of old letters and stuff. And well, one of the family broke into it and stole all the rings and jewelry and traded it for beer and drugs at one of the local druggy places. And she got 1% of its value. And then left town and came back about 5 years later and did it all over again. It's like, I wish people would learn. These people that can drop that low, they never stand tall.
But did they find out who it was the first time?
They found out a couple months after she left town, they found out. Oh, that makes it even worse. I hope your friend's an honorable guy. But I hope everything you had was replaceable. I hope it wasn't personal. Yeah, hats off to you, bud. I just, I hate hearing stuff like that. My stuff means so much to me. My coins, nah, if I lost my coins, I know I could replace most of them. My bankroll's a little hard, but if you were to steal my photos and my family's diaries and stuff, I would hunt you down. Man. That's just frustrating. I
Gotta
feel
fix me
for
some
you.
coffee.
Alrighty.
Be right back.
That's too bad. His father stole his father's tools.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That might be something you might be able to recover, though, if you can find out where they took them.
Yeah.
Because hopefully your dad marked his tools. I know most people do, especially parents' generation. Oh, I thought I'd show you this since I have it right here. This is actually a good photo in focus and stuff. But that big streak that you see left to right is the ghost that we had in this house. I as a young kid, I lived in a haunted house, and it was well documented, a haunted house, and didn't bother me. I actually would tease her and stuff. It was a old woman. Well, one of them was an old woman, but every time I'd go to bed, I'd go to the kitchen and open every drawer and door and go to bed, and then in an hour or so I'd hear her shutting everything. It was really funny. She would never leave any of the kitchen stuff open. Always would close it.
I see
And that's
something
actually,
like in front of somebody's hands in the lower left corner, and
yeah.
then it looks long and round or something.
Oh, you're talking about that odd line that's touching the thumb of somebody?
Uh, I guess
Yeah.
it's coming like from the TV up. Look at his.
So you're talking
And
about this thing? Or I thought you were talking about this line.
no, I'm talking about that. Put your pointer back down. Okay,
Uh-huh.
right. Well, okay, come a little bit toward the hands.
Oh, you talking about this line?
Yeah, that and all the way. Yeah.
That's the ghost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they showed up like that or like a billow of smoke.
Okay.
It
That's what
was
I thought
actually,
you were talking about.
yeah, it's actually the same pattern but in bigger circles, and it'd go vertical instead of horizontal. Um,
Could y'all see that or just some pictures?
never did we see it, only in the pictures. But we knew she was there because she was always banging around and stuff. And at night, every once in a while, you'd hear her moan, which that part was a little creepy. But she was an elderly woman who was really sick, and this was her dream house. And they had tried to buy it a couple times, and right before she died, they were able to purchase it, and she died in the house about 4 months later. But she protected us. We had somebody try to break in once, and I don't know what she did, but you could hear the guy screaming, running out of the house, and we were all home. It was in the middle of the night, and she'd always turn on our front porch light when people were walking by. She was an absolute protector of the home. I was about 11, 10, 11 at this time. That's my hand there. And my black light. I didn't realize that was a black light, but I think that's what that is. Right here. I had black lights, and I had my walls all painted with fluorescent paints, and has star patterns on my ceilings. It was actually pretty cool. Strobe lights. I think I had 3 different strobe lights hooked up against the walls. Hippie days. This is about 67, 66.
So what'd y'all end up finally doing with the house?
We ended up selling it. My folks built a home, and we ended up moving into that. It was a absolute gorgeous home. That's the one that was built around the stereo I had been telling you about. We had 12-inch thick cement floors. The ceiling was 15 feet on one side and 9 on the other. It had a sunken pit, and my dad had designed it so that the perfect sound would be if you were sitting about a foot off the floor. So he set it up to where, the built-in sofa would put your head at about 1 foot above the carpet. And it was a huge room. It was like 55 feet by 22, 20, 26, something like that. But it's funny, I saw that picture. We have dozens of these pictures, and she's in probably 10% of our photos. And we had a couple just, sorry, go ahead.
Is the house still standing?
Yeah, and unfortunately, 2 people have committed suicide in the home. So I think things have gone downhill since I was living there.
Good.
But
I was gonna say, didn't y'all miss her?
actually, I did. I used to go visit the house all the time, and when my oldest was about a year old, I moved into the house across the street, and I used to go sit over on the lawn and talk to her all the time. Never came
Okay.
across the street, though. She never left that house. I used to see her peeking out the window, though.
Yeah.
It was,
I mean, somebody that like you said, a protector,
yeah,
because that was her house. That was her house before y'all,
yeah,
and she would turn the light on when somebody would walk on the sidewalk in front of the house,
yeah,
thinking, hey, yeah, y'all don't mess with this house, we awake. We know you out there, or I know you out there. Yeah, that's a friendly ghost,
yeah. When we had our special parties and stuff, like Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving, we'd always give a toast to her as well.
Well,
I forget her name now, but yeah, we mentioned it often because we knew she didn't mean no harm.
right.
But I imagine somebody moving in there for the first time and not open to the thought of ghosts, because the couple that moved in had a couple kids, and they were about 12 or 14, and they were a very religious family. So, and that was the first suicide, was the oldest son at about 16 or 17 years old, and it happened in the backyard. And I don't think she ever left the house, so I'm sure it was out of her control to try to help him.
Oh, okay.
So we had a couple of sheriffs come over that were some of my dad's childhood buddies, and we were explaining about the ghost, and they're all, major disbelievers. And it's like, no problem, we'll stop talking about it. And about halfway through their visit, she came down the stairs and just see the upper half of her, and very vivid, very visible. And boy, the hairs on those poor guys, you could see the hair on their neck standing up, and their eyes got huge. And all of a sudden one starts saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect, and all this stuff. And it's like, take it easy, she doesn't care. Yeah, made some believers out of them, but they never came and visited us again. Some people just can't handle that, and I understand. I was raised differently. We were always open to anything.
Right.
To my folks, this was spiritual.
The radio station that we talk about sometimes,
Uh-huh.
it's haunted.
Is it good
It's haunted.
hunting?
It has. It's good hauntings. It had two resident ghosts, a little girl and an old man.
Do you know if they're related?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. They don't believe so neither. Uh, they think the little girl was there first, and then the old man afterwards. I was in the DJ booth one day. I was sitting down at the mic, and me and Todd were fixing to get on the air. And I was looking at Bird because there's other people in the DJ studio also on Thursday nights. It's not just the one DJ or me and Todd. There's other people in there. They just in the background quiet unless I ask him a question or Todd says, "Huh, Bird?" And then Bird will say, "Yeah," or because we got extra microphones in there. So if anybody coughs or anything like that, that can be heard, But anyway, I was looking over at Bird. And I was talking with him, and I seen something pass in the hallway because there's a hall coming from the back, from the kitchen in the back, past past the engineer's office, past the production room, one of the other commercial rooms, past my cousin Paul's office, past the assembly room, which we call the meeting room or what have you. It doesn't have any doors on it. It's just wide open. Conference room. Anyway, and there's another production room right behind us. Because when I'm looking at Bird, at Big Paul, it's a big window right there. I could see the mic boom, the microphone boom in that other production room. So anyway, something's coming from that area and walked. And so I automatically turned. It was somebody automatically turned to my left and waited to see if I seen somebody pass through the window. Because we have a window where we can see out from the mic boom where we're sitting at the controls and all that. And I didn't see nobody. So I get up, I go out, go in the other part of the K-Bone building. I look down the other hall, and I don't see anything. All the office doors are closed. The sales representatives, all their doors are closed. The assistant manager, the manager. I don't know. So I go back in the booth, and I looked at Paul. He said, "You saw that too?" I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "Somebody passed right there." He said, "I saw that." He said, "It was in the corner of my eye," but he said, "I saw it." I said, "Yeah, me too, because I was looking at you." I said, "You should have had a better view of it than I did." He says, "No, I didn't. It was just like somebody walked by." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, nobody's on the other side of the building." So that was one of my experiences with that ghost. Now, other people has had experience with that ghost before, or with one of them. Leighton Thibodeau was a Wednesday night on-air personality. And he was always there by himself. And one night, excuse my French, I got to say at least one time, he got the shit scared out of big time. He left. He quit. He put it on autopilot. He put the show on autopilot and left. Paul said, I'm out of here. I'm going on unannounced vacation. And he left for about 8 months.
Did he
Had to
come
fill
back?
his spot on Wednesday night. Oh, I mean, he just quit. He was like a unannounced vacation, extended. He just left, and quit. He did. He called Paul and said, "Look, I got the wazoo scared out of me, you know." And he said it wasn't a nice one neither. And Paul says, "Well, of all the times I've had interactions with the ghost, because Paul has a book wrote about it. I hope he finished his second book before he passed away on ghosts, spirits. I have one of his books. I don't think it's right here. I would have shown it to you. I'm gonna have to ask Missy where my book's at. Anyway, he says, as many as experiences I, had with that ghost, he says, it's never been a bad one. So when Bo Young left the station, it was open again. So I went up to Paul and said, look, I want to fill in Wednesday nights for Bo. And he was like, well, guess what? I said, what? And I thought he was going to tell me, Wednesday night's yours. You can have it. He's going to, he told me, he says, guess what? I said, what? He says, Leighton's coming back. I'm like, oh, cool. That's even better. Because Leighton was one of my favorite on-air personalities with a specialty show. I would sit in with him. I'd go on Wednesday nights. Missy would go cook. She'd go up something. And I would sit in with him. If I didn't have nothing to do, So, and Sunday nights or Sunday evenings with Christy Daly. We'd go cook on Sundays too. Missy would, and I'd sit in with Christy because Christy, that woman will not go do a show by herself. She would not. She called me and Missy. She says, Boo, do you want to come and do the Sunday show with me? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? She says, because I'm not going by myself. I said, okay, I don't blame you. She says, I don't do spooks.
Yeah, some people can't take that at all.
I mean, she's caught evidence on camera of him, this and that and the other, video, but she's just too scared to be by herself, because she don't know it yet, and she's been there a long time on Sundays. But there's one picture that it was put on Facebook, and that picture or whatever, I forget how many hundreds of thousands of hits it got, how many likes. It's like all of South Louisiana saw that.
Well, that's so many places have histories of ghosts, and most people just get scared and go away. I am glad that that one guy took advantage of it and actually wrote a book about experiences, and it's extremely interesting. I actually became an amateur ghost hunter for a while, and with my special, because I had some forget infrared camera, and I would do sounds real high quality sound equipment for the just the littlest sounds, and movement detectors and all kinds of stuff. And we had a lot of fun. I actually got one on video. It was of a Yountville Cemetery ghost that's really well known. And it was him carrying an old lantern and walking through the property. And all you see is the lantern swinging. It's pretty interesting. So, well, the glow, the light of
Wow.
the lantern. Yeah, the people that were with me freaked out and ran off. So I was there by myself. But I'd had enough ghost experiences that something like that didn't scare me even a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting to have those experiences. I always got a kick out of stuff like that, the unusual stuff. So Coin Captain
Yeah,
is
there.
they smelt cookies and sometimes cigar and little kids running upstairs. The ghost they had, and that's funny because smells is a
Yeah.
real big part of it. So, and I'd been able to record things like a ghost moving through an area where you just barely make out a little bit of a trace of an outline. And at the same time, every night they would go through one area, and it was just one of those kind of like a recorder going off and being set to a alarm clock. It's pretty interesting. So I
That's nice when.
invited Coin Captain up. See if he'll come up and chat. So what kind of car did you drive in high school, Cajun? Or after high school?
Oh, it was during high school. My first car was a '63 Oldsmobile with a big old 450. I forget which one it is. The 454 to 455 in the Oldsmobiles. Big
Yeah,
rocket engine.
455, but I'm not positive. What model
Okay.
Oldsmobile?
I forgot what model Oldsmobile it was. They paid $125 for the car.
Nice.
I go to the gas station, say, fill up the oil and check the gas. That thing would go through some oil. I'd go to Youngsville and back. I'd go through a quart and a half easy.
Wow.
And Youngsville wasn't that far.
Was it dumping or smoking?
It was leaking.
Dumping.
Yeah, leaking like head gaskets, rear seal. Uh, the transmission was full of oil, and I wasn't no mechanic at that time. Small engine, yeah, I was just learning on small engines and stuff. Actually, I was pretty good. I was pretty good at that time on small engines, Briggs and Strattons. But uh, big car engines, no, this thing was huge. I mean, way bigger than the 327, that other people had in their cars. And I mean, I would just, and that thing had power too.
Yeah, big block, small block. Yeah, big size difference.
And I could take my pinky and turn the steering wheel easy like that. Just my pinky.
Yeah, the first of that power steering was overcompensated. It was turned those wheels really well, and if you kept going even when it was maxed out, you had to be careful because it could start to break stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that power steering was like I said, now this is what power steering is all about.
Yep. Oldsmobile had real strong power steering. So, and my grandparents always bought Pontiacs and Oldsmobiles their entire life and had some beautiful Oldsmobiles. I miss those old cars. I really do.
Yeah. I sold it for, I think I got my money back. An old black man bought it. And I went to school with his daughter. I was in high school, naturally. 'Cause when I was in like first through third or fourth grade, uh, it was just white people when I went to school. That was it. There wasn't any blacks in school. And I don't know if there wasn't any living in my area or, or what, but there just wasn't any blacks. And then about fourth grade, third or fourth grade, uh, they had a couple of blacks in school. You see, they had one school that was Herod High, and that was in the black section of town. So, and I guess that was their school, you know, the black school. So, because I don't remember any black kids in first through third grade at all.
My school, we had a huge mix of all races. I was almost a minority. Well, I was multicultural anyway, but yeah, just depends on where
So,
you are.
so anyway, I sold that car, and I asked a girl in school one day. I said, because I saw the car pass in front of my house, and I'm like, I said, I see you. Your dad's got the car going real good. She said, yeah, he changed some gaskets and stuff like that on it. Uh, Took him a couple of days by himself, but that was it. He spent about $30 on it altogether.
Yep.
I'm like, well, I could have kept my car and probably paid, helped the mechanic and learned how to do something, you know.
Well, that was a big job on that motor.
But that car was fast. Oh man, it had power. I never, I mean, even I was a kid, okay, 15, 16, because at 15 I had a driver's license.
Yeah, me
At
too.
15, at 14 I had a learner's permit. When I turned 15, I had a true blue hard copy driver's license. And the only restriction I had on it was midnight or 11 o'clock at night. I had to be home. That was it.
Yeah,
And every teenager had that.
I don't think California was 15. I'm pretty sure I was 16. But I was able to
Oh,
get
okay.
my permit at 15.
Now, they had 9 and 10-year-olds driving rice trucks
Yeah.
back then during the summer. Didn't need no driver's license to drive a rice truck.
Yeah,
As long as you was working for the farmer, you did not need a driver's license.
yeah,
Everybody drove at an early age down there.
yeah, the southern area or central area was where all the farms were. All the kids were driving because they couldn't get even to a neighbor's house without driving. There's big old farms.
Right?
Hey, Cajun, hold on just a minute. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Corn Captain, you still with us?
Boy, I had a heck of a day yesterday. I tried to pay for my PO box, and then my third time going down to the little post office, and the post office is quite a ways from me because it's not in my town. And for the third time in a row, well, this time it was their internet was broken and their computers were down. It's like, oh man, you don't understand. I keep coming from out of town. We couldn't do it online because there's some kind of issue. And it was pretty frustrating. I was pretty frustrated yesterday because I'm right at the tail end of my PO box for late fees, and talked to them on the phone. They said they were going to call me. Never heard from them. It's like, come on, USPS, get your stuff together.
Yeah.
I was supposed to mail out a package for Parker. Yeah, Parker, the penny hoarder, I think. I forget what he's
Yeah.
called. Yeah, poor kid's waiting on a loop and some coins from me, and every time I try to do it, something happens.
Are you gonna send him some pennies?
Actually, a slew of coins. A whole bunch of stuff
Okay.
there. Big variety.
Oh, okay.
He's never had a Mercury dime and a couple other coins, so sending him a Barber dime and
I should have thought I seen him win some Mercury dimes already.
he said he just got he said it this morning that he got a Mercury dime, so I didn't have to send one of those, but I'm still going to send it because I'm sure mine's an older date, so
Because he wins a lot of giveaways. You know, so he's got a variety. Well, I mean, he probably doesn't have a Barber dime. But like Coin Hunting Couple, they give war nickels, Barber dimes, Mercury dimes, Rosies, half dollars, quarters. They have a variety of what they give away on there. Parker wins a lot on there. Which, yeah, and I won tonight. It's just a random comment picker, you know. Sometimes it's a number game. Well, it used to be a number game a lot. And I was pretty good at guessing the numbers.
yeah, I don't have luck for those games. I have a niece that everything she does as far as those kind of giveaways and it's turned out to be even gambling. She touches a slot machine and it just starts spitting money out.
Oh, yeah, I know people like that.
And she hates gambling, so she just will do it every once in a while. Cracks me up. I told her, shoot, you'd probably
You know-
win the lotto, but no, she's not interested.
When I do a number game, when I'm guessing, if I can see the person, because I'm a pretty good judge of character by the way a person looks, the way he handles himself, or just by the way he talks. If I don't see the person at all, because it's his body language. You know, your voice has a body language on its own. So I'm trying to get inside that person and in their mind and think of what the number they thinking of. I'm like, well, am I going to go by pattern? Backwards number, say 43. All a number, primary number. you know, like 42 or 41, you know, that 4 is your primary, and then that secondary number is going to be smaller, or is that secondary going to be bigger, or is it going to follow a pattern? You know, like say, I don't know. I don't want to give away too many of my secrets because I have been lucky on those number games with my little inside secrets, you know, techniques.
Now, do you take the first thing
Uh,
that pops in your head?
Most of the time I do. Sometimes it's pre-thought. If I know the range ahead of time, like 1 through 100 or 1 through 50, well, that's already typed in, thought of and typed in. And when I see go on the screen, I just hit enter. So more than likely, I'm the first one, first comment
That's great.
when I see go in the chat. When I see go in the chat. Then you got to think, say, if it's 1 to 100, you have a choice. Well, you have 100 choices, you know. Is it going to be like, are they thinking number 11? You know, number 22, you know, or something odd, you know, or following a pattern like, say, 23 or 45, you know, 89, you know.
Yeah. Hey,
You never
Hector.
know. Oh, morning, Hector. Well, I don't see Hector.
I just had this sneaking feeling. I sorry, I had to say that. Every once in a while, when something pops in my head, I just say it. We'll see
Oh,
if
okay.
see if I'm right. See if he's trying to make his way to the computer. Might be too late for him. It's 6:30, and I know
No.
he's
Yeah,
supposed to
but
be at
he
school by
at
7.
school at 7:30.
Yeah. No, no. Every once in a while, I get that in my head, and if I don't say it, then they pop up, and I feel like, oh, I should have
Okay.
said something.
I looked up right away when I said, "Hey, Hector."
I knew you would.
So I mean, it's you know, it's a 1 in 100 shot, and I've won it number giveaways often. The first or second guess. I love it when I hear them say stop, stop, stop right away.
I bet.
You know, because I'm gonna have a 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 or 7. It's me. You know.
Well, trying to go into somebody's head like that is actually a really good way of doing it. Or that's my belief.
Yeah. I gotta fix me some more coffee. Be right back.
All right. Well, Rhonda, maybe Hector was just thinking about me. Man, that's too bad about Coin Captain. Nothing worse than thieves. Except friends that are.
Yeah.
How much,
Some people have. Go ahead.
how much coffee do you drink, Cajun? You a big coffee drinker, or you just do a couple in the morning?
Oh no, I'm a big coffee drinker. I was I was on my last half a cup when I was with y'all earlier, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, and we fixed another pot before we went to bed, or went lay down, whatever. And well, when I got up, I turned it on. I plugged it in, I should say. I always unplug my coffee pots.
Well, guess what happened when right after you left? Michael Kittle came in the room, and I asked him to come up on the panel, and he did, and talked for about 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, real nice. Had a
Yeah,
lot of
I knew
fun.
Michael was in the chat. He wasn't on panel, yet. Roadrunner was.
Yeah, Roadrunner had left. So I asked
Oh,
him if
okay.
he wanted to come up, and he said he was busy working. And then about 10 minutes later, he popped on up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, actually, he asked how hard it was to get on StreamYards. Told him it was really easy. Rhonda gave him what he needed to do, and he came up, and I questioned him and asked all kinds of things. Some really great questions. So you might check it out. He shared a lot of really neat things, showed some neat coins.
Oh, yeah. Now, if you want to know about some Lincoln Penny errors, that's a go-to man right there.
Oh, Michael's an error guy? I didn't know he was an error guy. I know he was for
Yeah.
all the key date stuff or the key errors.
Yeah, well, he knows a lot about it. But well, if you're in the errors and you come and if you have some key errors or you think you have some, he'll be your go-to guy.
Cool. Yeah, he said
I mean,
he.
he's studied coins for a long time.
Yeah.
Pennies, just like Chuck Daughtry. Chuck Daughtry. Uh, the pennies is his forte. Somebody showed a penny one time on a panel, and he looked at the mint mark, says, "Okay, that's 1974 variety 21." And the guy said, "Wow, you good?" He says, "Yeah." He said, "That's my discovery."
Oh, wow.
Little minute factors like that. This man knows. I mean, he discovered them. That his varieties.
Yeah, he said that he does really good on all the quizzes.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Michael?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about. I switched over to Chuck Daughtry for the
Oh,
variations on the mint marks. For the variations on the mint marks. Chuck
yeah, I heard
Daughtry
you
owns
mention the
Copper
name.
Coins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the owner of Copper Coins.
Uh,
I don't know if you've ever been to that website before.
yeah, I have.
Okay, well, that's Chuck. He comes on the panel with us sometimes.
What's his handle or channel name?
Chuck? Oh, Copper Coins?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he doesn't come on this panel with us. Comes on
Oh,
other panels I'm on, like with Blues Coins.
uh-huh.
He'll come on there sometimes, and me and him and Blue had a good old time one night. And CJ wanted to know a little bit more about how the dies were actually hubbed, and Chuck was explaining all that on how the dies were actually hubbed, and all the parts and all that and everything that went along with it, because he's actually visited the mint sites. you know, and seeing all that in action. Because, you know, he's the author of a book, so he's doing research.
Yeah.
So when it's that time of the year to make dyes, you know, or whenever they making the dyes, you know, I said that time of the year. It's, but he did kind of speculate that, you know, you have a time to make the dyes, and then you have a time to mint the coins, you know, because like, you know, you think about it back then, when a mint, when they were out of dyes, or their dyes were used up, they had to borrow dyes from the other mints, you know, restamp their mint mark on them.
Well,
So I don't know if that part of the process making the dyes was shut down for the year or what, you know.
interesting. Yeah, I asked Michael a bunch of questions, and one of the things he said, because I asked how long the graders, because he said he'd gone into PCGS before in the grading room and watched them grade. He said
Right.
when at the beginning of the year, when the new Silver Eagles come in by the pallet, that the graders take about 1 to 2 seconds coin. Either it's a 69 or it's a 70. Imagine how
Or
many.
or 67 or 68 that gets put back in the roll, in the
Yeah,
tube,
they
I mean.
won't grade them. Well, they probably do for those pallet guys just to do them a favor.
Yeah, well, I don't never see a 66 or 60, you know, I mean a 67 or 68 in a
No, I've
slab.
never. Nope, me neither.
Nobody's going to pay that kind of money.
No, and if it is that way, it was an error with the mint because they should be perfect.
Right.
So it was fun
Yeah,
chatting
'cause
with him. He's a nice guy, really down to earth, helping out a lot of kids and stuff, and doing a lot of things in his town. And oh, he was talking about this, and I need to get the name. Rhonda, do you remember the name of the guy that had the Roman coin collection? Because he told me that at one of the shows, this private collector had a display of the ancient Romans and had about 350 coins. And he said they were all proof-like and extreme high grades. He said they were just amazing, glowing coins. Can you imagine seeing the ancients looking like that? That would be so awesome to see.
Yeah. What, that was somebody Mike was talking about?
Yeah. So it was at one of the shows that he was at.
Oh, okay. Because I know Cheap Coins is time in the ancient coins. That's one of his fortes right there. He's an expert in it. And me and Michael know him.
Huh.
He comes on with an auction every week. And he gives out information, you know, while he's streaming. He's steady
Yeah.
pumping information out on these coins.
That's not that
So
young
it's
guy,
not
is
just
it? Is he a
he's
young
younger
guy?
than me. He's younger than me. You see his wife in there all the time. His wife's got long black hair.
This
Uh,
guy's like in his 30s.
I'm gonna say Cheapskate's around 38ish, 40ish, probably.
Does he sell
Maybe a
tons
little
on
older.
eBay? Because the guy I'm talking about had like 14,000 coins on eBay at the same time.
I don't know if he does eBay or not, but I know this man has a massive collection.
Huh.
And
That's
he's
cool.
steady buying and selling.
I can't imagine having that kind of moving on eBay surplus. That's too much for me for eBay. That would drive me nuts. I'd probably do more than that. Probably do me in.
Yeah, but you got to understand it. He's got people working for him probably. Whoever's got
Oh, I'm sure.
How many coins? 1,500 or 15,000?
1,000. Yeah, it was
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah. Then if it's ancients, because eBay is huge and you're not going to have 15,000 orders in one day. That's for sure. I mean, well, that would be a good thing.
Yeah, that'd probably be a tough day for everybody, USPS included.
Yeah.
Can you imagine driving in semi truckloads full? Well, maybe 2 semi truckloads.
That's a lot of packages.
So I sure like this coin. It's got the best details. I wish I could make it show up better. There we go. Most of these Victorian women don't look so pretty. This one actually
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah. I was thinking about that yesterday when I seen a Queen Victoria coin.
Uh-huh.
Like a little plump too.
And like I said earlier, I said if it's either she's very pretty or if it's a guy, well, he's also pretty.
Yeah.
It
depends on who drew the picture.
Yeah, admire or not an admirer. Yeah, these old pennies are cool. I really like them. See, look at all that detail. A little bit of rub below the ear, but the rest of the coin's pretty darn clean. Yeah, a little bit of rub on the knee.
I had some of those old pennies years ago.
So normally where the scepter and the arm meet, normally that's all one part. It doesn't have the lines. So that one's pretty good. I've got a bunch of these. I got the half pennies too, but and then I think I showed you this one. This one's neat because it's iridescent. The colors are just gorgeous. It's like a mix of really rich neons. And you can see, let's see if it does it again. You can see right here where the coin has a highlight area and it looks like fluorescent color. If I turn it, that'll stay all the way around the coin because the whole coin looks that way.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. It's for a copper coin. It's got just amazing color. And it's a 20 centavos. Quinchos. Yeah, I kicked myself. I sold some coins, some big dollar coins, and I don't know what I was thinking. I sold them for like $50, $60 a piece, and they were in pretty good condition. But hey, treasure trolls, I wasn't into world coins at all, and they were gorgeous. The color and tones were just breathtaking, and monster toning, no, nothing like that, but just beautiful golden glows and really rich chocolate coins. And well, actually, those some of
Right.
them were silver. And
Good morning. Good morning, treasure trolls.
I don't know why I sold them. I certainly didn't need the money. How you doing, treasure trolls? How's your day going?
Spending time with the little trolls. That works.
That's what I'm about to
You know,
do in a short while.
I was looking up some research on that 1953 nickel, a Canadian.
Yeah,
Do you have it handy right by you?
I think so. Yeah, I showed it when Michael had come up. I had showed it right
Oh,
before
okay.
he came up. So I think it's
Okay.
right here.
Because I found out something about that.
Where you want it on the scope or you want it on the big screen?
Well, your camera does a good job, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, well, yeah, scope it first. Scope
All right.
it first.
Which side you want?
The obverse.
What do you want to look at? The leaf?
DEI.
All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. That's a NSF right there. If I'm not mistaken. You see
NSF.
the
Yeah. Yep, that's
you
correct.
see the I? Okay. There's a couple of sites I did some research on. They say that don't pay attention to the Roman numerals. Pay attention to the I in DEI, and that tells you if you have a shoulder fold or no shoulder fold.
Huh. Yeah, because I had
So
showed, because I had one of both. I have a no shoulder fold one as well. See, oh, here it is.
yeah, because that one I think if I'm not mixing them up, if the I has the flares, just like the Roman numerals,
Uh-huh.
if the I's are flared at the top and bottom, it's a NSF. If it's a straight
Oops, bumped it right
with
out
no
of there.
flares, it's a SF. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a good example. I saw it.
Yeah, and see on the rest of the letters though, on the one that is the SFN, the letters are flared, and
Yeah, on the Roman numerals. Yeah, they also
yeah, look at the
okay.
T on Elizabeth. See, it's straight on the non-SFN and definitely flared. Even the Roman numerals are. So I'm not sure that might be just telling you about the shoulder fold, because I don't know about that part, but
Yeah, well, they say because the one to concentrate on is the I in DEI.
Yeah.
Now, the Roman numerals also, you know,
There,
because
there's the shoulder fold right there.
right, that's the
And-
SF shoulder fold.
Yeah.
Now show the other one. Yeah, show the other one.
Yep, I am. No shoulder fold. Yeah, it's really interesting. And
Right.
Mike agreed. He said, because I was saying that, the new collectors should pay attention and go to the coin shops and go through their world coins. And, if possible, use a magnet if there's not too many magnetic coins in it to try to pull these out. And he said, yeah, because most coin shops don't look for these. And
Okay,
they're
now turn your two over
all right.
on the reverse.
You want
Let's
to see the
compare
leaf?
oranges to apples. Yeah, I want to compare oranges to apples on those two.
All right.
Now, treasure troves, we're doing a little education here for you. Pay attention. This will be on the test one day.
Is that what you wanted?
Okay. I want the left maple leaf only. That's the only one that counts.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought that one looked a little close. Yep, you're right, because that one's further away.
Okay, now, all right, there's two varieties. Okay, I'm fixing okay, is that the left maple leaf on the left coin?
Oh no, it's not. I'm sorry. I did hear you. I just didn't pay attention. There you go.
Okay, what about the coin on the left? Or,
Yeah, that's the left.
oh, okay, what about the other one? Is that the one on, is that
Yeah, they're both at the
on
nose.
both coins?
See, there's the nose of the beaver. So that's
The beaver. Oh, yeah. You see,
So they're-
they're sideways. So, yeah, I'm having to look sideways. No biggie. Yeah, but you have to put them like that to see them. Okay. Now you see okay, it's on my right, but I guess it's on your left. Take your toothpick. And
Yeah,
point
this
at
is
any
the right,
coin.
this is the right coin.
Okay, that's the one on your right.
Yeah.
Okay, that leaf is a near maple leaf.
Yep.
See how it's almost touching the dental work on the rim?
Right there.
Okay, right. Now look at the other one, and you see how far away it is? Okay, now let me write something down right
I'm
quick.
not guessing.
Huh?
I'm not guessing numbers. You writing down a number?
No. Okay. Show your toothpick again. On the left coin.
Oh, left. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
Whoops.
I forgot. Is that that's the shoulder fold or the no shoulder fold?
That's the no shoulder.
Okay, NSF, and that's a 4-leaf. Okay, the other one's a shoulder fold with a near leaf. All right, I got the tab open up here. It's been open for a couple of days. I wanted to mention this yesterday and I forgot. Actually, I started on it, and then I think Roadrunner had jumped up in with us, and we started talking about something else, and then my battery went dead. Okay, now the most expensive ones are the ones that are missing the chrome.
Yeah. Double value. It's crazy. It's like $1,400 for extra.
Almost triple.
for you.
Almost triple. Now, you have a SF that's near.
Yep. And at AU, it says it's 750. AU 50, 750 for that one.
Yeah. Right. What condition is yours in?
Extra fine 40. Might get a
I'm
little
showing
fine.
800. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. On SF near,
This is the far one.
SF near. Okay, well, that would be an NSF for
Right.
NSF for. Are you missing the chrome?
No.
Okay, then it's worth a couple bucks. According to coinsincanada.com.
Okay. This one, it's an NSF, far leaf, and it has the Roman numerals, and the other letters are all, the bottom is sticks out. I forget what that's called. This one is
Flare?
a $400 coin. So, what makes you think that it's not because the one on the right is my low end one that's not worth anything, a couple bucks.
The only thing I'm showing on coinsincanada.com is a shoulder fold near.
Oh no, this is a no shoulder fold.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm going down the list.
Oh, okay.
As it shows on the website, a shoulder fold near is the lower value coin.
Right.
Shoulder fold near missing chrome. Money coin. Shoulder fold for money coin. Shoulder
What?
fold for and missing chrome. Big money coin.
So you're saying the one with the shoulder fold is the valuable one?
With a far leaf.
Huh. Because that's opposite of what the website I had looked at. And the one on eBay, too, sold for $400, and it's exactly like my coin.
Okay. If it says, but it has to be missing the chrome.
Well, no, because there should be another one that's no shoulder fold, far leaf, with the Roman numerals that bellow out at the bottoms, trumpet out, is a valuable coin. It's the one that doesn't have that bellowing out at the bottom and top of the letters. Here, let me get back to my Canadian website.
I just pasted the site I'm on.
Yeah, here it is. It's called, oops, that's not it.
Oops, that's not it. 1953, Rhonda. Excuse me. 1959, 53 Canadian 5 cent.
So, because I even confirmed my coin with Heritage. It was either Heritage. I'm pretty sure it was Heritage. Let me try something else here. Shit, I can't get my bookmark to work. Ah, there we go.
This is a pretty good site. It's full of information.
Uh-huh.
It's posted in the chat. And if you go on that, if you click that link, it will bring you to that page I'm on. And if you click on the date, like I clicked on the 1953 SF near, click on that. It's a clickable link, by the way, and it shows picture of the coin. But if you scroll down a little bit, then you get into the details about the errors, the mule coin. SF to NSF, determined by the I in DEI on the obverse. It shows a picture of it. The NSF is the I or the Roman numerals that are flared, trumpeted out like a.
That's the one I have.
Bell. Yeah, and SF is straight, no trumpeting. Then it shows the near leaf and the far leaf. Then it explains the plating and no plating, because the nickels are made out of steel with a chrome plating, just like our craft tools are. That chrome vanadium plating on tools,
Uh-huh.
hand wrenches, hand
Right.
wrenches and ratchets and stuff. Oh, Coin Captain's mad, boy. He's mad. He just posted a video, and he's got all them symbols like a cartoon character.
About his coins.
He put all them symbols and then wrote and then some. I can tell he's mad. Yeah,
Well, I
they
have
got a
to
lot of details. They got a lot of details on that coin. And there's
all right,
6
I'll check
different
it out.
varieties of it. 6 different varieties just in that year. Let me see.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. 1,
Well,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 varieties.
If I did make a mistake, it's okay, because I had 4 other coins, and none of them were the same.
Right.
3 other coins.
You have the SF near missing chrome, SF4 missing chrome, NSF4 missing chrome, NSF near missing chrome. 8 varieties that year.
Yeah, 'cause I thought the N stood for no fold.
Yeah, NSF, no shoulder fold.
Right. Okay.
But you have some that are missing the chrome.
Yeah, I wish I had that one.
That's the big money coins.
Yeah, 2,700 for AU50, and that's the one that's far, and that near one is over almost $7,000. For VF20, it's almost 3,000.
Right. Yeah, they very expensive coins.
So, and I need to go into my my folders. I've got a couple folders with should be the full series of the nickels, especially at 53. And then I have a whole bunch of loose ones, and they're all 50s. So I need to do some more checking.
Ramen says Bitcoin in chat. Like, no, we're not talking about Bitcoin. We're talking about Canadian coins. Like Big T says, Canada.
Well, thanks for pointing that out, Cajun. I'll research it and see what happened.
Yeah. Did you click on the link I posted?
Oh, no, I didn't know you did a link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the link I'm on. And it should bring you to the page with the dates and the prices.
And now does yours
53 to 64.
Does yours list the errors? Because there's a whole bunch of errors that go along with this one. Planchet errors, dying variety errors, unclassified errors.
Did you click?
No, not yet. I'm
Did you
waiting.
click the link? Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the same site.
Same site?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now click on, like, for example, click on the 1953 SF near the very top one. Click on that.
The SF.
Date. Click on the date. That's going to bring you to a different page. And if you scroll down a little bit, it shows all the information about the errors. Far leaf, near leaf. Shows the I and DEI.
Yeah.
What it's supposed to look like. Okay, so we were on the same link.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not the way, because when I read it to Michael, it was Canada Coins. So it must be just a link to the same website. They must have just bought a lot of the different web names so they would have all the traffic go to the same page.
Oh, because the name of this site's coinsandcanada.com.
Right. Yep. It's a good website. I really like it.
Oh,
and it has tokens and medals and banknotes for Canada too.
Right. Got a discussion board, you know.
Yep. Even a link to the Royal Canadian Mint.
Yeah.
Fake PewDiePie?
PewDiePie. You the real PewDiePie? PewDiePie, or you a fake one? That the real PewDiePie. Yo, that man's got.
Oh my gosh, he's got.
Get how many millions of subs?
Yeah, it's an astronomical amount.
This one has none.
99 million subscribers. He's almost hitting 100 million subscribers.
All right, that's what I was saying. I forget how many millions.
Ah, almost 100 million.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? You imagine the amount of money he makes in one day?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, astronomical. I guess I like that word right now. I keep saying it.
Yeah. Like PewDiePie and there's another one. They were in competition together for and his name is T Series, and I think T Series hit the 100 million mark first. I think.
Oh, I didn't know there
Fake
was.
PewDiePie might know. I mean, he's got the name. He might know who hit it first because they were in competition.
And what's the other guy do? What kind of videos?
Just all kind of stuff.
Huh? Yeah, I had no clue.
Whatever up on off the top of their head.
Hey, hold on just a minute, Cajun. I'll be right back.
All right. I don't exactly know what they started out with, if they had a format they was following or what, but they can make a video of somebody sleeping and it's gonna go viral. You still with us, Rhonda? Oh, never mind. Not if you pulling off 6. Wait. Not if you pull in.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. I don't know what that meant, Rhonda. Yeah, I was saying earlier while you were gone that I don't know what with T Series and PewDiePie. I don't know what their format was at first when they started their channels.
Uh huh.
Like who's the guy that just died? He got killed in a hand gliding accident or something.
Well, I'm not sure.
Something random or variety.
Was he a paraglider?
No, he did all kind of stuff, and I think he was making a video or something. Okay, at first round I was talking about PewDiePie and T Series. They were in competition together, or still are, to see who's going to hit 100 million subs.
See, and I've never even heard of T Series.
T Series, yeah, and I think he broke 100 already, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know what their format was originally. But they can make a video of somebody sleeping, their dog sleeping. Just put the video camera down for 10 minutes, 15 minutes of their dog sleeping and stretching. And if they post it on YouTube, it's going viral.
Yeah.
They're gonna make $5,000 just off that video.
It's pretty crazy.
I forgot who, and it was only a couple of weeks ago this guy passed away. He was young too.
Huh. I wonder how it was.
30s or 32 years old, I think. He had how many? Few million subs. It's a random Everybody was talking about him not long ago. Let me look something up.
Yeah, what a shame.
38-year-old maybe. Grant Thompson, that's his name. YouTube star Grant Thompson was at 38 in a paragliding accident.
Oh crap!
Uh,
Now I have to look.
oh,
What's
his YouTube name was King of Random.
because I watched quite a few of the paraglider guys.
I don't know how heavy he was into it, but that might have been one of his random videos because he did off the cuff videos. You know, he doesn't have a format. You know, like we do coins. You know, he might have did a coin video at one time. You know, he does like water skiing videos or snowmobile, just or whatever he thinks of. Putting what's them things? Mentos, candy Mentos.
Yeah,
You've seen those videos where this guy puts a Mento in a 2-liter bottle of Coke, shake it
Yeah.
up, puts it on the table and runs. Okay, that's the type of videos he made. Experiment videos, stuff like that. Life hacks and experiments.
Yeah, that wasn't the guy I was watching. But that's too bad. What a shame. And did
Hey,
you
Clay.
see? Did you see?
Yes, I wasn't in
Coin Cap
chat, but yeah, that's
video?
who it is, Clay.
Yep.
Oh, I know that, Rhonda. I'll call that out when I seen it.
Coin Captain showed his video of his place getting ransacked, or the ransacked.
After the fact.
Yeah. What a shame.
Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, Clay? About my time.
So I'm pretty sure it was Coin Captain that tried to stream with us that one day and wasn't able to get it working.
I'm trying to think.
Oh, what a shame. I hate even watching. All right, guys, I
What you
hate
been up
doing
to,
it
Clay?
when we have 7 people up, but hey, Clay, 37, how you doing? I've been streaming for 8 hours. And this one's actually a pretty good one. I do not an interview, but a little bit of a Q&A with Michael Kittle.
Michael Kittle?
Coin. Yeah. What'd I say?
Yeah, I hated to miss that. He came in after I left and got off right before I got back on.
Yeah, he
I had to
was
get a
on.
little sleep in me.
He was on for probably close to 3 hours. It was really neat. Had a great conversation with
That's
him.
about the time I slept. 3
Yeah.
hours.
He's a nice guy, down to earth. He even showed us a nickel that he had that was graded fine 12, or silver nickel, war nickel, and said that he has all types of coins, not just high dollar ones. So, because that one
Right.
was only a couple
Oh
dollars.
yeah, I've been knowing Mike for some time. I was his very first moderator
Oh, for Michael, cool.
on his first live stream.
When was that first live stream, Cajun? Wasn't that just recently?
Yeah, couple 3 months ago, couple months ago.
Oh, sorry,
I
Clay.
knew Mike before. I
Go
knew
ahead.
Mike before then, though.
Oh, cool. Yeah, real nice guy. Sorry, Clay. My grandson's about to pop in. My grandsons, and have a busy day planned. But the end of the day here for me about 8 hours. I'll probably be getting back on or somewhere in there, 10 to 12 hours, something like that. Have a few things to do today, and then I can get back on the stream here. And I got video I want to do too, and see if I can't do just a little tiny bit of editing and actually put a little more effort into a video. So take it easy, guys. Thanks, Cajun, for coming on.
Oh, no problem. As always,
Thank you. Thank you, Rhonda, for being my moderator. And we will talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Enjoy your day.
See y'all good people later. Okay. Yep. Y'all have a good day.
Bye-bye.